Chapter 1. Thaden threw himself around the corner of the tailored finery shop, pumping his legs as he utilized all 16 points of his celerity into his run. Ripping out the arrow that was only marginally buried in his shoulder thanks to his higher physicality, he quickly cast Major Mass Healing on himself to fix the minor damage as he threw it away from himself. Behind him, he could hear the shouts of dozens of individuals who were coordinating together to chase him down, but he somehow managed to stay ahead of them. How in the world did they hurt me? I thought they weren't able to attack me until they were level 21. That was the reason he hadn't cast his protective fields when he attempted to slip out of the Coalition building just a minute ago, which resulted in the surprise attack as he was spotted. He thought the other contenders might do something to corner him, either asking for or demanding help, but it appeared as though they wanted to kill him. As much as it wasn't something that he would ever want to do, the whole ranking system that was part of this world was apparently important enough to many of the other contenders that they were willing to kill over it. As he ran down the alleyway between two buildings that he found himself in, he quickly noticed the other end was suddenly cut off by a sizable group of contenders. At the same time, he realized that it didn't matter how the contenders were able to hurt him, only that they were more than capable of doing it. Even in this stressful situation, a part of his mind recalled all he'd been told about level 21 being the point where contenders could attack each other, and he discovered that he had completely ignored the fact that Rihanna had told him that any contender, no matter their level, can kill a contender that is level 21 or higher, if he remembered it correctly. It hadn't seemed important at the time for some reason, as he had been masquerading as a non-contender at the time. But now the conversation came back to him in bits and pieces. Whether his memory of her words was accurate or not, it was explanation enough for what was happening, as he saw that the contenders blocking off the alleyway's exit all had their weapons drawn and presented a united defense against his getaway, standing close enough to each other that there was no way to slip through them. He immediately turned around and found that the spot where he entered was likewise cut off from escape, trapping him in between the two groups. And at the front of the second group was a face that he recognized immediately. I don't know how you've managed to cheat, but that doesn't really matter, does it? The sneering voice of Chad, the arrogant oaf that had been annoying from day one with his better-than-thou attitude, called out. The man waved the heavy sword in his hand around like it weighed nothing, even as he took a step toward Thaden. The Life Warden looked at the words above the man's head, grudgingly admitting that the man had made some incredible progress in just a week. Chad, human level 11. I'm the best adventurer, and I can't have a sorry excuse for a cheating support class trying to take that away from me. Chad wasn't at the top of the individual rankings, which, if Thaden excluded himself from the list, put the highest levels at 13, but it was nonetheless impressive. Not that he would ever say so to his face, because that would simply stroke an ego that was already far too inflated for his own good. But he could still privately acknowledge it. In fact, the panic that he'd been in since he saw the notification and rankings was still present enough in his mind that he blurted out quite the opposite. That's not what the rankings say. I think there's at least 1,000 contenders better than you. He didn't bother looking up where Chad had ended up, but his quick perusal of the rankings earlier indicated that there were quite a few people at level 12 and 13, so there might have been that many. I probably shouldn't have said that, he thought a split second after the last word left his lips. It turned out he was right, as he witnessed the fighter class's skin turn red with anger, and a snarl emerged from behind bared teeth. I'm going to kill you, Chad growled, leaning forward as if he was going to rush Thaden. While the Life Warden wasn't exactly scared that he was going to get hurt or killed, he was worried that all these people would be able to find a way to keep him trapped in one place. His protective fields were both active, and it was unlikely that anyone would be able to even touch him. But the same could be said for Thaden. He was restricted from hurting or killing any of the other contenders, since they were all a lower level than him.
and hadn't hit level 21. Not that he could really kill any contender anyways, considering that he didn't have any obvious offensive abilities. But as he'd inadvertently learned, the reverse didn't apply, as any of them could kill him. Which was a portion of the reason he'd wanted to flee as quickly as he could, after learning that the secret of his contender status was revealed by the system. Because all it would take for him to be vulnerable was a bunch of people trapping him somewhere and physically blocking him from leaving with their bodies. Then all they would have to do was wait until he got too tired to stay awake, and then kill him after he wasn't able to keep his defenses active. It might take a day or more for Thaden to get to that point, but an early elimination of a rival from the rankings seemed like it was worth it to most of these people.
Since his protective field spells only prevented damage inflicted on him by others, he couldn't simply ram his way out because self-inflicted injuries weren't exactly covered by the spell's effects. He didn't want to take the chance that the contenders holding their weapons would simply let him impale himself. It was only when they actively struck out at him that the major repulsion field would come into effect. Though I wonder if the spell would consider the fact that they are being held in a threatening manner and activate anyway. He was about to take his chances, but before Chad could take more than a step, a commotion behind the life warden made him whip his head around toward the other end of the alley, only to find that the group there was now a disorganized clump of contenders. Not wanting to ignore what might be his only chance of escape, he immediately leapt into action, running from the disturbed group. He heard the sound of footsteps following after him, including a fairly intimidating roar from Chad as his victim escaped, but he managed to stay ahead of them. Thaden was nearly to the end of the alley when he identified what was likely the catalyst of the disorganized mob. More accurately, it was a who. He recognized Sarah, Diallo, Aki, and Rihanna, the 4 contenders he had partied with in the Mausoleum of Despair, and they were pushing around the ones that had been blocking his escape. They were also joined by the support class member whose mental trauma Thaden had been able to heal, allowing the formerly broken man to party with the others. He was still a little hesitant in his confrontation of the line of contenders, not pushing them quite as hard as the others, but he was at least participating. "Get out of here, quickly!" Sarah shouted at him, seeing him close by. But that simply turned the attention of the ones they were pushing around toward him. Weapons were leveled once again directly in his path, and while they wavered around as Sarah's party continued to push and shove at them, they were still an obstacle. It was at least better than it could have been, and he deliberately shoved himself forward, trusting that his protective spells and physicality stat were high enough to see him through. His major repulsion field deflected the first spear tip that stabbed out at him, as well as a sword blade that chopped at him from the side. Their owners were pushed back enough that they stumbled backwards, unhurt but reeling from the reaction of the field, which gave Thaden an opportunity to push through the others. Unfortunately, he ran right into a sword that wasn't aimed in his direction, as it was held away from Sarah and the others, distracting them, and he felt as it cut through his shirt and scraped along his ribs. As he flung himself away, wincing at the shallow wound, he mistakenly threw himself onto the blade of a battle axe that cut deeply into his leg as his momentum basically forced his appendage onto it. Somehow, the reaction from these 2 impacts shoved the defending contenders away from him far enough that he was able to spot a way through the line of remaining defenders. Stumbling forward, the force of the impact against the battle axe ripped it from the fighter's hand, and he nearly fell as he managed to somehow wriggle his way through the gap he spotted a second ago. Limping from the wound and hissing in pain as the cut along his ribs bled profusely, he ripped the axe out of his thigh and immediately dropped it. As soon as it was free, he cast Major Mass Healing and Major Regeneration, which immediately healed all but a few health from the damage he had taken. As he stabilized himself and took off down the street, heading for the town gates, he glanced behind him and nodded a quick thanks at Sarah,
who was looking at him running away with a brief wave.
He also noticed that at least a half dozen of the fastest contenders had also navigated their way through the blockade and were following him, and he let everything he had loose as he broke out into the main street that led toward the western gate. Apparently, there were those that had a higher celerity than him, because it didn't take them long to catch up to him. As blows rained down on his field, doing nothing to stop him, he ignored them as best as he could, though he broke his nose when one of them simply stopped right in front of him and Théoden slammed into a shield that was held up in front of his face. "Halt! No fighting inside the town walls!" The life warden looked up from trying to avoid yet another of the contenders who had stopped in front of him with her spear angled toward his heart, and saw Virlo, the town guard, jumping down from the top of the walls, blocking access to the gate. "This is none of your business," Chad's voice shouted from behind him, and Théoden realized the delaying tactics that the other contenders were using had allowed the homicidal maniac to catch up. "You're in my town, so it is my business." Virlo had his bow out, and he pulled back on the string, ready to release a barrage of arrows. Or so Théoden assumed, since he'd seen him do the same before. Of course, at that point, it had been against monsters outside the walls that had followed the assistant healer at the time, but he figured that it would work the same against people. "No, the cheating bastard needs to die." "Take it outside, then. You have 5 seconds to comply." "Shut up, old man." That did it. "You done messed up, idiot." All during the conversation, the others who were surrounding Théoden as he ran continued to try and hit him with their weapons, but were, of course, ineffective. It still counted as an attack, though, which was all the town guard cared about. The bowstring of the guard's bow thwacked as it released a single arrow that split into multiples, and each of them went toward a different contender. They weren't kill shots, however, but only designed to cripple. Every single one was aimed toward a kneecap, and despite some of them wearing thick leather or even chainmail armor, they did nothing to stop the piercing strike of the arrows. They cried out in pain from the strike as their kneecaps were practically blown apart. It wasn't anything that a simple healing spell couldn't fix, but all of them collapsed to the street in agony even as they attempted to stand up to continue the chase. As for Théoden, it wasn't long until he came even with the town guard, who casually stepped in front of the life warden so quickly that he was forced to stop rather than hit the man. "I still don't like you," Virlo said abruptly, staring him in the eyes, his voice carrying over the cries of those who he'd shot. "Then why?" "They broke the rules," he replied immediately, before Théoden could finish his question. The town guard looked him up and down. "You leaving?" "Yes." "Good. Get out." Virlo moved to the side and impatiently waved him out, leaving the gate wide open for the life warden to run through. Needless to say, Théoden didn't hesitate to do just that. As he passed through the wooden gates, the screams of those injured by the town guard cut off abruptly as the strange noise-canceling effect of the town to those outside got to work, and he ran off down the road without stopping. He debated going toward the area where the Mausoleum of Despair was located, thinking that he could easily lose whatever pursuers were after him there, but he decided against it. While it wasn't likely, the knowledge that he had frequented the area could be discovered by those chasing him, and he didn't want to go any place where they might look for him. What he needed was a new start, somewhere, some place where he wasn't known on sight. As much as he had wanted to alter the appearance of his name tag and level over his head while he was still in town, thanks to his "Stay There, I've Got This" achievement, which granted him that ability, he was now glad that he hadn't. Revealing that he could do so would only make it harder for him to blend in elsewhere if it was known, because he didn't have a way to alter his face. His hope was that his physical description wasn't distributed along with his name and level. It was impossible to fake a name tag, after all. Everyone knew that. Thankfully, he had plenty with which to restart somewhere else, as he had taken all his money out of the Adventurer Coalition's bank as soon as he'd had access to his inventory. He had over 500 gold pieces, as well as some incredible gear that he could sell, so he didn't have to worry about funds in the near future. When he came upon the fork in the road that led to the area where one could find the Mausoleum of Despair, he took the other direction, a pathway he hadn't traveled down before. He knew that it led to the town of Hyundar, or so he was told, but he hadn't ever been there. No time like the present, I guess. It wouldn't be his final destination, of course, as stopping in the next town over would be stupid if Chad or the other contenders were still chasing him. He hoped they would give up once they had chased him out of the town of Ashcleft, but he couldn't be sure of that. The best idea, he thought, was to get as far away from this area as possible and then figure out what to do after that. It wasn't the most thought out of plans, but it was what he had to work with at the moment. He still wasn't what one would call an expert on this world of Tarth, despite being there longer than any other contender, mainly because he had been sticking to the same area and doing the same thing repeatedly over the last few months. Now that it was time to venture out, he didn't exactly have a destination in mind. That would have to be his next priority. He'd seen a small map of the immediate area around Ashcleft while he had been in the Adventurers Coalition, but hadn't been interested enough to ask if they had anything with a wider range. That lack of foresight could cost him valuable time, but it was something that he would take pains to correct as soon as possible. Théoden kept running through the rest of the day, afraid to stop lest someone catch up to him, so by the time night was falling he was practically dead on his feet. The area he passed through was relatively open grassland, with a few copses of trees dotting the landscape, and before he lost all the light he ventured off the dirt road and carefully made his way toward one of them. He did his best not to leave any obvious tracks, but wasn't exactly sure how successful he ended up being. He was too tired to pay too much attention, but he at least knew he didn't deliberately trample through the knee-high grass and leave a clear trail. Once he was among the trees, he used the last of his exhausted strength to pull himself up into one of them, finding that the branches were much closer together than the dead ones near the mausoleum, and he had no problem wedging himself among a half-dozen of them without any risk of falling off. Just as he was falling asleep, he heard something snuffling below him near the ground, and in the failing light he could see a group of figures moving around. He panicked for a split second before he saw the information related to them floating above their heads. Blade Tusk. Boar. Minimal level 11. Blade Tusk Boar. Minimal level 12. There were over a dozen of them in the group, ranging from level 11 to 12, but none of them paid any attention to Théoden, even though he shifted at one point to look at them better and alerted them to his presence. Just like any other monsters that were far below his level, they wouldn't attack him unless he attacked them first. While it wasn't the most comfortable knowing that there were monsters roaming around underneath him while he slept, he had to admit that it was probably for the best that they were there. It was less likely that he would be ambushed by solitary pursuers in the night with these boars moving around through this small copse of trees, and any larger groups would have to fight the monsters in order to get to him, which would hopefully wake him up. With the thought of what the future might hold for him heavy on his mind, Théoden let sleep overtake him. Chapter 2. Jerking awake in the morning at a noise below him, Théoden nearly fell out of the tree. Thankfully, his mind jump-started upon waking up, and he managed to save himself from the painful fall. He quickly remembered where he was and what had happened the night before. As the early morning sun filtered through the trees, a particularly bright sunbeam flashed directly into his face. He stretched and began pulling himself out of the wedged space in between the tree's branches, before comfortably sitting on one of the larger ones while he continued waking up. He pulled out some food and ate without tasting it while he thought about the day ahead and his plans for what would come after. Escaping from Ashcleft and getting as far away from those who would recognize him on sight was one thing, but he had to figure out his way forward from there. He had already determined that he would need to find a map of the wider world so that he knew where he could go. But what was his ultimate goal? His priorities had shifted somewhat from what they had been before he had been revealed to all of the contenders, though his survival was still at the top of the list. In order to survive this whole deal with the developmental world of Tarth, he would need to do well on the rankings, at least according to what he'd learned from Sarah and her group of contenders, so that he could move on. As for what he would move on to, well, he wasn't exactly sure. He had been told that he would be helping to defend against the adversary, but he wasn't exactly sure what that meant. Theoretically, if he did well in the rankings, his loved ones would be safe for when the adversary arrived on Earth, which, to most, was motivation enough. For Théoden, who didn't really have anyone back home that he cared about overly much, his motivation was discovering more information about the assimilation system and how it related to everything, because quite a few things he'd been told hadn't exactly added up. In other words, there was some screwy data that he'd been given, and he wanted to get to the bottom of it to see where the discrepancies may lie. But those kinds of answers would have to wait for the far future, because he simply needed to exist in this world without being hunted down at all times. In addition to being guaranteed to move on from this world, at least from what he inferred from Sarah, being near the top of the rankings came with additional rewards. He didn't care overly much about that, though he could only assume that having a higher ranking meant that he might have better access to the assimilation system when he moved on from Tarth. That access was probably going to be important if he wanted to collect the data he needed to figure some things out. Regardless of his ignorance of these rewards, they were obviously good enough to kill over. Of course, he didn't actually know if any of what he thought he knew was true, as there were so many unknowns right now that he was simply floundering under his ignorance. While he'd gained some knowledge from his interactions with other contenders, there was likely even more that they knew that he didn't. For instance, he didn't even know how long this whole developmental phase was supposed to take. Was it only a year? 5 years? 20 years? It was something he knew he'd have to learn in order to make plans for the future. As he began to think of other things he needed to know, and the list started to outweigh what he did know, he abruptly shook his head as he realized he was just wasting time. He'd have plenty of time to figure it out later, he thought, and he really needed to get a move on. Before he climbed out of the tree, he took the time to change out of his current clothes, which were ripped and blood-stained from the escape from Ashcleft, and he put on a set that he couldn't remember wearing at all since the contenders arrived. It was a simple V-necked shirt of checkered white and pale yellow, with strings that helped tie together the V-shaped collar. The pants were an unassuming light tan, slightly dirty from when he'd worn them before the contenders arrived, and rugged enough to be able to withstand a bit of abuse. In other words, the relatively bright colors were at odds with the normally dark clothing he had worn around Ashcleft. He didn't dare to put on his dark abyss robe of the dead, as it had been seen by a few of the contenders, nor did he wear the casket ring of the undead, which he'd received after clearing the maximal difficulty of the Mausoleum of Despair, because it reduced his personality stat. Dark Abyss Robe of the Dead. Rarity, rare. Class restrictions, control. Support, level restriction, 15. Physical damage resistance, 2. Magical damage resistance, 5, plus 15. Mentality, plus 2. Physicality, plus 2. Celerity, minus 15 to personality, plus 50%. Summon duration for undead summons. Casket Ring of the Undead. Rarity, epic. Class restrictions, support. Level restriction, 30, plus 40. Mentality, minus 10 to personality, plus 95%. Chance that all undead will ignore your presence unless directly attacked. Both items, in fact, negatively influenced his personality stat, and if he was going to be traveling through towns and cities on his way out of the area, then he didn't want to call any undue attention to himself. He also decided against wearing his shadow necklace of the grave, the only other piece of equipment that he'd found that he could actually wear, because it helped him blend into the shadows. Shadow Necklace of the Grave. Rarity, rare. Class restrictions, all. Level, restriction, 45 plus 5, physicality plus 5, celerity plus 5, mentality. Makes wearer 66% harder to detect in low-light conditions by blending into the shadows. Normally, that would be useful for passing through an area unseen, but that wasn't exactly what he was going for. While it wasn't impossible, it would be difficult to pass through any towns or cities without being seen, and if he was noticed sneaking about, blending in with the shadows, some of the people, not just contenders, might take notice. It would be especially difficult if he wanted to stay in these places for the night, buy food from merchants, or even order additional traveling supplies or sets of clothing, which he was already planning on doing. This was his chance to start anew, someplace else, and he figured that if he had to do it, he might as well embrace the change. Instead of wearing dark clothing, acting mysterious, and being as standoffish and aloof as possible, which was what he felt the most comfortable doing, and those who knew of him in Ashcleft also knew that, he would instead try to be a little more outgoing and personable. It would probably be the hardest thing he'd ever done, and he felt stabs of anxiety even thinking about it. But he needed to be as far from his old life as Théoden, or as the world knew him, number 3259999-E, as possible. And that meant his personality being as unlike his previous self as he could manage. That didn't mean he was striving to be a charismatic, lovable goof or a dashing figure that all the ladies swooned over, both of which made him mentally gag at the thought. But he would try to be nice and talk to people, incorporating himself into the contenders just as if he was the same as they were. The key was blending in without standing out too much. Just enough of a personality change to seem normal. And the first step to seeming normal was to have a normal name. With his ability to change his name and level thanks to one of his achievements, he could be anyone he wanted to be, and at any level he wanted to be at. Racking his mind for something average and normal, as he had shared his real name multiple times to contenders in Ashcleft, he finally remembered a name that fit both of those criteria. Christopher. Growing up through elementary school, middle school, and high school, there were more than a dozen Christophers that had been in his grade, and his school typically only had about 500 people. It had gotten so bad that more than half of them ended up being called by their last names, though there were others that had variations of their first name so that they could more easily be differentiated. He remembered with a slight chuckle how one of the Christophers had ended up being called Crispy all through high school, because his last name was Pacheco, so Chris P ended up being mashed together into one word. Then there was a Christo, just a plain Chris, another was the full Christopher, and a last one insisted on being called Christoph for some reason. Regardless, the name was common, normal, and average. Exactly what he needed. With a thought, he actively changed his overhead name tag to Christopher, followed by changing his level to 8. Based on what he'd seen of the contenders in Ashcleft, this was about average for their levels, and while he could have made it higher or lower, he thought that this was adequate enough for his purposes. If he was lucky, no one would look twice at a Christopher who was level 8. Just a run-of-the-mill support class who had done well enough to keep up with the pack. Just to make sure that it was average and normal enough, he brought up the notification from the assimilation system regarding the rankings. Théoden ignored his place at the top as he found that he could mentally search through the entirety of the support class rankings with a mental thought, and he brought up a massive list of level 8 contenders. A quick glance at it showed at least 24 Christophers at level 8, so he was satisfied that he would blend in quite well. Number 325-99999-E, Christopher, Life Warden. Level 45, Level 8. Progressive Internal Combat Knowledge, PICK, 57 over 13,300. Adventurer Coalition Rank, Bronze 450 over 450, RP. Health, 310 over 310. Mana, 1670 over 1670. Physicality, 31. Celerity, 16. Mentality, 167. Personality, 11. Fortuity, 111. Spells: Lesser Resurrection, single cast. Lesser Aura of Life, reserved. Lesser Regrowth, channeled. Lesser Protective Barrier, single cast. Lesser Healing Circle, channeled. Lesser Mana Rejuvenation, single cast. Lesser Damage Shield, single cast. Major Repulsion Field, channeled. Major Regeneration, single cast. Major Absorption Field, channeled. Major Mass Healing, single cast. Major Mass Regeneration, single cast. Major Protective Guards, single cast. Major Cure Physical Affliction, single cast. Major Death Ward, single cast. Major Cure Mental Affliction, single cast. Major Support Sprite, single cast. Major Defensive Sprite, single cast. Major Health Reduction, single cast. Major Negation Zone, single cast. Major Health Augmentation, single cast. Major Absorb Health, single cast. Major Dampeners, single cast. Major Healing, channeled. Access slots, 9. Competencies: Support. Spellcasting competency, level 682, 91%. Stronger Healing Advancement. Afterglow Advancement. Instant Gratification Advancement. Ready to Go Advancement. Defensive Spellcasting competency, level 695, 42%. Even Harder Protection Advancement. Extended Protection Advancement. Double Team Advancement. Natural Regeneration competency, level 11. 18%. Goes both ways. Advancement, Mana, Management, Competency, NA. Achievements: Monster Hunter 1, WF. Monster Hunter 2, WF. Monster Hunter 3, WF. Monster Hunter 4, WF. Monster Hunter 5, WF. No Fear 1, WF. No Fear 2, WF. No Fear 3, WF. No Fear 4, WF. No Fear 5, WF. No Fear 6, WF. 1 Foot in the Grave, WF. Party Savior, WF. Dungeon Delver 1, WF. Dungeon Delver 2, WF. Dungeon Delver 3, WF. Dungeon Slayer, WF. Quester 1, WF. Quester 2, WF. Quester 3, WF. Quester 4, WF. Special Agent 1, WF. Special Killer 1, WF. Special Killer 2, WF. Special Assassin 1, WF. Class Act 1, WF. I Don't Play Well with Others, WF. Dungeon Addict 1, WF. Dungeon Addict 2, WF. Dungeon Addict 3, WF. Big Game Hunter 1, WF. Big Game Hunter 2, WF. Big Game Hunter 3, WF. Dungeon Expert, WF. The Dead Should Stay Dead, WF. Stay there, I've got this, WF. Bonus traits: Natural Regeneration, Competency, from 1 Foot in the Grave, plus 10%. Permanent casting time decrease for all support-based spells, from Party Savior. As a party leader, you can choose to delve through any difficulty of any dungeon without having to complete them in order, from Dungeon Slayer. When inside a dungeon while solo, you receive plus 5 to Physicality, Celerity, and Mentality, as well as plus 10 to Fortuity, from I Don't Play Well with Others. 33.3% chance to double cast support spells from Life Warden. 33. 3% chance to reflect 5% of prevented damage from defensive spells from Life Warden. When fighting solo, all your stats are increased by +5 from Monster Hunter 5. When facing a monster 10 levels or more above your own, receive a +5 increase to physicality, celerity, and mentality from Big Game Hunter 3. When inside of a dungeon, you receive a 25% increase to all stats from Dungeon Delver 3. While inside of a dungeon, you receive an increase of +10 to Fortuity from Dungeon Expert. You can choose to alter your name tag to a different name and/or level. Stay there. I've got this. With his character report showing his new name and level, he took a deep breath before climbing down from the tree he was in, after looking for any monsters, of course, and it wasn't long before he was back on the road, heading toward the town of Hyundar. He kept an eye out behind him as he jogged off and on for the next few hours, passing relatively quickly through the relatively pleasing landscape. It was about midday when he finally started spotting a multitude of monsters that he recognized as being similar to the ones around Ashcleft, including grass wolves, emu strikers, and venomous snakes. It was when he saw that last monster that he jogged around a stand of trees near the road to see a very familiar-looking walled town ahead of him. It was familiar only in the fact that it looked almost identical to Ashcleft as far as its size and shape. The landscape around it was different, as it was all grass and trees rather than fields, which changed the low-level monsters nearby, but it was otherwise so similar that he thought that Ashcleft had somehow been transported there. As if making his way around the trees blocking the town's wall from him also opened him up to the world once again, he saw other people for the first time since escaping the contenders that tried to kill him. Only now did he realize how empty the road had been, as no one had been traveling along it in either direction, which he thought was strange. Regardless, he was seeing people now, and each and every one of them were contenders. There weren't a ton of them, only about 15 or so, and all but a pair of very nervous-looking level 1s grouped together were traveling away from the direction he was coming from, heading off to places he wasn't sure of. They ranged in level from 6 to 10, which made him feel even better at his own level choice, as it appeared to be right in the middle. Other than a few curious glances his way from the departing parties of contenders, none of them paid him much attention. After a brief hesitation in his step, after initially seeing all the people after his experiences in Ashcleft, he did his best to stride confidently toward the town, as he was just another traveler. As he got closer to the walls, he saw a town guard atop them look at him briefly before his gaze moved on, and he let out a breath he didn't know he was holding. He wasn't sure if he expected the guard to have some sort of ability to see through his name and level change, but in the end it didn't matter. He wasn't even sure why he was worried about one of the locals recognizing him, because they weren't contenders. He was so caught up in relief as he continued walking toward the open gates that he was startled by a scream to his left. As he stopped and recovered from the shock of the scream, he instinctively covered himself with both of his defensive fields before looking to see the source of the scream. One of the level 1 contenders he had seen before was on the ground, bleeding profusely from multiple wounds along his arms and his face, the sword in his hand having tumbled away. Next to him was the second level 1, and she turned around to flee from what looked like a 3-foot-tall tumbleweed.
Thorny bush, minimal. Level 1. The woman, who looked like she could be a mage of some sort, fled in terror, leaving her party member behind bleeding out on the ground. Théoden quickly stepped in front of her, even as he cast major mass healing and major regeneration on the fallen fighter, forcing her to scream and fling herself to the side, tripping over her own feet to avoid hitting him. "Help your partner. I've healed him, but he's going to need your assistance to kill that monster," Théoden told her, helping her up. She babbled in her panic, saying something along the lines of, "I can't do it. It's going to kill me." And he realized what was going on. These two were likely some of the broken, similar to the ones he'd helped at the coalition in Ashcliffe. The notification the day before was likely some sort of wake-up call for them, and they somehow made the decision to at least try and level up. Unfortunately for them, there probably weren't any other contenders their level, and all the other parties were already full. Putting his hands on her head only caused Miranda, the frightened mage in front of him, to scream louder. But he quickly cast and recast Major Cure Mental Affliction on her dozens of times in the span of a few seconds. Meanwhile, out of the corner of his eye, he saw that Devon, the fighter, had gotten to his feet and was looking at his healed wounds in wonder. But he was quickly struck by some painful-looking branches full of thorns as the thorny bush caught him unawares. Thankfully for him, Théoden's afterglow advancement was active and was still healing him at 1% of his max health every 5 seconds for 60 seconds. And added to regeneration, there was no real danger of him dying anytime soon. Unless he didn't fight back, and his partner didn't help, of course.
Turning his attention back to Miranda, he stopped casting the Cure Mental Affliction spell as she seemed to have calmed down and was staring at Théoden with a confused expression on her face. He gently turned her around and pointed at Devon, who tried to run from the thorny bush but tripped and fell over his sword, leaving him wide open for additional attacks. She finally seemed to get it as she started to hesitantly move toward her party member, but Théoden wasn't going to stick around too much longer. He wasn't here to play White Knight and save everyone, but he didn't mind helping when he could to ensure that people didn't die needlessly, especially when he could see these broken contenders at least trying. From his position, he found that his Major Cure Mental Affliction could reach the fighter being whipped by thorny branches, so he spammed a few dozen of the spell at him, seeing him gradually calm down from the absolute panic that had gripped him. Once he saw that happening, Théoden turned around and left, not wanting to stick around to answer any questions or receive any thanks from these contenders. He'd helped to prevent them from dying and hopefully removed the majority of the sickness that had invaded their mental states. He didn't want to be caught up in helping them further than that, or being sucked into joining a party with them. He wasn't heartless, which was why he helped them in the first place, but he was already determined to pick up supplies for his journey and then leave as soon as possible. As much as he'd like to stick around and stay at either an inn or at the Adventurer Coalition building there, he was still too close to Ashcleft for his peace of mind. Without a look back, he strode through the gates of Hundar, completely oblivious to the fact that the two contenders he had just saved were staring at him in awe. Chapter 3. If he had been expecting something different from Ashcleft, he would have been sorely disappointed. As it was, given how similar the walls looked from the outside, he wasn't surprised to find that the town of Hundar was almost a carbon copy of the town he'd just left. Upon closer inspection, he began picking out some differences, but they were almost all cosmetic in appearance. Otherwise, as he walked inside, the buildings were in the exact same places. Actual shops were in different places, however, and their names were different. The local people weren't the same, of course. At least, he thought not. He didn't recognize any of the names, not that he had memorized any but a few that he visited multiple times while he was in Ashcleft, and none of the Chari he saw were the ones he recognized. I realize it's a bit racist of me, but they all look similar enough that if they didn't have names above their heads, I wouldn't be able to tell them apart. One benefit of it being so familiar-seeming was that he felt more confident simply walking in and heading straight for some of the food merchants selling food along the streets without hesitation. The first thing he needed was to replenish his food stores in his inventory, as he didn't quite have as much stored away as he'd have liked. He could only blame the fact that he'd had to leave without a lot of preparation, but now it was time to fix that. "Welcome! I bet a young contender like you could use something delicious to bring along on your journeys out there killing monsters, am I right?" The friendly tone of the Chari merchant selling meat pies was so odd that Thaden froze for a few seconds without responding. Ever since he'd arrived in Ashcleft, many of the Chari had treated him, if not like crap, then as somehow lesser than them, because he was thought not to be a contender. It was that attitude that led to him not feeling all that welcome the entire time he was there. But now he immediately felt like he was being valued and respected. But the memory of how he was treated was still fresh on his mind, and he couldn't help but think of the duplicitous nature of the locals and how they seemed to fawn over the contenders. From what he understood, they had been brought to the world of Tarth to prepare for the arrival of the earthen contenders, but he never did find out exactly why they were chosen to do so. What did they get out of it? Do they actually respect the contenders, or are they faking it? He didn't know, but he wasn't going to complain if they treated him better. Even though it was a veneer that they pasted over themselves when talking to contenders, he figured he would do his best to treat it as real. There was no reason to call them out on it, after all, as it would only make them suspicious and unfriendly. As soon as his shock had worn off, Thaden smiled back at the merchant and said, "Yes, that sounds lovely. How much per pie?" "For you, my friend, they're only 8 copper apiece. Shall I package 1 or 2 up for you?" 8 copper? This same meat pie cost me around 45 copper in Ashcleft, if they'd even sell to me. Looking at the 50 or so pies that smelled mouth-wateringly fresh, he waved at the whole bunch and said, "I'll take them all." Them all? Are you sure?" He removed 5 silver coins from his inventory and placed them down in front of the merchant. "Absolutely. Will this cover them?" "Yes, it will. Let me get you the change and—" "Don't worry about the change. Keep it." The Chari didn't argue, and Thaden quickly stored all of the pies in his inventory, counting 51 when all was said and done. He was slightly hungry since he'd eaten hours ago, but decided to wait to eat until he was on the road again. Thanking the food merchant, he quickly found a tailor and entered the store, intent to finish the rest of his shopping and leave as soon as possible. Thankfully, the tailor had some good quality, lighter-colored clothing ready for purchase that he immediately snatched up, giving him another half-dozen outfits that he could alternate wearing on his journey. After that, he visited a general store and bought some sleeping rolls, a tent, enough rope to tie up a giant, a few lanterns and fire starters, and anything else that was recommended that might be good for a lengthy amount of time traveling across the land. "Going on a long trip?" the Chari working at the general store asked. Thaden was tongue-tied for a moment before he managed to get something out. Yes." "At your level? Are you sure that's a good idea?" As he was being asked the question, Thaden was already coming up with a plausible explanation. He wasn't sure how plausible it actually was, but he figured if he was going to come up with a story, using it with a non-contender that he would probably never see again was a good way to practice. "Probably not, but I'm confident enough in my abilities to stay alive," he replied with a shrug. "I'm searching for a friend that I met during training. Yeah, training. I'm sure she's out there somewhere, and we really hit it off, so I want to find her." "Ah, yes, I understand. I guess that love causes even contenders to make stupidly dangerous decisions sometimes." He smiled, as if to take the sting out of his words. "I hope you find her, but try not to take any chances with your life. I'd normally suggest that you wait until your level is a little higher, but I doubt anything I said would change your mind." Thaden shook his head, adding an uncomfortable smile of his own. "No, probably not. Thank you for your help." "Not a problem, contender. Just stay alive. We're going to need your help in the future, after all." Nodding, the life warden hurriedly left the store, thinking about his story and how plausible it was. The Chari didn't seem as if there was anything amiss with it, so he could only assume that it might be common enough that it didn't seem out of place. Then again, the man might have just been polite. but he didn't think so. Regardless, after he finished picking up the last of the supplies he thought he would need, he started for the gate leading out from the town, only to nearly run into a group of laughing contenders that were walking the opposite direction up the street. "Whoa! Sorry about that, Christopher," the older man said as Thaden quickly jumped back to avoid a collision. Michael. Human, level 9. Michael appeared to be around age 35 or so, though with how additional levels tended to make people appear younger over time, he could have been older. He was at the head of a party of 3 others, and a quick glance at them indicated that they were the standard spread of fighter, mage, scout, and control, at least based on their armor and weaponry. Michael seemed to be the scout, based on the bow he had around his shoulder, so Thaden could only assume he was an archer of some sort. It took Thaden a moment to realize that Michael was talking to him, because he wasn't used to being called Christopher. But he quickly shook his head as he responded. "Not a problem. I wasn't looking at where I was going, so really, it's my fault. Let me just get out of your way." "I haven't seen you around here before." The archer interrupted him, not moving as he stared at the life warden. "You move quickly enough to be a scout." Sure. I've only recently arrived, but was just about to leave," Thaden admitted. "Where are you from? You're the first contender we've seen from elsewhere." He was just about to say Ashcleft, but he stopped himself just in time. If anyone came looking for him, then it wouldn't be too much trouble putting 2 and 2 together. Rubbing the back of his neck as he was suddenly nervous about all the questions, he answered, Well, it's a bit of a trek to, New Fork, which is where I arrived a little over a week ago." He had blanked for a moment when thinking of the name, and the only thing that came to his head was the city of New York. New Fork? Where is that exactly? I don't remember seeing it on any maps at the Coalition. It's, well, to the south? I'm actually not too great at maps and directions, so I can't tell you for certain. South, huh? Well, the maps here are practically worthless in my opinion, so I guess it's possible. Why are you here, though? Shouldn't you be with a party back in New Fork? Slightly more confident, since it seemed as though Michael had bought his explanation of his origins, he went on to explain the same thing he had told the general store merchant. The archer shook his head and sighed at his admission that he was looking for a woman he had hit it off with, though he saw that the mage of Michael's party, Lacey, was smiling at him. How romantic. Just don't get yourself killed over love, Christopher. You're better off waiting until you level up a little more, even if you manage to get this far on your own. That was the second time he'd been given that advice, which made him wonder how dangerous it really was out there. True, he'd seen some of those boars which were above his foe level, but he hadn't really seen much else that looked to be much of a threat. Yes, well, I'll keep that in mind. Thank you. How are you expecting to cross? Michael began to ask, seemingly not done with his questions, but one of his other party members shook his shoulder. Enough. Let the kid be. You promised me a drink after we were done, if you remember. The archer snapped his mouth shut and nodded. So I did. Fine, let's go, he said to his party before turning back to Thaden. Good luck out there, Christopher. You're going to need it. Thaden let out a relieved breath as soon as they walked away, and he hurried toward the town gates, on the lookout for any returning contenders. While he saw a few more, as it was already late in the afternoon by this point, he took care to avoid them for the most part, as he didn't relish another confrontation. This close to Ashcleft, he was still paranoid of sticking around too long, and any unnecessary delays would only make his paranoia skyrocket. In another couple of minutes, he was out the gate opposite of where he had entered, heading toward what he thought was the northeast by this point. He passed through more grassland almost identical to what he'd traveled through getting to Hyundar. All the while he went over the interactions he had with the people in the town. He still wasn't as comfortable adopting a new persona and essentially lying about everything as he'd liked,
but the experience he obtained was nevertheless beneficial. He now had a relatively plausible story to tell those wondering about his reason for traveling, and while he was obviously too low of a level to travel, there was no restriction against it, apparently. But what he'd really learned was that no matter what town he went to, he was going to be the odd one out, as all the contenders in those towns knew each other, if not personally, then by at least sight. Moving far enough away from the town or city you started in wasn't at all common, and just being a new face was enough to call attention to himself. His paranoia reared its head again as he realized that if he stopped by each and every town he encountered along the way, it would be easy enough for someone to track his movements, even if he was going by a different name and level now. All it would take was a simple question about any strangers passing through town, and he would be traced so easily that even Chad could do it. What he needed was some place where he wouldn't be noted immediately upon entering. Either that, or he needed to move so far away that it hopefully wouldn't matter if anyone was trying to track him down. Or am I going too far with this? Are they really going to follow me from Ashcleft? Will they do everything they can to find me? Why? Just so that they can kill me? Is it really that important? He wasn't sure. With how many of the contenders in Ashcleft acted, especially their bloodthirsty manners, he was inclined to think so. But logically, it made no sense for them to stunt their own development just to chase him down. Until he knew either way, he wasn't going to take any chances. With that in mind, he decided to err on the side of caution and avoid towns from that point on. He wasn't looking forward to camping out in the open every single night and already missed his bed back at the Coalition, but he thought it was a small price to pay for his own peace of mind. But that would only last until he found somewhere with a lot of people that would allow him to blend in better. Like a city, for instance. He knew they existed, at least according to the rankings, and he could only assume that they had thousands of contenders rather than just a few hundred, meaning that it was less likely that the other contenders would know everyone on site. If he was able to integrate himself into a city like that, then he would be better able to establish his persona better, throwing off all suspicion that he was the person at the top of many of the rankings. Then, and only then, would he be able to contemplate his next steps. It was only a few hours before he was forced to camp as darkness fell, and unfortunately he didn't see any climbable trees anywhere near him. As a result, he set up a tent in a hollow along the landscape, about a half-mile from the road, and bedded down in his semi-comfortable bedroll that he'd just bought from Hyundar. He ended up waking up a few times during the night when loud rustling, heavy footsteps, and low growls could be heard outside of his tent. But after a quick look outside, he went back to sleep shortly thereafter. A bunch of level 14 meadow bears were scary-looking, since they weighed at least a ton and stood 6 feet tall at the shoulder, but they completely ignored his presence, just like every other low-level monster that he'd seen thus far. Similar to the blade tusk boars of the night before, it was almost comforting having them around, as it would make most any other contenders looking for him have to roam through their territory to get to him. Over the next 2 weeks, he followed a routine of waking up, eating a meat pie from his inventory, jogging along the road until he saw another town, giving it a wide berth as he avoided it and any other contenders he saw, and then resuming his jog down the road once he was past it. The whole time, the strongest monster he saw anywhere near the road was level 15, which was a large root snake that was partially camouflaged among the roots of a large tree, and everything else simply ignored him as if he wasn't there. He encountered 2 forks in the road along the way, each of them with signposts that indicated where he was going, but he didn't recognize any of the names, of course. Therefore, each time he took what appeared to be the most traveled and most upkept-looking road, as he hoped that meant he was getting close to a large city, or at least a large enough town that he might be able to incorporate himself without sticking out too much. The environment didn't change much over the weeks he journeyed. With alternating grasslands and small forests for most of it, though that changed on the 15th day after he passed what he thought was the 10th town in a row since he left Hyundar. As he broke through the forest that surrounded the town like a pre-planned border, he was shocked to see in the distance a massive man-made, or at least Chari-made, structure, seemingly carved right out of the side of a mountain that rivaled the one he had fallen down shortly after his arrival. It only took a few seconds for him to realize the structure was a giant fortification that spanned for miles along the mountain, with walls that were at least twice as high as the ones that protected the towns he'd passed along the way. An enormous military-style castle was located at the top rear of the fortification, with turrets, murder holes, and what he thought might be some sort of siege weaponry installed along its walls. And there were thousands of buildings and openings leading inside the mountain that could be seen in addition to everything else. It was actually so large that it took him another day to arrive close enough to make out even more details, one of which made him instantly happy. There were tens of thousands of people inside the city, perhaps even hundreds of thousands if the entryways into the mountain contained any sort of living spaces. Even better, as he passed dozens of contenders leaving out of and arriving at one of 5 different gates that led into the massive stone city built into the side of the mountain, not a single one so much as glanced at him for more than a split second. To them, he was just one of countless contenders that seemed to be stationed in the city of wherever this was. Perfect. That's exactly what I needed. Chapter 4. The closer he came to the walls of the enormous city in the mountain, the larger it seemed to grow in his sight. Walking up to its walls, he felt absolutely dwarfed by its sheer magnificence, to the point where it almost put off a physical pressure that bore down on him until he learned to ignore it. That didn't deter from the grand scale that it held in his view, of course, because it was, frankly, as impressive of a structure as he'd ever seen before. With most of it carved out of rock, it was like looking at Mount Rushmore times 10,000, though it didn't have nearly the same sort of detail as the monument back home. Instead, the lines of the walls, buildings, and even the military castle toward the back were mostly straight, uniform lines with very little variation. In the end, it didn't matter that it looked like something that would have fit right in with a certain kids' mining and crafting game that he'd played back on Earth. It was just that monumental of a construction project that its final appearance wasn't a factor in the awe he felt when he stood near it. He felt himself looking at it with such wonder, he started to slow down to stare at it gape-mouthed. As soon as he realized this, he shook himself a little to avoid it happening anymore. While he didn't think anyone had seen him, he didn't want to take a chance that people would notice that he was like a country bumpkin that was visiting the big city for the first time, as that would surely make him stand out more just as much as shouting, "I'm new here!" Fortunately, he was just one of many people walking toward the city, as there were hundreds or perhaps thousands of people everywhere in front of the city walls. He saw Chari merchants with long caravans of goods going in and out of the gates, farmers who were harvesting a few of the fields of what he guessed was the eastern part of the plains leading up to the mountain, and a bunch of others that were walking around without any purpose that he saw. It was only when he was close enough that he saw that they were actually city guards, though what they were doing outside of the city was a mystery to him. But those Chari were only a portion of those outside the walls. Hundreds of contenders could be seen moving in and out of the city in parties, pairs, or even solo, running in nearly every direction except for directly north and south, where Thaden was coming from. He saw some scattered low-level monsters about a half-mile from the city walls, but there were only a handful of contenders killing them. Unlike what he'd seen at Hyundar, they weren't level 1 or even level 2, but were anywhere between levels 4 and 6. He figured that they were doing what Thaden had for the Adventurer Coalition, which was essentially farming either kills for quests or materials from the monster corpses. Doing so would probably provide them with a little spending money, as well as potentially some rank progress,
though it definitely wouldn't be much with the level 1 or level 2 monsters they were eradicating. As for the rest of the contenders he saw, Faden could only assume they were heading off to complete other quests, or possibly to delve through some dungeons. While he couldn't see the levels of all of them he witnessed passing by, as there were either too many or they were too far away to see clearly, he saw that many of them were fairly high level, with some being level 14 or 15. The higher levels he saw was exactly why he had gradually increased his own displayed level to 12, which wasn't too high, but it also wasn't low enough to really stand out.
It had been a couple of weeks since the rankings had come out, and while they weren't updated, he wouldn't be surprised if there were some people out there that were nearly level 20 or higher. He wasn't exactly sure how difficult earning pick was after a certain point, as his own experience was a bit of an outlier, but from what he'd inferred from overheard conversations in Ashcliffe, he understood that after level 10 it was a bit more difficult. Despite that difficulty, it seemed as if very few people were slacking off. His level of 45, which at first seemed abnormally high compared to everyone else, wasn't looking as impressive. He didn't really care all that much about how impressive it looked, though he still wanted to keep his place at the top if he could. Coming to this city was just the next step in that process, as his goal was to blend in with all the other contenders, learn more information about the area and the world, and then see what he could do to finally advance his level some more. But first, he had to get into the city. A quick look at the different gates leading into the city was all he needed to determine that the easternmost gate had a line containing large wagon trains and was likely designed for merchants and the like entering the city, while the westernmost gate seemed to be the same but for those exiting. He supposed that made sense in the logistics sense, because then the city wouldn't have to worry about two flows of traffic going through one gate, even if it meant there were miles of distance between the two gates. As for the other gates, the centermost gate seemed to be for departures only, as he didn't see anyone going inside from that location, while the other two had lines of people waiting to get in.
Thankfully, they seemed to move fairly quickly, and one didn't seem any different from the other. But he picked the one that was more toward the east because it appeared to have more contenders waiting in line. That, and it was closer to where he was already walking by about a half-mile, so the choice was fairly easy. Nervously getting in line that spanned at least 200 people or more, he wound up behind a group of contenders that were all level 14, appeared to be exhausted from whatever they had been doing, and had clothing and armor that was cut up and bloody. He wasn't sure if it was all theirs, however, as the fighter-class individual almost appeared to have waded through a knee-high pool of blood with how much was splattered over his metal-plated leather pants. Best of all, they barely even glanced back at him and didn't seem in any mood to talk. While he probably needed some more social interaction after traveling alone for weeks, especially as he was trying to be more personable toward other contenders to blend in better, he didn't think striking up a conversation with these people would be prudent. The fact that the party didn't even talk amongst themselves was an indication that they weren't in the mood, and as he counted them, he realized that there were only 4 of them, and one of them appeared to be a support class. If that was the case, then it was possible that they were missing one of their number. It didn't take a genius to deduce the possibility that the missing party member had died. This was a dangerous world, after all. If that was the case, a friendly chat wouldn't necessarily be the first thing on their minds. "I'm telling you, these humans eat so much more than I expected," said a soft voice from behind him. It was pitched low, not to carry, but Thaden was close enough to hear it. He'd been around enough Chari to recognize the particular cadence to their speech, so he didn't bother to turn around to check if he was correct. "We've had to double the output from the Gordon farms nearby to keep up with the demand." "Seriously? I thought the city had planned much better than that. Forgestone was supposed to be the shining example of excellence for this whole region." This came from another hushed voice near the first one. "They were, and had been, but the development of the new contenders has been unprecedentedly quick," the first replied. "So?" The tone changed to one that was laced with exasperation. So as they level up, they are starting to travel from their starting towns. And where do you think they're going? Forgestone, of course. It's like they're all congregating toward the largest areas of population, as if being all bunched up with each other will help them. Don't they know that it'll just increase competition for quests and dungeons? Probably, but it's also a better place to find just about anything they might be looking for. I'm sure they'll eventually understand that sticking around cities won't be as beneficial for their development as it could be, but there's no way I'm going to be telling them that. Listening in to their conversation as they began to talk more about inventory levels, food stores, and other tidbits of information that weren't quite as useful to him, Thaden latched on to what he'd overheard at first. It seemed as if he wasn't the only contender that had been traveling, though he had probably traveled the furthest. He also gained the knowledge of the city's name, which seemed to be Forgestone, as well as the name of a town nearby. It was valuable information to have, especially if he wanted to seem like he knew what he was doing, which, of course, he didn't.
But the conversation also served another purpose, which was to pass the time while the line inched forward. While it only took about 10 minutes to get up to the front, it felt like no time at all before he saw the group ahead speaking to a city guard near the gate. Gradi, city guard. Churi level 85. Wow, that's the highest level I've seen. Even higher than the boss of the maximal difficulty Mausoleum of Despair. Was your expedition outside the city successful? The Churi guard asked, his tone bored but professional. Yes and no. We lost Daniel. The same blood-covered fighter class he'd looked at earlier answered hesitatingly, and Thaden's suspicions were confirmed. He was glad that he hadn't tried to speak with them. I'm very sorry to hear that. The guard sounded somewhat sincere, though the life warden had a feeling that he'd heard something similar at least a few times every day. Be sure to inform the Adventurer Coalition of his passing. For now, please display your badges and thank you, he said as he waved his hand over the party's badges stuck to their fronts. Again, my condolences for your loss. The guard bowed his head shortly and then dismissed the group, who were already moving into the city. Next! Thaden stepped up and removed his badge from his inventory, where he'd been keeping it lately, before sticking it to his shirt. If the guard saw this, he didn't say anything. Instead, he asked, New arrival? Or are you returning? Having seen Gradi wave his hand at the badges belonging to the party ahead of him, he hesitated on trying to pass himself off as being from the city. Encouraged by what he'd overheard from the Churi behind him, he said, new arrival. Another one, huh? We're going to crack our walls with how many new contenders are arriving, the guard started to say with exasperation, before his eyes fell on Thaden's badge. He immediately clapped his mouth shut and cleared his throat before straightening his shoulders. I apologize for my words, sir. You may go on in, he said abruptly after a quick wave of his hand over the confused life warden's badge. If you're new here, there are 5 separate Adventurer Coalition locations inside of Fortstone, which are all easily found by following the signs. Have a wonderful day. Huh? What was all that about? His feet carried him through the gate almost without his own volition as he left the city guard behind. Before he looked down at his badge, the change that came over the Chari had happened as soon as he actually looked at it, and seeing the shiny bronze metal of it made him realize what it might be. Of all the other contenders he'd seen and largely avoided, only a few of them had a copper-colored badge, which was 2 rankings below his own. Most of them were wood or leather ranked, and with his own bronze-ranked badge, it stood out quite a bit. Quickly taking it off and stashing it back into his inventory, he realized that having such a ranking would look extremely out of place on a level 12 support class contender. It was almost as bad as walking around with his real level on display. What was even worse was that he had enough rank progress to reach silver rank at least,
but he hadn't been able to get that rank change accomplished by the coalition leader back in Ashcleft. He was planning on getting that done when he got to the city, but now he was beginning to think twice. No, I'm going to do it. I earned that rank progress, so it's about time I get rewarded for it. I'll just make sure to keep it out of sight as much as possible. It probably wasn't the smartest idea, but if he wanted to be able to take on any silver-ranked quests in the coalition, then it was necessary.
From his experience at the Ashcleft branch, which only had up to bronze-ranked quests, he would likely need at least bronze-ranked or silver-ranked quests to make it worthwhile for him to complete them. Besides, keeping his badge out of sight was easy enough, as he'd seen many other contenders keeping theirs safe in their inventories. The only time he saw them displayed back in Ashcleft was when someone managed to increase their rank up to leather and they wanted to brag a little, but it disappeared quickly into their inventory when they left town. Shaking his head at the bizarre nature of the city guard, he looked around the city for the first time, and wasn't exactly in awe of what he saw. That was mainly because in front of him was a huge stone building that blocked most of his view, but it also contained a large sign that had a multitude of different destinations listed on it, with arrows pointing the way that he needed to go to reach them. It was so completely unlike the towns he'd been in that it felt like he was visiting a foreign country. Only when he saw the Adventurer Coalition destination and followed the arrow around the building did he get a better understanding of just why the sign was so important. The city was huge. Seeing it from the outside was one thing, but actually being inside the carved stone metropolis was something else entirely. The gate he'd entered was on a slight rise in the flat ground, which meant that he was able to look out over the city as it receded into the shadow of the mountain. And there were so many buildings that there was no way for him to count them all. With it having been a long time since he'd had to navigate his way through such a large city without access to the GPS on his phone, he realized that without the sign, and even more signs he noted scattered throughout the streets, someone unfamiliar with the city would become immediately lost. And with the contenders arriving a few weeks ago, all of whom were new to not only the city but the world, such directional information was vital to getting them where they needed to go without wandering around for hours. Regardless of the reason behind the signs, he didn't hesitate to follow them to his destination. Along the way, he stopped by a few food carts and filled his dwindling stores of sustenance, as well as stuffing his face with delicious different foods that weren't meat pies. They had been good, but that was all he'd had over the last few weeks, and he was more than ready for something else. Now he had some mystery meat skewers, a dozen loaves of bread, jars of butter, and a few steaming hot bowls of stew that would be good while he was on the road. He stopped after buying the last, as he realized that if he managed to hide in Fordstone, then he hopefully wouldn't be on the road all that much. At least, he hoped not. But he still saw the acquisitions as beneficial, even if they cost him about 50% more than they had in Hyundar. The overheard conversation about humans eating more than expected came to mind, so he figured the difference was a simple matter of supply and demand. Eventually, after walking for what felt like at least an hour, he followed the signs toward a much larger stone building than the others he'd passed by. It was actually so large that it reminded him of a mall back home, with different wings and protrusions, all fairly uniform and box-shaped, that could have been anchor stores. There were no other doors that he could see around the sides, only a central one that had hundreds of contenders going in and coming out, all of them occupied with their own business to the point where not a single one was even looking at him as he slowly approached. The flow of traffic moved quickly enough that he didn't have to wait in line to get through the massive stone doors that appeared as if they were perpetually propped open, and just like the rest of the city, they were of such a grand size that he felt like a mouse going through a wall. He caught his breath as he walked inside, and was nearly bowled over from behind as he stopped and stared. But he managed to move out of the way,
and out of the constant flow of people. Compared to the Adventurer Coalition building in Ashcleft, the entryway into the one in Forgestone was like a posh, swanky Las Vegas hotel on the Strip, as the high ceilings with delicate-looking sculptures hanging from them and the polished stone floors indicated. But it was also clear from the wooden desks lined up around the ovoid-shaped room that they had taken the inspiration from a Vegas hotel lobby. Magical lights lit up everything, and there was enough illumination for him to see everything in the fully enclosed stone building, which was filled with thousands of contenders. Some were moving off into what appeared to be different wings, which you could only assume were rooms for them to stay, while the majority of them were split between the central lobby and an adjoining room that looked like some sort of restaurant mixed with a nightclub, as the lighting was dimmer than the lobby, and the wave of laughing, conversation, and the clink of glasses flowed out in a wave. What the heck is all this? It was a bit overwhelming, to say the least, but as he looked around a bit further, some familiar things brought him back to some measure of normalcy. The desks around the perimeter of the room were similar to the ones in Ashcleft, and he saw the strange, alien-like class representatives standing patiently behind a few of them. Hundreds of contenders were lined up in front of all but the representative desks, as none of the people were a high enough level yet to evolve their class, evidently. The biggest difference in the people that Thaden saw, however, was that he didn't see any of the listless, vacant-stared contenders that were prevalent in the Ashcleft Coalition lobby. He idly thought that, while he was there, he might surreptitiously try and heal the minds of those that couldn't break out of their paralyzing fear of the situation. But then he remembered the state of those that he'd seen back in Ashcleft. They weren't even cognizant enough to feed themselves properly. So either the ones here had already broken themselves out of their depressive fugue states, or they had starved to death. It was disappointing to realize what had likely happened to them, but there wasn't much he could do about it now. Moving on from that thought, what caught most of his attention was the quest board, which was plastered against one whole wall. A quick estimation put it at the equivalent size of 10 to 12 of the quest boards he was familiar with. And almost as soon as one quest was taken down by the adventurers arrayed in front of it, a Chari would put up another one to take its place. There was a veritable army of coalition workers operating behind the scenes of this chaotic building, moving with a speed and rushed expectation that was almost scary to witness. I don't think I'll have too much problem blending in here. There's too much going on for anyone to even notice me. Just as Thaden was about to step closer to the desks to see where he might be able to start establishing himself in this particular coalition branch, he heard a voice coming from behind him. "Hello, Christopher. How may I help you today?" Chapter 5. Huh? Before Thaden even turned around, he could tell that this wasn't some other contender speaking to him, but a Chari. When he finally did look behind him, he saw that it wasn't just any coalition worker like the ones behind the counters, but someone a bit more important based on their attire. In fact, the woman was dressed up even more fancily than Boydlin, the Ashcleft Adventurer Coalition leader. Veronia, Forgestone Adventurer Coalition Vice Leader Chari, level 100. Thaden's eyes nearly popped out of his head when he saw Veronia's level of 100. And then he glanced down at the shiny diamond badge she was wearing proudly on her chest. Boydlin only had a gold badge, if I remember correctly. Huh? What? He blurted out, confused at why she was even talking to him. "I was asking if there was anything I could help you with," she said, with a slight chuckle behind her words. He stared at her for a second, before he asked, "Not to sound rude, but why me? Is it because I'm new to Forgestone?" He wasn't sure if that was the case, but he sure hoped it was, because if it was what he suddenly suspected, then this could suddenly go poorly. She chuckled again and shook her head. "No, but for the first contender at rank bronze," he immediately held up his hands and made a shushing gesture.
So far, he didn't see anyone listening in, but more than a few bored people waiting in lines were looking in his direction. Oh, that's very kind of you," he said quickly. "I'd actually appreciate it if we kept that on the down low, if you don't mind." Veronia tilted her head to the side as she looked at him with what appeared to be confusion. "But why would you want to hide your ranking? Look, is there any place we can speak privately?" he asked, cutting her off before she could say anything else.
More and more contenders were looking in their direction and were whispering to each other, and things were starting to get out of hand. He had wanted to fly under the radar here and blend in, but that plan was already starting to fail. "Absolutely," she answered with a smile, and then she waved her hand. There was an odd zapping sensation that flowed through his body so quickly that he didn't have a chance to react. And by the time he realized what was happening, he looked around to find himself in a completely different room. He stumbled slightly at the abrupt change, even as he realized that the hubbub of the adventurer crowd was completely gone, as if it didn't even exist. And he saw Veronia standing with the same smile on her face behind a desk that wouldn't look out of place in a CEO's office. In fact, as he looked closer at where he apparently now was, that was exactly what it appeared to be. A very expensively decorated office that was just shy of being modern, Earth-based in design. What did you do?" he spluttered, words failing him as he tried to figure out what was going on. "Simple short-range teleportation, Christopher. You said you wanted somewhere to speak privately, so I brought you to my office." He was silent as he processed what she said. At first, he wanted to dismiss that something like teleportation wasn't possible. But then he remembered where he was. "I can bring people back from the dead, so why not something like this?" All right. Thank you, I guess." "So, is there anything I can do for the first bronze-ranked contender to visit us?" she asked again, her tone polite but insistent. He thought about it for a moment, before taking his badge out of his inventory. "First, how did you know?" "Know about your badge rank? You showed the guard at the gates, did you not?" He nodded. "And what? You somehow were able to recognize me?" Veronia chuckled again, a little more genuinely this time. "You obviously haven't been around that much, have you?" She didn't wait for him to answer before explaining what she meant. "All Adventurer Coalition badges are connected in our systems, and I was given an alert as soon as you arrived at the gate. It was easy enough to track down who you were as soon as you stepped through the entrance to my building." "I see." It was like his badge was his ID, and it had been scanned into a computer somewhere, which he figured was as close an analogy as he could get. It was all done magically, somehow, or so he assumed. But all that really mattered to him was that they knew who he was. "And do you know who I really am?" She tilted her head to the side again as she stared at him. "Of course. Your achievements are all recorded by the assimilation system, which is something that we have access to here. Of course, not just anyone can access that kind of information, but as the vice leader of the Adventurer Coalition here in Forgestone, it is something that I have the privilege of accessing. As a result, I'm well aware of how you visually changed your name and level from number 32599. He cut her off again before she could continue. "Yes. Then can you understand why I might want to keep my badge ranking a bit secret?" There was the head tilt once again. "No? Well, I don't exactly need the notoriety, especially since any of those contenders out there could theoretically kill me because I'm over level 21. He said with exasperation. "Ah, I guess that could be problematic." "Exactly. So is there any way you can put me back out there and not mention that I'm a bronze rank? Wait, before you do that, is there any way you can upgrade my badge rank?" For the first time, Veronia appeared surprised.
I guess she isn't privy to that detailed of information. You have enough rank progress to reach silver rank? She asked, skeptically.
She sounded just like Boydlin when she did that, though it was missing the dismissiveness that the Ash-Cleft Coalition leader possessed. I do. I haven't been able to upgrade it yet, but since you're here, he answered with a shrug at the end. All right, I have authority to do that. She beckoned him forward and sat down in her chair, gesturing for him to do the same. He did so and held out the badge in his hand while she covered it with her own hand, and the process began. Théoden felt it changing shape slightly in his hand, and it started to feel cool to his touch. And he watched the skepticism disappear in Veronia's face, to be replaced by shock and then go completely flat. By the time his badge finished upgrading to silver, her impassive face looked back at him before she ducked her head slightly in his direction. Congratulations, Christopher. Normally, we would have a celebration marking the rise of a new silver-ranked contender to the Coalition, but I'm assuming that you would rather avoid that kind of attention? She asked. Definitely. I have no desire for anyone to know about this yet. The Forgestone Coalition vice leader sighed and slumped in her chair. My bosses won't like that, but they'd like it even less if I were to go against your wishes. Your bosses? She waved away the question as she sat up, all businesslike again. Now, how may I help the first silver-ranked contender to this fair city? The abrupt change in demeanor gave him a little whiplash, but Théoden adjusted quickly. He was going to ask to be put back in the lobby where she had snatched him away, but thought better of it when he realized that this was the perfect opportunity to take advantage of his new rank. First, I need somewhere to stay while I'm here. Done. Bronze rank and above are guaranteed a room here at the Coalition. She answered immediately. The rate is relative to your ranking, of course, which just increased to 3 gold per week. I apologize for the surprise increase, but I can't bend the rules even for esteemed guests. That's perfectly fine, he responded, pulling out the 3 gold from his inventory and placing them on the desk in front of her. Secondly, do you have any maps of Tarth and the surrounding areas? I would love any information on dungeon locations, any knowledge about what kinds of monsters inhabit them, and what levels they are appropriate for. Lastly, I would love to be able to peruse the bronze and silver-ranked quests that are available without calling attention to myself in front of all of the other adventurers. Do you have a more, I guess, private way of seeing them? It was probably too much to ask, but he wouldn't know unless he tried. Absolutely to both of those requests. It's our job to provide that kind of information, so it's no trouble at all. I can have both sent to your room if you'd like. That would be perfect. Thank you. Again, it's no trouble. Would you like to see your room now? He couldn't think of anything else that he might need at the moment, so he said, sure. As soon as the word was out of his mouth, he felt the jolt go through his body again, and he felt himself standing up in a wide hallway that was nowhere near the office he had just been in. Here we are. This is the Silver Wing, which holds a dozen rooms specifically designated as accommodations for silver-ranked members of the Coalition. As you're the first to achieve that rank, you technically have the entire wing to yourself, though if you can confine yourself to just room S1, our cleaning staff would appreciate it. Veronia held out a key toward him, which seems to come out of nowhere. It took him a few seconds to adjust to the abrupt teleportation, but he accepted the key as he looked at the large stone door they were standing next to. It was intricately carved with various geometric designs that were tastefully done, and it had a depth to it that allowed the few shadows cast by the magical lights in the hallway to accentuate the carvings. There's a stairway leading to a rear exit down the hallway, she continued, indicating with her outstretched hand exactly where it was, which you can use to both enter and exit, as long as you have your key with you. You also theoretically can have your meals brought up to your room as a silver-ranked member, but you'll have to give us some time to set that up. We weren't exactly expecting anyone to reach silver rank for at least the next year, so if you'll forgive the delay. Don't worry about it. I will likely be out most of the time anyway, and I'll figure out my food situation. I honestly just needed some place where I could sleep safely. Speaking of that, how, safe is it here? You're concerned that someone will try and assassinate you in your room? At his nod, she quickly relieved his fears. No one can enter your room once you lock it, not even myself. The only one with access to any room within the city is the Forgestone Adventurer Coalition leader, though this is rarely, if ever, needed. I can check our extensive records for the last time this occurred if you'd like. No, that's not necessary. It's better than I could have hoped for, actually. Thank you. Again, I'm just doing my job. But you shouldn't be too concerned with being attacked here in Forgestone, as attacking other contenders is forbidden within city limits. The same goes with any town out there, as the guards will put a stop to it, with violence, if necessary.
Really? Then how come I was attacked back in Ashcleft? Well, I guess Virlo did eventually help me. Was that what he meant by the other contenders breaking the rules? It was good to know that he would likely get some help if he was attacked in the city. But it also wasn't immediate help. Just like being attacked back on Earth, it would take a while for the guards to respond. Is there anything else I can do for you? No? Then I'll make sure you have the information you requested here within an hour. In the meantime, Veronia hesitated for a second before she continued. I would suggest partaking of the bathing facilities in your room, she said as politely as she could. You can also leave any laundry outside your door that you would like washed, and I'll make sure someone comes by to pick it up. Thaden lifted his arm and smelled his armpit, immediately recoiling at the stench. Yeah, I think I'll do that. I apologize for the smell. I've been traveling without access to anything more than a stream here and there for weeks. Don't worry about it, Christopher. I've experienced much worse, believe me. With a final head bob that substituted for a bow, she disappeared before his eyes with a pop as air filled the displaced void she left behind. Thaden could only groan as he realized the same thing would have happened in the lobby in front of all the contenders. That's just great. Hopefully no one remembers who it was that disappeared with an important member of the coalition. He was tempted to change his name and level once again, but ultimately decided against it. If it turned out that people remembered the appearance and name of who it was that disappeared like that, then changing his name would only complicate matters. He would be really annoyed if he had to flee again. But he had to hope that this whole thing would blow over.
Inserting the key he was given into room S1, he opened the door to find that the room he was renting was definitely worth the 3 gold a week it cost him. It wasn't the most luxurious space he'd ever seen, especially compared to some of those TV shows based around showing off celebrity homes. But it was certainly the nicest room he'd ever been in. The bed alone appeared large enough to fit 6 people comfortably, and there were plush rugs that he didn't even want to walk over, considering his dirty state of dress. There were also not just 1, but 2 wardrobes and 3 chests of drawers, enough storage to fit all of the loot that was filling his inventory. He wasn't quite willing to transfer it all right now, but if he ended up staying there for a while, then it would be a good way to free up room if he needed it for more loot in the future. The bathroom was equally as luxurious, as it had not only a spacious bathtub, but a shower that he thought at least 20 people could fit into comfortably. All powered by magic, of course. He didn't hesitate to jump into the shower and clean himself fully for the first time in weeks, which was a delectable experience that felt better than just about anything he could think of, other than sleeping in an actual bed later that night. He changed into his cleanest outfit and was opening the door to leave his dirty clothing outside for laundry service when he was momentarily startled by a Chari woman who seemed poised to knock. She began to drop some of the maps she was ponderously carrying, along with a few books, at the abrupt door opening, but Thaden swiftly moved to intercept them before they could hit the ground when he saw that she was a coalition receptionist named Marty. "Ah, thank you, sir. You startled me," she said, juggling the rest of her load until nothing else seemed liable to fall. "Sorry about that. I didn't realize you were there."
Are these? Yes, this is the information you requested. Where would you like it? It was a large desk located along the wall, and he directed her to place them down there, doing the same with those he had rescued. She turned to leave, but instead looked at Thaden with confusion. If I may, sir, aren't you a little bit too low-leveled to be a Silver Badge member? She blurted out. I'm just that special, I guess. If you want more information, you can always ask Veronia. Marty immediately blanched as if he had slapped her. No, that's fine. None of my business anyway. Have a great day, sir. As she was walking out the door, she spotted his laundry in a pile. May I take this for you? You do laundry too? I do a little of everything here. Then yes, I would be very appreciative. Thank you. He pulled out a gold coin and flipped it toward her, and she caught it on reflex. This isn't necessary. Nonsense. You brought me the information I needed, and I wanted to show my appreciation. She swallowed and bowed deeply before grabbing the soiled clothes on the floor and departing. Thaden closed the door after her and locked it, and there was a very low hum that seems to encapsulate the entire room. Must be the protection against anyone coming in. He hadn't even noticed it earlier when he'd locked up, as he had been too astonished by the room itself to pay attention. But now that he was clean and his head felt clearer, it was obvious. After listening to the hum for about a minute, it started to fade into the background, and he turned his attention to the desk that held quite a few sources of knowledge that he was lacking. There was still more that he needed to learn, but for most of those he thought he'd have to talk to actual contenders. That could wait, however, because he had some planning to do.
Chapter 6. Waking the next morning, Thaden opened his eyes and looked at the stone ceiling above him, before stretching his arms out in a big yawn. His room didn't have any windows, but he assumed that the magical lights inside gradually got brighter as the day started. They were already quite bright, meaning that he had slept in for a few hours, but that didn't matter too much to him. He thought that he deserved it after everything he'd gone through. Well, that, and the fact that he had stayed up fairly late, poring over everything that Veronia provided him. He now had a better idea of how large the world of Tarth really was, and it wasn't surprising that it was rather large. He wasn't an expert on geographical distances, but he didn't think it was nearly as big as the entire Earth, but he thought that it might be around the size of the continents of North and South America combined. There also wasn't a lot of detailed information regarding areas more than a few hundred miles away from the region that included the city of Forgestone, as it seemed as though that kind of knowledge was something that needed to be discovered by the contenders. What he was able to determine, however, was that there were a total of 35 populated regions, each with approximately 1 million contenders therein, and each region contained anywhere between 2 and 4 major cities and hundreds of towns. His current region, Region 1, contained 400 different sectors, which he remembered from the ranking lists, of which the town of Ashcleft had been in Sector 11. It was apparently similar in most of the other regions, with some having a few more or less, and they were marked out on the map he was given. But as far as information of what they contained, there was very little. In between the regions were areas that were considered uncharted territory, and from what he could understand from the maps, these were likely to contain the strongest monsters and the hardest dungeons. None of the information he was given explicitly said that, but he was able to read between the lines well enough to deduce that well enough. As for the current region, there was a lot of information, which was what it took him so long to dig through the night before, though even that was limited somewhat. Details about weaker dungeons around most of the towns, including the Vogmite tunnels and the Mausoleum of Despair near the town of Ashcleft, were present, though he quickly learned that the books he was given only contained information on difficulties that had been completed. Going back to the Vogmite tunnels, there was detailed information about the location of its entrance, the monsters that could be encountered inside the dungeon, the recommended levels, and even a common loot table. He didn't see the epic staff that the Vogmite Queen had dropped, at least, but only for minimal difficulty. It appeared as though no one had completed the medial difficulty yet, because there was no information about it at all. But when he looked at the entry for the Mausoleum of Despair, there was information for all three difficulties: minimal, medial, and maximal. It was seeing that which led him to conclude that the updated information only pertained to dungeons that had been fully completed, because there wasn't a single other dungeon that had information on the medial difficulty. This theory was only further strengthened when he saw that there were a number of dungeons that only had their names listed, their location, and the recommended level for the minimal difficulty. Seeing that most of them started at minimum at level 25 and ranged up to level 50 made it fairly obvious why there wasn't any information about them, because no one had been stupid enough to even enter them, let alone complete them yet. Théoden also learned that his mind had changed to the point where he was able to absorb the information he read and remember it with fairly accurate recall. He knew that his mentality made him able to think and react faster, but its memory capabilities were proving to be equally as incredible. He now had an encyclopedic knowledge of the different dungeons that could be found within Region 1, as well as their locations and recommended levels. He studied the minimal difficulty information for everything that had it available, if only because he wanted to see if a higher difficulty might be worthwhile to explore. Of course, many of those dungeons that had information about them were close to many of the towns and cities within the region. Those that only had their locations and recommended level listed were found further away from populated areas, but still within the sectors that made up the region. There was absolutely no information on anything inside the uncharted territories between the different regions. What was most important to him, though, was the knowledge that within range of the city of Forgestone, as in within 10 miles, were a whopping 30 dungeons. A half-dozen of them were located inside the same mountain where the city was located, though further inside and down below ground level, while the others were relatively accessible within a few-hour walk to the east, west, southeast, and southwest. As he had previously noticed, no one seemed to be heading south when he arrived, and he now knew the reason, because there wasn't anything there to interest the contenders. There were dungeons near the towns he passed while coming north, of course, but they were just outside the range of being able to reach and then delve through them in a single day if coming from the city. That left Théoden a lot of options, which was what he was hoping to discover when he came to the city. This was especially true when he looked at the bronze and silver quests he was also given, though there weren't as many as he was expecting from such a large city. Still, it helped him decide on a plan of action going forward. It basically boiled down to visiting the nearby dungeons and using them to continue his development. Simple, right? On paper, it was the most obvious of plans. But there was some strategy involved in it as well. The main reason was because there weren't any other undead-type dungeons within at least a week's travel, and he'd rather not venture that far out if he could help it. Instead, he had to think about what would be the most beneficial for him to delve through, both in terms of earning pick, loot, and rank progress via quests that he could complete. Of the 30 dungeons near Forgestone, 2/3 of them seemed to be similar to the Vogmite tunnels when it came to their level recommendations. For example, Goblin Mine Dungeon. Difficulty, minimal. Recommended party size, 5. Recommended party levels, 5 to 10. The Goblin Mine Dungeon, located within the mountain itself, was recommended for levels 5 through 10, which made sense when he looked at the list of monsters and their potential levels that could be found within. Monster Catalog. Goblin Miner, levels 5 to 7. Goblin Brawler, levels 7 to 9. Goblin Taskmaster, levels 9 to 10. Goblin Prince, Boss, level 12. The Goblin Monster Catalog was so similar to what he remembered from the Vogmites in the Vogmite Tunnels dungeon that it was almost uncanny. When he looked at the other 19 dungeons with similar recommended levels, there was some variation, with a few of them having higher boss levels, but overall they were fairly similar. What this told Théoden was that they would be virtually useless to him for his development. The only way it would be worthwhile would be if he tackled the maximal difficulty of these dungeons, but he expected that most of the monsters, even at that difficulty, wouldn't give him any pick. Based on his experience at the Mausoleum of Despair, it was entirely possible that only any boss-type monsters might give him any pick, as most of the others would be a lower level than his own 45. He could be wrong, and he figured he would at least attempt one of them to confirm this, but in the end, they wouldn't be very beneficial to him. Except when it came to quests. There were bronze rank quests to kill the monsters found in the maximal difficulty version of these dungeons, as well as bonus completion requirements to clear it completely. Quest type: Dungeon Maintenance, rank requirement, bronze. Quest: Time limit: 30 days / repeatable every 20 days. Quest difficulty: High medial. Minimum: Recommended level: 35. Minimum recommended party size: 5. Quest description: The goblins in the Goblin Mine dungeon are a menace and need to be stopped before they become strong enough to break out. Delve through the Goblin Mine dungeon, maximal, and kill at least 1,000 goblins to halt their eventual advance into the upper world near Forgestone. Completion requirements: Kill 1,000 goblins in the Goblin Mine dungeon, maximal. Quest rewards: 5 gold, 5,000 pick, and 10 rank progress up to silver. Bonus: Completion requirements: Completely clear the Goblin Mine dungeon, maximal, of all goblins. Bonus quest rewards: All prior rewards in addition to 10 gold, 15,000 pick, and 30 rank progress up to silver. The rewards weren't as great as the special quests he'd completed before, but they did provide quite a bit of gold and pick. As far as he understood it, however, this only applied for as long as he would actually obtain pick from the monsters inside. Unlike resource collection or item retrieval quests, which could be completed no matter your level, dungeon maintenance and monster extermination quests didn't provide rewards if you essentially out-leveled the challenge they represented. So, while he might be able to complete a few of these, eventually he'd acquire enough pick to make delving through these weaker dungeons essentially a waste of time. More than that, the rank progress he would receive from them only allowed him to advance to silver, which he'd already achieved. If a side plan was to acquire more RP, then these particular bronze quests wouldn't work toward advancing that goal. And based on the advantages he'd already experienced that came with being a silver rank badge member of the Coalition, that was definitely something he wanted to advance. Unfortunately, after he acquired his silver rank badge, his RP toward gold was only 30 over 540, so he had a long way to go. As for the remaining 10 dungeons near Forgestone that weren't lumped into the prior category, 7 of them were similar to the Mausoleum of Despair as far as recommended levels went, if not slightly more difficult. One good example was the Bear's Den dungeon, which had starting recommended levels that were higher than the Mausoleum, but not abnormally so. Bear's Den Dungeon. Difficulty: Minimal. Recommended party size: 5. Recommended party levels: 12 to 17. With monsters that ranged from 12 to 20, the latter of which was the boss, which also told him that there were already some parties of contenders out there that could kill a monster that high of a level, he extrapolated that the maximal difficulty would probably be more appropriate for his own level. There were also bronze rank quests for the medial difficulty version of these dungeons, with low medial quest difficulties, but there were none for silver rank and the maximal difficulty for some reason. Either he hadn't been given all the silver rank quests, which was definitely a possibility because there were only 5 in total, or they just didn't exist at that rank. Given that there weren't any quests for the maximal difficulty of these 7 dungeons, and it was unlikely that the medial difficulty would give him much in the way of developmental progress, that meant he had to turn to the last 3 dungeons, all of which had silver rank dungeon maintenance quests attached to them. The other 2 silver rank quests were monster extermination quests that he thought about and discarded after he discovered he'd have to travel nearly a week for each one to hunt down the monsters that the quests wanted him to kill. They were still a possibility, but he figured he could wait and see if his other plans worked out first or not. These 3 dungeons he was contemplating delving through were different from the others, as he didn't have any information about them other than their recommended levels, their names, and their locations. The first of them was located deep inside the very mountain wherein Forgestone was located, past all of the other dungeons nearby.
Magma Dungeon. Difficulty, minimal. Recommended party size, 5. Recommended party levels, 40 to 50. The Magma Dungeon was one of the stronger dungeons that hadn't been cleared yet, as its recommended levels were in range of his own level for the minimal difficulty. There was no information on what monsters he would be going up against there, so all he had to go off of was the name, Magma. He could only assume that it would be something related to fire and magma, obviously, but what exactly that meant wasn't something he was all that clear upon. He was hoping that the dungeon maintenance quest for it would give him some hints at what might await him there, but it only had a simple, clear objective without stating what kinds of monsters he might end up fighting. The second dungeon he was contemplating was located to the east in a large forest past all of the weaker dungeons, and it would take Thaden at least a few hours to run there. Forest's Wrath. Dungeon. Difficulty, minimal. Recommended party size, 5. Recommended party levels, 45 to 55. With a name like Forest's Wrath, he had even less information on it than the Magma Dungeon. Its level range started right at his own level, which meant that there was a chance to grow with it for a while at the minimal difficulty. The quest for Forest's Wrath was similar to the Magma Dungeon, in which clearance of the dungeon was its only objective, so it again didn't help to clarify what he might expect. The last of the dungeons was something that he immediately disregarded because it was too dangerous. The Stone Burrow Dungeon. Difficulty, minimal. Recommended party size, 5. Recommended party levels, 80 to 90. Thaden's field spells protected him from up to level 80 sources, and with his even harder protection advancement, thanks to his defensive spellcasting competency, he could block up to level 90 sources. With the recommended levels for the dungeon at the higher end of that range, it was entirely possible that he would encounter something that could actually hurt him. With the other dungeon possibilities nearby, he decided that it wasn't something he wanted to risk, so he therefore crossed it off his list. With all the possibilities considered the night before, there was only one thing left to do once he woke up. Figure out which dungeon to try first. Both silver-ranked quests were nearly identical in their rewards, so it was more of a coin flip than anything else. Dungeon Maintenance. Rank requirement, Silver. Quest, time limit, 45 days. Quest difficulty, High Medial. Minimum recommended level, 40. Minimum recommended party size, 5. Quest description. The Magma Dungeon needs to be explored more thoroughly so that a threat assessment can be undergone to determine the danger to Forgestone. Completion requirements. Completely explore and clear the Magma Dungeon. Minimal. Quest rewards. 10 gold, 10,000 pick, and 15 rank progress up to gold. Dungeon Maintenance. Rank requirement, Silver. Quest, time limit, 45 days. Quest difficulty, High Medial. Minimum recommended level, 45. Minimum recommended party size, 5. Quest description. The Forest's Wrath dungeon needs to be explored more thoroughly so that a threat assessment can be made to determine the danger to Forgestone and the surrounding environment. Completion requirements.
Completely explore and clear the Forest's Wrath dungeon. Minimal. Quest rewards: 10 gold, 10,000 pick, and 15 rank progress up to gold. The choice was fairly easy in the end, as he was tired of traveling, at least for a few days. As a result, he decided to try out the Magma dungeon since it was inside the mountain where he already was. Now all he had to do was figure out how to accept his new quest without calling too much attention to himself. And then figure out how exactly to get to the dungeon entrance. Chapter 7. Thankfully for Théoden, accepting the quest and getting out of the Coalition building was easier than he expected. Upon getting ready to leave, he discovered that his clothes had been freshly laundered and deposited outside of his door at some point while he was asleep. Stashing most of it in his inventory, he changed into a clean outfit that was different enough from the one he had been wearing the day before. With his clean clothes and having showered and straightened up his appearance, he looked like a whole new person. When he left out the convenient back door exit, which opened at his touch and then closed behind him with very little trace of its outline on the back of the building, it took him a few minutes to walk around to the entrance. He walked inside without any hesitation, doing his best to act like he belonged there, before getting in line where he saw a dozen or so other contenders holding quest papers from the quest board. It took a few minutes to get to the front of the line. All the while, he kept expecting someone to notice him and connect his name with what happened the day before. But he was saved by the sheer crowd inside the Coalition building. His name tag was lost in the sea of others that crowded around him, so even if someone was looking for his name, it was very difficult. At the front of the line, he handed the quest silently to a Coalition receptionist named Davian that had a relatively bored expression on his face. That face underwent a brief bout of shock and disbelief as he fully took in the silver-ranked quest he had been given. And he was about to speak when he looked up and saw Théoden's name, which caused him to clack his mouth shut. Instead of saying anything, he simply held out his hand, and Théoden slipped his badge into it without showing it to the whole world. The receptionist did the same, holding it over the quest paper briefly as it illuminated, before handing the badge back to Théoden. With a nod, Davian indicated that it was done, and then beckoned for the next person in line. I guess I owe it to Veronia for making that go smoothly. It seems as though she really took to heart my desire to stay relatively anonymous, and shared that information with the Coalition workers. Whatever it was she had done, he was thankful that the process was easy and didn't require any arguing, which he was halfway expecting when he presented a quest that far exceeded his displayed level. After that was done, he quickly left and started moving through the town, following more signs that led him toward the mountain itself, and an enormous tunnel that bore right into it. He estimated that the squarish opening was at least 150 feet wide, and began descending almost immediately. But thankfully, magical lights were along the walls that illuminated everything almost as well as the daylight outside. There were more signs that were attached to the stone walls, which depicted the names of the dungeons that could be found and directions of where to find them. At the very bottom of the sign was Magma Dungeon, and it had an arrow pointing ahead and slightly down. Théoden wasn't alone in journeying into the tunnel, of course, as hundreds of other contenders from the Adventurer Coalition streamed inside, with only a few leaving given the relatively early morning hours. Even though he had woken up late, it still wasn't even noon, which meant that there was still plenty of time for delving through dungeons for most people. There were a few single contenders and a few pairs that he saw, but most of them were in parties of 4 or 5. 4 seemed more common, unfortunately, because he suspected that the same problem that Ashcleft had with broken contenders had existed even in the city, so there were subsequently fewer support classes available. Still, it wasn't as if they were non-existent, because he still saw dozens of them on his trip through the city and into the tunnel, but they were visibly less prevalent than others. Walking down the tunnel, he saw that it was gradually narrowing as he kept going. He passed the first turnoff that led to the east, where a small portion of the parties he was traveling down the tunnel with broke off and left. Curious as to what exactly it looked like, he followed them, and from the signs discovered that it was the same goblin mine dungeon he had seen in the information he was given. The short, narrow tunnel took him to an enormous cavern that was more natural-looking than the carved tunnels and city on the side of the mountain. It had large stalactites that hung from the ceiling, and multiple different levels of terrace-like cliffs reaching up nearly 300 feet, each of them partially filled with goblin miners. These particular monsters were small, with dark green mottled skin, but they were all also carrying pickaxes, with which they would smack the wall with a tink sound that echoed through the space. From his position near the entrance of the cavern, he couldn't tell if they were actually making much progress. But then again, they didn't have a whole lot of time, because they tended to jump down from where they were working and attack anyone of a low enough level that moved toward the rough-hewn tunnel that led further into the cavern. Of course, given that most of the contenders in the cavern were much higher in level than the level 3 and 4 miners that were outside of the dungeon, there were only a handful of people actually fighting them, all of them around the same level or slightly higher. The rest of the parties, and even solo adventurers, ignored them and moved straight to the tunnel at the back of the cavern and disappeared. I guess that's proof that there can be more than one party in a dungeon.
He'd heard the same from Sarah, or more specifically, Diallo, when he was asking questions about dungeons, but hadn't actually been able to observe it happening until now. Apparently, each party formed a different instance into the dungeon, which he supposed was handy for a place like this with a constant stream of people wanting to get in. The only reason someone would have to wait is when they cleared the dungeon, which he did have experience with himself, as he would have to wait 6 hours before entering the same dungeon again. But with so many dungeons in the same complex, even if a party finished one dungeon in a few hours, they could always hit another one nearby if they wanted to do even more. With his curiosity satisfied, Thaden turned around to leave and nearly ran into someone behind him. "Hey, watch where you're going!" The life warden stumbled backward, instinctively activating both of his fields for a few seconds as he panicked before turning them off. He'd been keeping them deactivated because the glow that surrounded him was entirely too obvious and was just another thing that would call attention to himself, but he was starting to regret it. If that had been some sort of assassin, you're jumping at shadows now. No one knows who you are here, so no one is going to try and kill you. When he recovered from his surprise, he looked up to see a group of 4 level 14 contenders, 2 men and 2 women, the latter of which were looking at him curiously. The one who'd spoken, however, gave off real Chad vibes, as he literally sneered at Thaden like some sort of cut-rate movie villain. "Decide this was too much for you? Running scared now?" The man, Peter by his name tag, asked with an annoying whine in his voice. "Pete, stop it," one of the women said, a petite brunette carrying what appeared to be a metal and wooden wand of some sort, and wearing tight-fitting dark blue robes.
If you weren't rude to every single person we came across, we'd probably have a support member in our party by now. In fact, I think Christopher is one. Doesn't matter, Megan. He's too scared to keep up with us, and is 2 levels behind besides. I'm not sharing my pick with this loser. Seriously, Pete, you need to learn how to keep your mouth shut sometimes. This came from the other woman, who was much taller than Megan and wore dark clothing that looked like it would help her to blend in with the shadows. He couldn't see much about her because she was covered from head to toe, but he saw a scrap of blonde hair sneaking out from her hood. Do you even have a mute button somewhere in that head of yours? Shut it. I don't need to listen to your crap. Any party would snatch me up in an instant, so don't think I won't leave if you keep talking to me like that. Sure, you're halfway decent at controlling the monsters we run into, but you're deluded in thinking that you're any better than all the control classes out there. You're not even in the top 100,000. That's because you're all holding me back, Peter shouted, practically growling. The others, including the fighter class from the group, simply rolled their eyes and ignored him.
before turning back to Thaden, who just stared at the party members in confusion. "How about it? Want to join our party?" Megan asked. Taken aback slightly, he took a moment to respond, dredging up his long, unused social skills. "Thank you for the offer, but I'm doing just fine. Perhaps some other time?" "But you don't even have a party. What are you doing here without one? Sightseeing?" the blonde-haired scout class asked, and a glance up at her name revealed it to be Susie. Not Susan or Suzanne, but Susie, with a Z. He could only assume that she was relatively young, not only from the way she talked, but because it sounded like her parents were trying to be cool in having such a unique spelling of her name. Something he'd heard was fairly common to couples who became parents in the 2000s. His own name was relatively unique in some respects, but at least it wasn't spelled strangely. What? How do you know I'm not simply waiting for my party?" She snorted. "Because I can still invite you to my party, which wouldn't happen if you were already in another," she explained slowly, as if he was a child. In some respects, that was exactly what he was when it came to not knowing as much as he'd like about this world and how things worked. But he also didn't like her condescending tone. "So how about it? We're fairly generous on our loot split, and we're slowly making our way through the beginning rooms of the medial difficulty here." He shook his head. "Ah, I see. I must have forgotten. Again, I appreciate the offer, but I've got to get going. Good luck in there," he said as he moved to go around them. But the fighter of the group, who had been standing there impassively while the others spoke, suddenly moved in front of him. "I would listen to their offer if I was you," the axe-wielding fighter said in a deep, gravelly voice. "Wow, that sounds like something you might hear in a movie with a bunch of mob stereotypes. Are they really trying to strong-arm me into joining their party? Is that kind of thing common here?" He was so shocked at the situation that he stopped moving and stared at the large, armored individual blocking his way, trying to figure out how he had gotten into this mess and how he might be able to get himself out of it. "I'm sorry for the actions of my party mates," Megan apologized, as she suddenly strode up, pushing the large fighter away as she moved in front of Thaden. "They can be a bit thick-headed sometimes." "No," she said, turning to the fighter and shoving him back, though he only moved voluntarily because she didn't have nearly his level of strength. "Seriously, stop it. Give him some room to make a decision, for crying out loud," she shouted, before smoothly turning toward him and putting a smile on her face. "So, how about it? Want to join with us?" See? This is why I don't like to deal with people more than I have to. This good cop, bad cop crap is ridiculous. As tempting as your offer is, I'm afraid that I'm still going to have to refuse. Now, I really need to get going. He moved past Megan and narrowly avoided Susie, who came up on him like she was going to stab him in the neck, but she stopped inches away from him. "You can't leave us just like that. You would deny your healing spells to those in need?" Susie shouted after him as he walked around her too. "Good riddance. I told you we don't need his help." "And I told you to shut it, Pete," the blonde woman shouted, before turning her words toward Thaden's retreating back as he made his way toward the tunnel that connected to the main artery leading further into the mountain. "We know some very important people, Christopher. I don't think you know who you're messing with." "You're right. I don't. And I don't care." He wanted to say the same thing out loud, but decided that he'd already aggravated them enough for simply refusing to party with them. What the heck is going on here? He couldn't believe that something like that was normal. The only thing Thaden could assume was that he had the unfortunate luck to run into one of the few parties out there that were genuine entitled assholes. I guess my fortuity stat is on the fritz right now. He barely noticed when he emerged into the large tunnel leading deeper into the mountain. Nor did he really pay attention as he kept walking down it, passing more offshoots that led to the other dungeons available to the contenders of Forgestone.
He wasn't in the mood to check out any of the other ones that were available, even if his mind wasn't consumed with the situation that had just happened to him, and so he simply kept walking in a sort of dazed state. The next thing he knew, his attention snapped back to his surroundings as the echo of his footsteps sounded loud to his ears. It was at that point that he looked around, realizing how dark it was compared to before, which was explained by the fact that the magical lighting that had illuminated the tunnel before had been reduced in frequency dramatically. Not only that, but the enormous tunnel had shrunk to approximately 20 feet wide. How did I miss that? Shaking his head to clear the last vestiges of the confused state that had consumed his mind, he couldn't help but notice that it wasn't quite as dark as it should be, which he immediately deduced was because there was a subtle glow coming from up ahead. He walked at least another 1,000 feet before the magical lights stopped completely, and by that time the reddish glow coming from ahead had strengthened, illuminating the tunnel even better than before. It was also a lot warmer, which had him breaking out in sweat after a few minutes as the temperature steadily rose the further he traveled. I guess I should have expected this. It's called a magma dungeon, after all, which is supposedly very hot. Regardless of the temperature increase, he resolved to keep going. It wasn't debilitating by any means, nor was it actually harming him, so there was no reason to turn back. He activated both of his fields, hoping that they would help alleviate the heat, but they did nothing to reduce it in any noticeable fashion. With a mental shrug, he walked the last few hundred feet of tunnel that finally came to an end, where he emerged onto a wide stone platform that extended about 50 feet ahead of him, right into a cavern filled with bright, bubbling lava. Or, he supposed might be more accurate, magma. What's the difference? One is above ground and the other below? Or is it something altogether different? He didn't know, but he supposed that word definitions didn't really matter when he was surrounded by enough molten rock to burn his corpse to slag in seconds. And, unfortunately for him, this kind of environmental obstacle wasn't something he thought his fields would prevent from hurting him. If he fell into the magma, then it would just be like him jumping off a cliff. And this time, there would be no coming back. A sudden flashback of the active volcano that the assimilation system had dropped him into in order to dispose of his body paralyzed him for a few minutes as he stared out over the superheated flows of liquefied stone. But he eventually shook it off. It's just another obstacle, that's all it is. It was more than that, he knew, but he wasn't going to let it stop him from doing what he wanted. When he finally got a hold of himself to keep looking around, he discovered that the room wasn't as filled with magma as he thought it was. A series of stone platforms acted as small islands in the sea of red, bubbling death, all connected to each other with a narrow stone bridge, reaching 15 feet or so above the surface of the magma lake. At the other end of the cavern was a waterfall of dripping magma, and just past that was a tunnel that appeared relatively similar to the one that led to the actual dungeon at the goblin mine. Thankfully, there didn't seem to be any monsters around, so at least he didn't have to worry about them getting in his way. So I've got to carefully walk across all these bridges and islands to get to the actual dungeon? Not exactly my idea of a good time. But I suppose that there's no other choice if I want to check it out. His first few steps were shaky, and his breathing was ragged, as every breath felt like he was inhaling hot fumes. But he took it slow, and eventually got himself moving at a decent pace. He didn't run, as that might have invited an accidental slippage, which was the last thing he wanted to do. Instead, he walked as swiftly as he could across the entrance platform and onto the 6-foot-wide stone bridge leading to the first island. It was nerve-wracking, to say the least, but he eventually made it over without any issues. As soon as he stepped foot on the island, however, a gout of magma shot into the air, carrying with it something that proved that he wasn't quite as alone in the cavern as he originally thought. Chapter 8. Globs of magma splashed off the major repulsion field Thaden had protecting him even as he took a step back, watching what looked like a giant black lizard with glowing red veins covering its exterior land on the island. Magma salamander. Minimal level 40. Thankfully, the excess magma that erupted from the pool below when the salamander shot onto the stone skittered off the surface like water in a hot pan, falling back into the roiling pool below. Meanwhile, the life warden stared at the monster, which abruptly lunged at him with a sharp, tooth-filled mouth dripping with burning saliva. At nearly 5 feet tall and twice that in length, it didn't have to strain to aim straight for his face, which made Thaden flinch slightly. But the salamander was repulsed as soon as it came in contact with his defensive field. It didn't get pushed back much, but it was enough for it to reset and try again, only for it to be pushed back a second time. It wasn't until the third strike that it flinched back after smacking into the field, and he could tell that one of the bonus traits from his Life Warden class had activated. 34.8% chance to reflect 5% of prevented damage from defensive spells, from Life Warden. His high fortuity stat was the only reason why there was a little bit over a 1 in 3 chance to reflect the damage from a monster, which was important for Thaden, especially when he couldn't deal damage normally. Against the undead in the Mausoleum of Despair, he was able to cast healing spells that did damage to them, but for everything else, that wouldn't work. But with his ability to reflect 5% of the damage that what prevented, he had a way to kill things. Eventually. As an experiment, Thaden simply stood still while the salamander continued to attack him with repeated bites to the face before it backed up and basically spit up flaming goo at him, which ended up being blocked by his major absorption field. This was then followed up by more biting, then more spitting, and again with the biting. There wasn't much variety to its incessant attacks, but that was just fine with him, because he used this time to check on his spells and the access slots that were being filled. Having recently fought against the undead, his spells were focused on doing as much damage via healing spells as possible. With this new dungeon, however, that was definitely not the priority. So he decided to rearrange some things. Thankfully, while he was doing this, he realized that the heat wasn't quite as stifling as it was before being attacked by the salamander, which he quickly found was because his physicality was increased by +5 due to another bonus trait from another of his achievements. When fighting solo, all your stats are increased by +5 from Monster Hunter 5. If he was inside the actual dungeon, the bonuses from his stats would have been even higher due to multiple achievements, but he hadn't even gotten there yet. He was tangentially aware that it was only due to his physicality being so high, for a support class at least, that he wasn't dying from the extreme heat in the cavern already, and any little bit would help. Focusing his attention on his access slots, he looked at what was already assigned, and what he had available. Available spells. You currently have 0/9 access slots available. Lesser Resurrection, single cast, 2 access slots. Lesser Aura of Life, reserved, 1 access slot. Lesser Regrowth, channeled, 1 access slot. Lesser Protective Barrier, single cast, 1 access slot. Lesser Healing Circle, channeled, 1 access slot. Lesser Mana Rejuvenation, single cast, 1 access slot. Lesser Damage Shield, single cast, 1 access slot. Major Repulsion Field, channeled, 1 access slot. Major Regeneration, single cast, 1 access slot. Major Absorption Field, channeled, 1 access slot. Major Mass Healing, single cast, 1 access slot. Major Mass Regeneration, single cast, 1 access slot. Major Protective Guards, single cast, 1 access slot. Major Cure Physical Affliction, single cast,
1 access slot. Major Death Ward, single cast, 2 access slots. Major Cure Mental Affliction, single cast, 1 access slot. Major Support Sprite, single cast, 1 access slot. Major Defensive Sprite, single cast, 1 access slot. Major Health Reduction, single cast, 1 access slot. Major Negation Zone, single cast, 1 access slot. Major Health Augmentation, single cast, 1 access slot. Major Absorb Health, single cast, 1 access slot. Major Dampeners, single cast, 1 access slot. Major Healing, channeled, 1 access slot. Obviously, he wasn't going to touch the 2 defensive fields, as they were the only spells that were keeping him alive while he was being attacked. He also wanted to keep Major Death Ward, despite it requiring 2 of his access slots, just in case something went wrong and he made a mistake at some point. Both Cure Affliction spells were also important, because he wasn't sure what he would encounter inside the dungeon that might end up afflicting him with something that would require curing, but he wanted to be ready. Those spells, when added all together, totaled 6 access slots, leaving him 3 more to play with.
He didn't need his major mass healing or major mass regeneration because they were more likely to help the monsters around him rather than simply be a means to heal himself. But he decided to keep major regeneration as his only healing spell in case he needed it, leaving him 2 access slots now. He didn't need any more protective spells, since he was covered fairly well by his 2 fields, but he decided to add 1 more safety net just in case it was needed. Major Negation Zone. Major Negation Zone, single cast, creates an immobile, targeted area that prevents all types of damage and afflictions from being inflicted upon all targets from up to level 90 sources for a limited time. Range, 100-foot radius of target area within 150 feet of caster. Duration, 60 seconds. Casting time, instant. Mana cost, 500. Cooldown, 10 minutes. It might seem like a waste, but as he concentrated on the spell in his character report, he was fairly certain that Negation Zone even applied to environmental damage. So if he fell into something like the magma pool, he would have 60 seconds to find a way out. He hoped never to have a need to use it like that, but he'd rather have it in his back pocket than not. And slotting it in now was necessary because of its cooldown, which activated as soon as he added it to the access slots. For the last access slot, Thaden added something that he'd only experimented with a little in the past, mainly because it wasn't worth the slot space against the undead. Major Health Reduction, single cast. Reduces a target's maximum health. Number of targets, 1. Range, 50 feet. Duration, 30 minutes. Magnitude, 15% of maximum health. Casting time, 10 seconds. Mana cost, 180. It wasn't much, but a 15% decrease in a monster's maximum health was better than nothing, especially when all the damage he could inflict was a chance to reflect 5% of the damage prevented by his fields. Thinking about that, and now that he had adjusted his access slots to something more appropriate, he realized that he hadn't thrown on his equipment yet. He hadn't worn them in a while because of their hit to his personality stat, but now there was no one around to see him. It felt strange getting half naked while he was actively being attacked, but he slipped the Dark Abyss Robe of the Dead over his head, placed the Casket Ring of the Undead on his right pointer finger, and managed to get the Shadow Necklace of the Grave around his neck. Almost immediately he felt the 60 extra points in his mentality as his mind cleared, the extra 7 physicality that reduced the feeling of the heat in the cavern even further, and he experienced a slight increase in his movement speed from the 7 points in celerity. Of course, his personality was in the crapper at 1 now, but that didn't matter if there was no one around. Thaden turned his attention back to the salamander, which was still trying to attack him. Looking closer at the level 40 monster, he noticed that the information above its head was faded in color. Not quite gray, but not as vibrant as something would be if it was the same level as or higher than his own. He remembered Diallo telling him that, in a party at least, anything 5 levels or below didn't give any pick to him. But now he was wondering if that was different for when he was solo. He'd already noticed that anything far below him in level left him alone and had a grayed-out name above their heads. But this magma salamander didn't, so he could only assume that it was still worth something to him. After approximately 10 minutes of constant attacks while he simply stood there, the salamander was looking ragged from the reflected damage imposed upon it, and it was even bleeding from multiple bite wounds that seemed to open all along its body, as if some invisible ghost was biting it.
He could only assume that the damage reflected took the form of the actual attack, which he guessed made sense instead of it being general damage. However, that was also slightly worrying because he didn't see any burn marks over its body from the flaming goo that he was sure had been reflected at least a few times over since the fight started. He could only assume that the creature was immune to fire and heat because, well, it had literally shot out from the magma pool near the island. Regardless, it only took another minute or so of it essentially killing itself with reflected damage before it collapsed onto the stone of the island. Normally, he waited to see his notifications until later, but he was curious as to what exactly he earned from this monster. You have slain a magma salamander. Minimal. Level 40. You have received 4 pick. The magma salamander gave him pick, all right, but it was only 4. When he needed over 13,000 in order to get to the next level, he would have to kill thousands of them to get there. He was slightly surprised that he didn't earn any additional pick for being solo, as he was used to seeing, but he could only assume that the salamander being a lower level negated that kind of bonus. Before he did anything else, he leaned down next to the corpse of the salamander and said, "Extract," remembering what he'd been taught by Sarah and her crew about looting monsters, which he was still sore about even now, as he had passed up looting thousands of undead in his time in the mausoleum. Still, there was no going back and changing things, but at least he could start doing things correctly now. Within seconds, the corpse of the salamander faded into nothingness, and he felt an addition to his inventory, as more than a single something was dropped into it. Extraction complete. Loot obtained. 6 silver, 10 copper coins. Reduced reward for level discrepancy. 1 heat-resistant salamander hide, uncommon. Reduced reward for level discrepancy. 2 magma salamander teeth, common. Reduced reward for level discrepancy. It wasn't great, but it was also better than nothing, which was what he normally would have gotten from a monster before he knew about the inventory and looting system. Thaden wondered how much better of a reward it would have been if there wasn't such a level discrepancy. He supposed he would end up finding out once he got into the dungeon. As he began walking across the stone island and onto the bridge connecting it to the next one, he noticed that it felt slightly hotter. He realized that his bonus to his stats when he was fighting solo was no longer active, but it wasn't so bad as it had been when he first walked in due to the equipment he had put on. It still made him sweat, but he didn't feel as if he was being cooked alive, even if his robe was uncomfortably warm. The next island had another salamander shoot out of the magma to attack him, but he kept walking. As it attempted to maul him from behind, he passed over the island and the next bridge, with it following along like an extremely dangerous lost puppy. At the next island, a second one popped out to join the first, but he ignored it as he continued to steadily walk over the stone pathway that led to the dungeon. He didn't want to spend hours waiting for each individual monster to kill itself on his fields, so this felt like the better idea. 15 minutes later,
He was on the last island before the tunnel leading into the dungeon, which was 3 times larger than the others, when a total of 4 salamanders shot out of the magma to land in front of him.
Unfortunately for Théden, they immediately blocked the way forward, meaning that he would have to push his way through them in order to go any further, which he didn't want to have to do and inadvertently harm himself through self-inflicted damage. So he simply stood there and waited for them to hurt themselves on his fields. Well, them and the dozen other salamanders he had picked up along the way, trailing after him with the intent of biting or burning him. It took a total of 30 minutes for them all to kill themselves with reflected damage. The only reason it required that much time was the fact that they were getting in each other's way. He was reminded of when he had been surrounded by undead near the mausoleum, though at that time there had been hundreds of monsters. The biggest difference, though, was that these ones were of a much higher level and had higher health as a result, meaning that they didn't go down that easy. They were also strong and heavy, meaning that the repulsion effect of his major repulsion field didn't really do much to hurt them. All of his damage was now due to the reflective effect of his class. Once they were all dead, he extracted them all, gaining only slight variations in the amount of coins and teeth for each one, but only about every 4th salamander had one of the uncommon heat-resistant salamander hides. In all, he earned just over a gold coin in cold, hard cash, 35 magma salamander teeth, and 5 of the hides. It wasn't too bad for an hour's work, but the 68 pick in total that he'd received for killing 17 of the monsters wasn't exactly what he was hoping for. He began to understand a little better how difficult it was for the other contenders to level up, because from what he understood, this type of pick earnings was fairly common when in a party, due to the total being split across all members. There were some incentives to encourage partying together, of course, the most important part being that it was far safer. But the drawbacks were equally as impactful. After he'd extracted the loot from all the corpses, and he'd checked his notifications for any other information he might have missed, Théden was ready to keep going. With nothing now standing in his way to the tunnel, he walked across the last bit of raised stone and made his way up to it. Taking a deep breath, as he would be venturing into the unknown here, he took a step forward and crossed the threshold of the tunnel. When time seemed to stand still for a moment. Magma Dungeon. Please select Dungeon Difficulty: Minimal, Medial, Maximal. Dungeon Slayer World First. Achievement Override. Please select Dungeon Difficulty: Minimal, Medial, Maximal. Théden wasn't prepared to attempt either of the harder difficulties, so he quickly chose Minimal, and time sped up again as his foot finished its step. Looking behind him, there was a hazy distortion covering the entrance of the tunnel, while ahead of him was the same tunnel that he'd been walking into. You have entered the Magma Dungeon, Minimal Difficulty. Magma Dungeon. Current difficulty: Minimal, Medial, Maximal. Recommended party size: 5. Recommended party levels: 40 to 50. The information he received when he looked at his notifications was identical to what he knew about the dungeon from the information he had been provided, which made him think how that information had been obtained. Did someone visit here just to check it out and then leave? He could only assume that was the case, though that would also mean that someone high-leveled would have had to have done it, as any of the other contenders would probably die getting even this far at their current levels. It made sense when he remembered seeing level 100 under the vice leader's name. But then, why was there no more information? Did the Chari ever clear this dungeon? If so, then why wasn't it recorded? The only reason he could think of was that they didn't count because they weren't contenders. Everything he'd learned told him that the Chari, and any other race that had been transported to Tarth, were simply caretakers until the humans showed up. Shaking his head at all of these untimely thoughts, he instead focused on what was ahead of him
as he took another step into the magma dungeon.
Chapter 9. As he could have guessed, there was magma in the magma dungeon. There was, in fact, a lot of it. Similar to the Mausoleum of Despair, his path through the entrance tunnel was relatively short before it opened up into a room. The biggest difference between the magma dungeon and the mausoleum was that the room was actually a circular cave that was approximately 150 feet wide and half that tall, with magma spilling out in waterfalls to pool on the stone below, though these pools never expanded past a certain point. The walls were half covered in oozing magma that spilled into wide trenches, disappearing into what he could only assume was a great reservoir of magma somewhere far below. Or it simply disappeared with whatever dungeon magic the whole place seemed to utilize. He didn't know, nor particularly cared to know, because he wasn't planning on jumping in those trenches anytime soon. He could tell that it was also quite a bit hotter than the large cavern outside, based on the heat lines that seemed to distort the very air in the cave. Thankfully, as soon as he entered the dungeon, the bonus traits from a few of his achievements kicked in and gave him large boosts to his stats, a good chunk of them coming from Dungeon Delver 3, which boosted them all by 25% of their base value. Health, 560 over 560 mana. 2,790 over 2,790. Physicality, 56. Celerity, 37. Mentality, 279. Personality, 1. Fortuity, 164. Even with the bonuses, his personality was still at 1 because of his equipment, but that was, again, fine with him. His mentality had gone up by more than 100, though he'd already been able to cast all of his spells with no trouble. What made the most difference, however, was that his fortuity was up to 164, which equated to a 49.2% chance for his fields to reflect 5% of the damage prevented. He also had a 49.2% chance for his support spells, such as healing, to be cast twice in a row. But he didn't think that was going to matter all that much in the dungeon. He wasn't planning on getting hurt, after all. Looking out around the cave, Théoden didn't spot any monsters. But that didn't mean much when he'd seen the magma salamanders come out of the magma outside. Sure enough, as soon as he started to make his way around the pooling waterfalls of magma falls? He was attacked from two sides as level 41 magma salamanders slithered their way out of the pools and attacked him. Not wanting to waste too much time, he quickly cast major health reduction on both salamanders, refreshed the major regeneration and major death ward on himself, and then walked around the entire room, passing by the other pools of magma. Another dozen salamanders popped out as he passed by, and after casting major health reduction on all the new arrivals, he eventually stopped in the middle of the room to let them do their thing. With his increased chance of reflecting damage so that nearly every other hit against his fields activated the process, as well as their 15% reduction in health, it only took 20 minutes for them all to die. It was actually much faster than he expected. But then he realized that his stronger healing advancement was probably playing a role. Stronger healing advancement. All support spells now heal or reduce 50% more health. So, instead of a 15% reduction in their health, it was actually around 22.5%. The extra 7.5% reduction might not sound like a lot, but it evidently made a difference in the outcome of the fight. Even so, by the time he extracted all the loot from the salamanders and looked at his notifications, which indicated that he'd earned a whopping 5 pick from each of them instead of the 4 pick which he'd gotten from the level 40 versions, and that the loot was only a slightly higher amount of coinage, it had taken him over 25 minutes to go through the entire room. While that wasn't exactly slow, he remembered how many rooms the mausoleum possessed, and it had taken him hours to carefully slog through the entire thing. If the magma dungeon had anywhere near the same amount of rooms, then it could take him more than a day to get through it. And he didn't think he would be able to stay awake and alert that long. Then there was the probability that the monsters would get stronger, meaning that they likely had higher starting health pools and would therefore take longer to kill using reflected damage. He could be looking at an even longer delve through the dungeon to get to the end, if that was the case. This is probably stupid, but whether it was impatience, the lack of progress over the last few weeks, or simple confidence, or overconfidence, depending on how it worked out, Thaden made a decision that he probably should have considered a bit more before implementing it. Regardless of the reasoning, he ended up taking what he'd done outside the dungeon entrance and inside this first cave before sandwiching the two methods together. And then he supersized it. Walking quickly toward the tunnel leading toward what he could only assume was the next cave, he started jogging when he saw that it was only a short passage to his destination. He felt the stone depress under his foot at one point, and the left-hand wall suddenly exploded with flaming shrapnel, before magma oozed out. But he kept moving, only stumbling slightly as the trap damage was blocked by his fields. He ran into the next cave and saw that it was similar in size and the magma-filled magma hazards, but there was also something new that wasn't in the previous room. Magma Wolf, minimal level 42. The Magma Wolf was 8 feet tall at its shoulder and appeared to be a molten stone canine-shaped monster with flames flickering around its enormous paws. There were spikes of dark obsidian-looking stone around its neck like a nightmarish collar, and its sharp teeth were also made of the same substance. Its scratchy howl reminded him of nails scraping against the chalkboard, and he winced when a half-dozen of them howled simultaneously as he ran into the center of the cave. The wolves were also quite fast. They almost seemed to flash across the cave as they attacked in a pack, tearing into him with snarls and growls that normally would have intimidated him if he wasn't preoccupied with navigating his way around the magma pools. As he ran through the cave, a half-dozen magma salamanders also appeared and attempted to attack him, but he was already heading toward the exit to the next tunnel with the wolves nipping ineffectually at his heels. He made sure to quickly cast major health reduction on each of the monsters he caught the attention of, so that he wouldn't have to worry about doing it later. The third cave held similar monsters, if perhaps 2 more than the previous cave, and he simply made a lap around the entire thing and kept going. Nothing stepped in front of him to block his way, as they likely thought that it was better to chase down fleeing prey from its unprotected rear, but that inaccurate thinking simply let him continue jogging casually through the subsequent caves without any opposition. While running, Thaden observed how their base levels steadily increased from cave to cave, until he was encountering ones that were of a higher level than he was. Eventually, at about a dozen caves in, he encountered a third type of monster, which almost made him hesitate and stop when he saw it. Magma Elemental, minimal level 47. The magma elemental looked like someone had made a baked Alaska dessert and then let it melt. It was as if someone had dropped an egg on the floor and the heat from the stone cooked it, except that this egg was the size of an elephant and the yolk was actually just a bunch of magma. There was a central hump that rose about 4 feet into the air, but the rest of it spread out up to 15 feet in all directions, and it moved like some sort of ooze as it followed after Thaden. The magma it was comprised of undulated as it moved, as if it was constantly churning inside of it like a cement mixer. What he was getting at was that it was disturbing to look at, especially when it had 2 brightly glowing gemstone-like eyes, each the size of his fist, and a mouth that practically cut it in half when it was opened. It attacked from range initially, flinging large clumps of its body, which it then regenerated magically, at him from across the cave, which thankfully slid right off his fields. When he got close to one, it bunched up a portion of its bulk and attempted to smash him into the stone floor, but that was also ineffective, of course. The problem was that he wasn't even sure if the magma elementals were even being hurt by the reflective damage, because it was moving so constantly
that any visible damage was essentially non-existent. But he'd already come that far, so he figured he might as well see it through and find out later. Along the way, and as he pushed further, he triggered more than a dozen other traps, one of which caused a waterfall of magma to block the way forward. But he took a chance and dove through it, trusting that it would be considered trap damage. And so it proved.
The rest of the traps were all explosions or magma-related, but none of them did more than make him stumble. At one point, when he looked behind him as he ran and saw at least 100 monsters following after him, he decided not to look again, because he didn't want to lose his nerve. Nearly an hour into his jog, his breathing was becoming ragged, and he thought that he'd have to stop soon enough or risk collapsing of exhaustion into a pool of magma somewhere. But that was when his latest tunnel led to a much larger cave than he'd seen up to that point. It wasn't quite the largest room or space he'd seen in a dungeon, which was the final boss room in the mausoleum at maximal difficulty, where he faced Nehetmo, monarch of the dead. But it was nearly half the size. Up to that point, as he jogged through the whole dungeon, trailing the monsters he passed by in his wake, he hadn't really paid much attention to their levels. Since all of them were similar monsters that didn't change all that much visually as they increased in level, he hadn't realized he was coming to the end of the dungeon until he slid to a stop before he ran headlong into the river of magma flowing through the middle of the cave. As he was rapidly surrounded by the monsters that had been following him the entire time, his vision was nearly blocked from seeing what appeared to be a 50-foot statue made out of dark stone seemingly come to life. Magma Colossus, Boss, Minimal Level 53. The statue seemed to be a decoration attached to the far wall, but he watched as it started to glow from within, and pretty soon its joints began to seep magma like some sort of lubrication, allowing it to break free from the stone perimeter of the cave. It was technically humanoid in appearance, as it had a head, arms, a torso, and it stood on 2 legs. But that was where the similarity ended. Its face was almost demonic-looking, as it was frozen in an open-mouthed, snarling position with glowing red eyes, and it possessed a total of 6 arms that each had fists that were the size of a compact car. The legs were also extremely thick and more like tree trunks than legs, and they only bent far enough at the knee for the Colossus to move forward. He doubted that it could lift them more than a dozen feet off the ground at one time, though that would be plenty enough to squash him like a bug under its bulk. As it stomped forward, slowly but steadily, the stone floor beneath him shook, threatening to topple him, but he managed to keep his feet. Even with its height, he quickly lost sight of most of it as he was inundated by the monsters, who were finally getting a chance to attack him now that he'd stopped. That being said, he was able to see it set foot in the magma river and splash across it, as the magma proved to be absolutely no hindrance to it. Soon enough, even that side of it was blocked from his view as all the monsters piled on top of each other, getting in each other's way, but also giving it everything they had to bite at him. He was constantly refreshing major health reduction on every single monster he could that surrounded him, but something else was happening that he hadn't planned for. It started to get uncomfortably hot. The stone and flesh of the monsters surrounding him acted like an insulator for all the flames and magma that comprised their bodies, and he began to have trouble breathing, as it felt like he was breathing fire. His skin began to blister as the heat all around him became too great for his physicality to handle, though his constant use of major regeneration and even his afterglow advancement were healing the damage as quickly as it was happening. That was the point where he felt the shaking from the Colossus's steps suddenly stop nearby. He was too busy trying to breathe, and the pain from his constant burns was addling his mind, making it hard to pay attention to what was happening, when an enormous fist appeared from above him and slammed into his fields, which deflected the downward motion off to the side instead of hurting him.
The same couldn't be said for the monsters that had been in the way of the strike, however, as a half-dozen salamanders and wolves were practically flattened under the deflected fist. But neither the colossus nor the other monsters seemed to care, as others just took their place. Then another fist came down, then another and another in rapid succession, as all 6 of the giant statue's arms brought down a rain of destruction upon him, and killed dozens of monsters in the process. The reduction of so many insulating bodies around him reduced the heat enough that he felt like he could take a few breaths before he struggled with the heat again as more monsters replaced those that had died. But it was enough to keep up with the healing his spells were doing. After the first barrage of fists slammed down, Théoden couldn't stand up any longer as the ground shook all around him, and he was forced to sit down and hold on as best he could as the boss continued to rain its fists down without stopping. More and more of the monsters that had followed through the dungeon met their fate at the literal hands of the more powerful monster. But they were so focused on trying to get to the contender in their midst that they didn't try and avoid the blows. The constant heat slowly subsided as the numbers thinned out, but then the slower magma elementals arrived.
The pure magma of their bodies coming near him ramped the heat up even further until his robe literally started to ignite. He took it off and stashed it in his inventory rather than risk losing it. But then his hair and skin started to catch fire, and he was suddenly blinded as his eyes started to liquefy in his sockets. Almost insensate from the pain, he managed to scrounge enough thoughts together to spam "Major Cure Physical Affliction" over and over, which helped to eliminate the burning affliction before his regeneration healed the damage. His sight came back to him every once in a while, allowing him to see that despite being made of magma, the elementals couldn't withstand a colossal fist to their oozing forms any better than the wolves and salamanders, and they splashed apart as they were hit by the colossus like a sledgehammer smashing into a watermelon. He lost track of time as he wallowed in pain, constantly healing and curing himself, struggling to stay upright from the constant pounding of the stone near him, until he eventually felt the majority of the heat dissipate over the course of a few minutes. He looked around him for the first time in what felt like hours, only to watch as the last wolf that was somehow avoiding getting flattened by the colossus fell under its fist, joining the carnage of body parts and magma that littered the floor all around him. Looking up, he saw the colossus clearly for the first time, and the damage that had been reflected upon it by his fields was clear to see, as large rents in its exterior were leaking magma at an alarming rate, and it appeared to be on its last legs. Another barrage of fists slammed down on him and was deflected, and he watched as another few cuts sliced through its leg, making it buckle. He expected it to fall at that point, as it appeared ready to collapse, but it did something that confused him thoroughly. It turned around and limped away. What? Is it running from me? I didn't think they could even do that. The confusion lasted for all of a minute as he watched it step into the river of magma and stood there as the molten rock seemed to flow up its legs and over its torso before covering its arms and even its head. In less than 30 seconds, it was fully covered in glowing magma before it all suddenly sloughed off, falling back into the river, revealing a fully healed magma colossus that was ready to dish out some more damage with its fists. Chapter 10. Well, that sucks. Who would have thought he would go up against something that could heal itself? Certainly not Théoden, obviously, because he was absolutely flabbergasted at the sight of the repaired magma colossus, and he could barely even think straight. Granted, that was probably because he was still recovering from nearly burning alive from the concentrated heat of so many monsters around him. But it was also because he didn't expect to come up against something that defied his expectations so thoroughly. As the boss stomped its way over to him once again, it took until it started slamming its fist down at him again to jumpstart his malfunctioning brain. He quickly contemplated how he might be able to kill the colossus, possibly by preventing it from moving back to the river of magma, or trying to do enough damage to it that it wouldn't have time. But he was stymied at every turn. The problem, of course, was that as soon as it became obvious to the boss that it was damaged, it would simply turn around and heal itself. And if it wasn't trying to hurt Thaden during that time, the Life Warden didn't have any other way to hurt it. Even as the blows continued to rain down, he looked around the area looking for some sort of solution, such as a way to shut off the flow of magma into the cave. But there didn't seem to be anything like that. He could only assume that a normal party of contenders would likely be able to finish it off before it could get to the river to heal, or taunt it to the point where it had no choice but to stay and fight. But Thaden had no such ability. When no visible solution to the healing magma river presented itself, he even looked behind him at the tunnel he had come through to get to the boss, thinking that if he lured it out into a different cave, then perhaps the Colossus wouldn't be able to heal. That idea was shut down almost immediately when he saw that the tunnel was only about a third of the massive monster's size, meaning that there was no way it could fit through, if it would even follow him in the first place. Next, he poured through all of his spells, competency advancements, and achievements to see if there was something that he might have overlooked, but it was all for naught. A quick consideration of casting Major Negation Zone to prevent it from healing was quickly discarded because it wasn't designed to stop that kind of thing. Other than that, nothing had really changed from the last time he'd checked, so he decided to wait and see if the Colossus would heal again once it had been hurt enough, as it was possible that it was a one-time thing. In the meantime, he decided to start extracting what loot he could from the piles of random body parts left over from them being squished by the Colossus. In some areas, it was actually difficult to determine what exactly he was extracting from, as all the monsters had been practically obliterated, especially when they had been smashed multiple times in a row. Thankfully, he had seen much worse in the mausoleum fighting undead, who were typically rotting and disgusting, so he had no problem wading through the carnage. The only problem was that as soon as he located something he could extract from, the fists from the Colossus would sometimes land right into a pile before he could accomplish his task, making it all that much more difficult. In addition to that, it was obvious when he looked around that some of the monsters had been so destroyed that the majority of their body parts had gone flying, with a good portion of them landing in the magma river, never to be seen again. It was disappointing that he wouldn't be able to loot them, but it didn't seem like it had been more than a dozen or so. By the time he had finally extracted everything he could, his ears practically numb from the constant pounding of the Colossus's fists against the stone, which amazingly didn't shatter from such abuse. The boss was looking ragged once again. As he waited to see what it would do once it was damaged a little more, he evaluated what he ended up getting from all of the extractions. Extractions complete. Loot obtained: 62 gold, 37 silver, 10 copper coins, 2 minor heat resistance rings, uncommon, 1 flame sabatons, uncommon, 1 flame breastplate, uncommon, 1 flame gloves, uncommon, 1 flame helm, uncommon, 1 heated battle axe, rare, 1 magma cutter, rare, 1 cloak of burning ash, rare, 1 wand of the blazing storm, epic, 87 heat-resistant salamander hides, uncommon, 56 shattered magma wolf collars, uncommon, 13 magma elemental cores, uncommon, 496 magma salamander teeth, common, 238 magma wolf claws, common, 97 magma elemental jelly, common. Looking through his spoils, he couldn't help but see that he'd gotten quite a few rare and even an epic drop. Compared to what he'd gotten from extractions the last time he was in the mausoleum with Sarah and her party, it was twice or 3 times as good. He couldn't tell if the difference was because he was solo, if it was because this dungeon was more difficult since it started at level 40 on minimal difficulty, or if it was a result of his fortuity. He chose to believe it was the latter, justifying even further his decision to pump so many points into it. Granted, as he briefly looked at all the items that were able to be equipped by someone, the only ones that he could use were the heat resistance rings. But that was better than nothing. Minor heat resistance ring. Rarity? Uncommon. Class restrictions, all level. Restriction, 40, plus 15% heat resistance. From what he could tell, the 15% heat resistance that each ring provided meant that he could ignore 15% of the heat that surrounded him. With 2, he would have a 30% heat resistance, which sounded blessedly nice at that moment. He slipped off his casket ring of the undead, which took away the 40 points of mentality and brought his personality back up. And then he put both of the heat resistance rings on, one per hand, and felt immediate relief. While he wasn't surrounded by monsters that were suffocating him with their accumulated heat, he was still in a cave with a river of magma. While the rings didn't eliminate the heat, it immediately went from feeling like a hot summer day in the sun to a hot summer day in the shade. In other words, it was just short of being comfortable. As much as he would have liked to wield something like the epic rarity wand of the blazing storm, or the cloak of burning ash, if only because they sounded badass, neither of them were suited for his class. The same went for the almost whole set of flame armor that looked perfect for a fighter to use, or the other weapons that definitely weren't suited for a support class. There were also a ton of materials that he'd obtained, though he didn't remember seeing any bronze or silver quests looking for any of them. He could only assume that they might be used for alchemy or crafting of some sort, which is what he'd overheard some contenders mentioning back in Ashcleft, about some of the loot drops near there. But he never got around to finding out what exactly he could have done with it. Once he was done with this dungeon, he resolved to look into it, possibly with the help of the Coalition Vice Leader, Veronia, if she was available. It was about that time, when he was finished looking over his spoils, that the Colossus finally crippled his leg once again, nearly in the same place, and Théoden watched with anticipation to see if it would heal itself again. His hopes rose when it looked like it was going to try pounding him into the floor again with its fists, but it paused in the middle of the strike and put its arms down before turning away from him. Running in front of it as it took a step, he hoped that kicking him would do more damage to it. And it did. Unfortunately, all it did was add another crack to its chest, which ultimately did nothing. He continued to try and get in its way on the path to the magma river, even going right to the edge of the superheated molten rock to get in some more reflected attack damage. But there weren't any more reflected strikes against its legs. As it limped into the river and started to heal, he wondered if he might have more success if he tried again after another round. But he had gotten fairly lucky in his reflected attacks on its journey to heal itself. He was also located just about as far as one could get in the cave, so extending the journey wasn't something that was likely. In other words, he didn't think anything along these lines would work. With no other options, he debated whether to look at his notifications to see if he earned something that might help. But then he remembered that there were more than a few things he couldn't do while he was in a dungeon, such as leveling up. As a result, he decided to forego checking them at the moment, if only because he preferred a quieter and much safer place to check them. And being the target of violent, smashing attacks wasn't exactly the best time to make important decisions. Shaking his head in disappointment, he headed back into the tunnel that had brought him there, wondering again how he could get so unlucky to find a boss that could heal itself.
It was only as he was putting his normal clothing on again, since he was still naked after taking off his robe earlier, that he figured out that this type of thing might be more common than he thought at first. Remembering his fight against Nehetmo, monarch of the dead, he realized that the boss was a vampire of sorts, which could suck out the health of its victims to heal itself. That didn't work against Théoden, of course, because the boss ended up sucking out his limitless mana and exploded. But against any other contender party, it was essentially healing, just a different kind when compared to the magma colossus. If this is a common occurrence in these bosses, or eventually even in normal monsters, then I'm going to have to find some way to deal damage that isn't related to my protective fields. Or I might have to look into finally finding someone to party with. He wasn't sure if even that would be enough, considering that everyone was far below him in terms of level, but it was certainly something to consider. If he could find another bunch of people similar to Sarah and her group to party with who weren't going to try and kill him, then that might be a possibility. Unfortunately, he hadn't had a good experience with other contenders, especially as the confrontation with Peter, Megan, and Susie near the Goblin Mine Dungeon was still fresh on his mind. I still have to figure out what was going on there, too. Thaden's mind was occupied with thoughts of the future as he navigated his way through the now empty dungeon, setting off a few traps that he had miraculously managed to miss on his jog through it, but he ignored them as much as he did the others. With his new heat-resistant rings on his fingers, the stroll through the magma pools and waterfalls was much more pleasant, as the heat coming from them was like passing too close to a campfire on a cool night.
It was as if it was hot enough that if he stood there too long it might burn him. But his casual passage was like it was enveloping him in a warm blanket for a few seconds. Before he knew it, he looked up to see the entrance tunnel and the wavy distortion that awaited him there. And with a look back at the first cave, he felt a wave of disappointment crash into him. While he wasn't exactly well-traveled and an expert on dungeons, this was the first time that he hadn't been able to complete one that he had entered, including the first one where he barely survived against the Vogmites. It also meant that he wouldn't be able to complete his silver-ranked quest, though he still had a little more than 44 days to figure it out. Perhaps I'll have better luck in the Forest's Wrath dungeon. If not, then he could at least re-enter the Magma dungeon and farm it for loot and pick until it didn't benefit him any further, because he could certainly kill the other monsters in there, if not the boss. He would probably take it a little slower, however, because he didn't like the feeling of nearly burning alive as he was surrounded by so many of their number. Even with his new rings, he didn't want to suffer through anything similar to that again. As it was, Thaden was fairly certain that this recent experience would quickly join the other nightmarish memories he had of his experiences upon his arrival on Tarth. He didn't need to add anything else to the highlight reel. Stepping over the threshold, the Life Warden was blasted by cooler air, as the heat outside the dungeon in the large magma cavern was at a noticeably lower temperature. He hadn't realized how hot it really had been inside, and he couldn't help but take a deep breath in relief from being out of that place. As he made his way over the bridges and islands toward the main tunnel leading to the surface, he was attacked by more magma salamanders. But he simply did what he had done previously, and made them follow him as they tried to bite through his fields. At the end, he stopped and let them work on doing themselves in, using major health reduction to speed the process up a bit. This time it only took 12 minutes or so before they all died, and then he extracted the loot, which was very similar to what he'd received before heading back up the tunnel. The walk back up the ascending tunnel was a workout for his calves, though with his physicality being relatively high, he didn't think he'd have to worry about them being sore at the end of the day. And even if they were, he was fairly certain that a simple healing spell would take care of it. As had been the case when he had descended, there was no one in his section of the tunnel. But before he got too far, he deactivated the channeling of his fields so that he wouldn't have the glow around him when he did eventually meet up with people. He had to get himself back into a subdued mindset before he reached that point, because he was still riding a bit high on what he'd done back in the dungeon. It had been extremely stupid to race through the magma-filled caves and pull all the monsters with him to the boss, and that stupidity had nearly killed him in the process. His arrogance and belief that he was indestructible after his success against the maximal difficulty Mausoleum of Despair had messed with his head a bit, and he was going to have to be more cautious if he didn't want to end up dying. By the time he began seeing contenders moving around the tunnel up ahead, he felt like he was getting his head on straight, and he walked confidently ahead. Fortunately for him, it didn't appear as though anyone was paying attention to where he was coming from, which wasn't something he had worried about until that moment, because he would be hard-pressed to explain why he had gone all the way down. Easily slipping through the relatively thin crowd moving in and out of a dungeon turnoff, he kept trudging ahead as if he belonged there, though he did his best not to make any eye contact with anyone. The last thing he wanted was to be accosted by another party wanting a fifth party member. He was so absorbed in his act and exhausted from his experience down in the magma dungeon that he didn't notice the pair of eyes that had watched him ascend from the depths, nor did he notice as the owner of those eyes silently followed him back up the tunnel. Chapter 11. The trip back to the Adventurer Coalition building was uneventful for the most part, other than the fact that the signs led him to one of the other Coalition locations in the city first, but it didn't take long to correct his path. It was approximately an hour and a half after he left the entrance of the magma dungeon when he walked up to the rear of the building, held out his room key, and a portion of the wall popped open invitingly. He didn't hesitate to head inside, the wall closing after he passed through it. In his room, he took a cool shower as he took his heat resistance rings off, letting the water rinse off the sweat that felt sticky against his skin, and he gratefully changed into a new set of clothes as he dropped his soiled outfit outside his door to be laundered later. After eating something he pulled out from his inventory, he took the time to rest on the chair for a few minutes, contemplating everything he'd learned and experienced from trying his luck at a brand new dungeon. As he put his feet up on the table, he idly looked around the room again, thankful that the space seems to be magically air-conditioned to be relatively cool, but not too cold, and it felt good after all the heat he'd experienced earlier. While glancing around his room, he noticed something on the wall near the door that he hadn't noticed before. It blended in with the wall color to the point where it was only visible if he was really looking around, and it appeared to be some sort of outline of a hand. Getting up from the chair, he got closer to the outline and stared at it, trying to see what exactly it was, before shrugging and activating both of his fields just in case. He then placed his right hand inside the outline, noting that it had the same amount of fingers as a human, not missing one like the Chari. There was a brief flash of blue that emerged from underneath his hand for just a second, and he jerked it away in response. He looked at his appendage, but it didn't look like it had been injured, nor did it appear as if anything had actually happened. He was turning away from the wall a few seconds later in confusion when there was a knock at the door. Thaden kept his fields active as he cautiously opened the door, only to find a Chari man standing at attention right outside, wearing what looked like some sort of fancy official coalition attire. Garves, Forgestone Adventurer Coalition Concierge, Chari, level 30. Greetings, sir. I'm the silver-ranked concierge, here at your service. How may I help you? Thaden was slightly puzzled at the appearance of Garves outside his door, but he was starting to catch on. Did I, call you? Yes, sir. I see. It was easy enough to put things together when he hadn't done anything but touch the hand outline on the wall. Veronia didn't tell me there was a concierge. What exactly are you able to help me with? I've been recently appointed, sir, as of approximately an hour ago, the man explained, his manner and tone stiff and proper, like an English butler but without the accent. This position wasn't supposed to be filled for a while yet, sir, which was why there was no one until after you arrived. As for what I can help you with, you have but to ask, and I will do everything within my power to grant your request. Within limits, I hope you understand. Huh. Neat. I can see why these city branches of the Coalition are so busy if people are treated like this. Granted, I'm pretty sure this is because I'm silver-ranked, but that's beside the point. The Life Warden was about to send Garves away, as he didn't actually need anything at the moment, but then thought better of it. Are you able to help me accept another quest? I'd rather avoid spending too much time in the lobby with the other contenders, if at all possible. I can certainly do that, sir. Is there any other assistance that you require? He shook his head, before snatching the other silver-ranked quest for the Forest's Wrath dungeon off the table. No, just this, he answered, while giving the concierge the paper. As he was handing it over, he mentally slapped himself. Actually, I forgot that I meant to ask about something. Do you know or have any information about how the stuff that I pick up from dungeons are used? Are they crafting materials? Are there people I should be talking to that would buy them from me? He didn't really need the money, of course, but if he could find some way to make use of the relative junk that he'd been collecting, he'd be interested in learning about it. Garves looked at him with a strange expression on his face. You are unaware of this information? Yes, I'm obviously unaware, which is why I'm asking about it. He responded a bit testily, remembering how embarrassed and angry he had been when Sarah and her party had to explain about his inventory and extracting loot. This felt like something similar, and he wasn't sure if he was going to be angry at the concierge or his own lack of knowledge at this point. I apologize, sir. I was under the impression that... Never mind. There's no information to bring to you, so I guess I can just tell you, the man said, his stance and general tone becoming more relaxed and informal as he spoke. I'd appreciate that. Yes, well, first you must understand that the materials that you acquire from monsters are used in the construction of other items, whether they be weapons, armor, accessories, or even potions. While it is technically possible for contenders to become crafters that can use these materials, such a focused route is generally discouraged by the assimilation system because it will take away from their main purpose here on Tarth. As a side project, it can be very fruitful and earn them some coin, but there are no pick or coalition benefits from crafting anything, which is why it shouldn't be the main focus of any contender. That being said, such an endeavor for the Churi and any other residents of Tarth the world over is worthwhile, as we are able to embrace the class of a crafter fully and apply our talents toward the creation of mundane and powerful items alike. Unless you are planning on committing time to learning how to craft, it is these individuals that the contenders are encouraged to visit. For a price, you can commission an item to be made if you have the appropriate materials, or you can purchase pre-made items at their workshops. In addition, you can sell any unneeded materials to these crafters, though prices fluctuate based on supply and demand. Regardless of what you choose to do, keep in mind that their crafted items are typically stronger than most loot drops that you may find, or any that you might be able to purchase from others at the contender market. He was nodding along as the concierge spoke, thinking that his explanation was along the lines of what he was expecting, but his mind froze at the mention of the last item. Contender market? Yes, the market. You don't know. I see. All right, here's a rundown of the contender market, which is a special privilege given to contenders to buy and sell just about anything in the entire world of Tarth. Access to the market is available in any City Coalition location, which is likely why you were unaware of it until now if you came from one of the surrounding towns, though they should have been covered in your training, Garves said suspiciously as he tilted his head to the side while looking at Thaden. Thankfully, he didn't expand on that subject, but kept explaining about the contender market. There is a fee upon completion of a sale for items on the market, but any contender on Tarth can buy from you, and it will be transported to them no matter the distance. This only applies to physical items, of course. Like eBay for magical fantasy worlds, I guess. The way the concierge said the last part caught his attention. Only applies to physical items? That makes it seem like there is something else that you can buy from the market, Thaden started to say, but he cut himself off when his mind went straight into the gutter and he found himself blushing and furious at the same time. Services, sir. You can purchase the services of anyone who lists their specialties on the market. He almost didn't want to ask. What, kind of services are you talking about? As mentioned before, some contenders spend time learning a craft, whether blacksmithing, leatherworking, fletching, alchemy, enchanting, or a number of other crafting specializations, and they can list their services on the market. They typically charge less than a cherry crafter, for example, but the quality is typically questionable. In addition, any contender can put the services of their class up for sale. For instance, if there is an environmentally dangerous dungeon, such as the Magma Dungeon located under Forgestone. In that case, a higher-level fire mage could cast a spell that would last a few hours and add heat resistance to all the party members heading inside.
Or some higher-level support classes are able to resurrect fallen contenders within a certain time period. They can hire one of these individuals to accompany them to a dungeon and wait outside in case the unthinkable happens, and they would be available to cast resurrection on the body they bring out. Then there are some scout classes that specialize in detecting traps inside dungeons, and they can offer their services to help guide a party through a particularly tricky section. How does that work? Wouldn't the party have to replace their own scout class member to do that? Garves shook his head. Not if they have a contract bond. Seeing the expression on Thaden's face, he explained that term as well. Through the contender market, any purchase of a service is automatically backed up by a contract bond, which does two things. First, it ensures that the purchaser receives what they bought. So in the previous examples, it would be casting heat-resistant spells, resurrecting the dead if they were brought before them, and detecting traps. This ensures that they can't renege on the deal, and it is enforceable with a threat that they can lose up to 10% of their stat points if they fail to provide the service offered. The second aspect of the contract bond does something similar to the first, but it instead limits what can be done and protects them at the same time. In the case of the first two examples, it protects them from being harmed by the purchaser or their party until the service is performed and for up to 6 hours afterward. This prevents the purchaser from trying to get out of paying for the service by killing the servicer, as all transactions are finalized after completion of the service. What it also does, in the case of the scout class detecting traps, is allow the servicer to accompany a party into a dungeon to perform their service. While inside, they are immune from being harmed by any monsters or the purchasers themselves, though environmental dangers and traps can still kill them. At the same time, they cannot participate in doing anything but what they were hired to do. So if a horde of monsters comes and slaughters the entire party, they wouldn't be able to do anything but stand to the side and watch it happen. They could then depart without having to worry about being attacked as well. In essence, their service is a tool that can be used for a specific purpose and nothing else. That's intriguing. Can you hire a service that will fight for you, such as a mage or a fighter? He asked, hopeful that this could be the solution he was looking for to fight the Magma Colossus. Unfortunately, Garves shook his head. No, direct combat is not a service that can be exploited in that way. Neither are there other exploitive services, such as slavery or prostitution, as such transactions are banned. That was a relief to hear. He unfortunately knew human nature enough to realize that even in a situation like the one they were in on Tarth, he wouldn't put it past some sort of criminal underground to try and take advantage of those weaker than them. Not that Thaden could really do anything to prevent that from happening, but he was glad to know that it wasn't something that was sanctioned by the assimilation and contender system. Do you have any other questions? If not, I can have you assigned to this quest immediately. Where might I find access to this contender market? For bronze rank members and above, there are access portals in the rooms. You can find yours at the end of the table right there, the concierge said, pointing at the table that held all the information he had been given the day before. Seeing all the books and maps there, Thaden was reminded that he didn't need them anymore, as he'd already memorized everything he required.
so he picked them all up and handed them to Garves. The concierge gave him a short bow and took off after that, promising to have Quest assigned to him as soon as possible. And soon enough, the life warden was all alone again. Once the man had left, though, he nearly touched the handout line on the wall again, because he forgot to ask if he could get food delivered to him, but ultimately decided against it. He still had plenty in his inventory, and there was no need to bother him so soon after being helpful with the information he had imparted. Thinking of that, Thaden looked over at the table he had spent so much time the night before looking up information, searching for whatever access to the market could look like. But he didn't see anything but a strange, blue circle on the wooden tabletop. He had originally thought that it was some errant paint that had fallen on the wood at some point and dismissed it. But now it seemed as if it might have another purpose. Touching his finger to it cautiously, the effect was immediate. Instead of some sort of futuristic computer terminal popping up out of the table like he halfway expected, all that happened was a notification window popped up in his vision. Welcome to the Tarth Contender Market. Please select from your options below. Buy, sell. The interface seemed fairly straightforward, so he mentally selected Buy and found a menu that reminded him of an online shopping website, where he was able to search different categories or even type in specific terms. As had been mentioned by the helpful concierge, there were categories for weapons and armor of all kinds, accessories such as rings, cloaks, and necklaces, potions that ranged from health and mana restoration to curing afflictions, materials collected from extractions, and services. He was tempted to look at the services category because he was curious if people were actually doing that yet. But when he saw that he could sort his search results by class, he instead eagerly dug into what was available. Unfortunately, it wasn't a lot at this point. Whether it was because equipment that was usable by support classes were rare loot drops or they were snatched up immediately upon being listed, he was unsure. But what he did find was vastly overpriced and weak, at least when he compared it to something similar for other classes. There were no weapons, which he was beginning to suspect was always going to be the case for his class, and the few robes he saw that were for support classes only were far inferior to his existing Dark Abyss Robe of the Dead. For 35 gold, he could purchase what appeared to be a dark yellow robe that provided +3 to mentality and celerity, and that was all it did. For a little more, he could pay 50 gold for a dark red one that only added +2 to physicality and mentality, but it also reduced the mana cost of support spells by 5%. Needless to say, he didn't need either of them, but he ended up buying the latter for 50 gold anyways, since he had plenty of gold to spare. It was a waste if he was going to solo a dungeon, but it gave him something else to wear if he needed to blend in with other contenders somewhere along the line. As soon as he confirmed his purchase, he felt the gold disappear from his inventory automatically, and a few seconds later, a red bundle of cloth appeared in front of him on the table. Letting his finger leave the blue circle caused the market screen to disappear, but he ignored that as he picked up the bundle and unrolled it to find that he now had the robe he had purchased in his hands. Bloodletter's Robe. Rarity, Uncommon. Class Restrictions, Support. Level Restriction, 10. Physical Damage Resistance, 1. Magical Damage Resistance, 2. +2. Mentality +2, Physicality +. 5% mana cost reduction for support spells. Who needs 2-day shipping when you've got 2-second shipping at my literal fingertips? He chuckled lightly at the sheer power of the contender market as he stored the new robe in his inventory and placed his finger on the blue circle again. Time to do some shopping, and perhaps list some of this junk I've got sitting around in my inventory at the same time. Chapter 12. Stepping away from the table while releasing the blue spot on the wood, Thaden shook his head in disappointment. Scooping up his one and only purchase from the tabletop, he put the boots on his feet, feeling their size adjust automatically to fit comfortably. Traveler's boots.
Rarity, uncommon. Class restrictions, all. Level restriction, 10. Physical damage resistance, 1. +2 celerity. Plus 15% increase in traveling speed outside of combat. After over an hour of searching through everything in the contender market, the pair of traveler's boots he now had on his feet was the only item that he found that he could actually use. At 35 gold, it was an expensive purchase for what it did, but items that could be used for any class were apparently in high demand. There were very few that were even available for purchase. Even though they were expensive, they were worth it. The leather of the boots was soft and supple, with a bit of an odd springiness to it that reminded him of some of the memory foam-filled shoes he'd worn back on Earth. He had been all set to sink most of his gold into the market to finally outfit himself, but those dreams were crushed when he noticed that a lot of what was on there were pieces of equipment that were all useless to him. Even if they weren't, they were all relatively low level and were barely better than simple clothing with no stats or bonus traits, which he guessed made sense. With how many parties of contenders that were out there, any new gear that they found would likely be used by their members, and they would then sell their used equipment on the market. Most of it was priced in silver and copper coins instead of gold, and it was only the items that anyone could use, such as the traveler's boots, that were in such high demand that the sellers gambled on a higher price in order to make a huge profit.
Thaden was more than happy to provide that profit to them because there wasn't anything else he could use. It was unlikely that many people had the kind of money that he had at the moment, which allowed him to throw his financial weight around a bit. But that mattered for naught if there was nothing for him to buy. Above all, he had searched for a solution to the dilemma he was having with the magma colossus, only to come up empty. He was hoping to find some sort of consumable item, such as a potion he could throw that might explode and do damage, or even a magical component that might freeze the river of magma that allowed it to heal. But there was nothing of the sort. The majority of the consumable items he found were health and mana potions, though there were a scattering of temporary stat boost potions that would increase one of your stats for 30 minutes to an hour by a few points, and some poisons that were immediately interesting to him. He thought that a poison might help, as poisoning a monster could be an answer to his lack of direct damage, but they too were restricted behind class walls to scout and control classes. To say that it was frustrating was an understatement. With the contender market largely a bust as far as discovering a solution to his Colossus problem, Thaden considered his options. As far as he could tell, there were 6 options toward his quest in the magma dungeon. First, he could abandon it, which he didn't really want to do because he remembered hearing from Boydlin at some point that abandoned quests would negatively impact his current rank progress. He didn't think it would be too bad considering this would be his first abandoned quest, but it didn't sit well with him to give up without at least trying again. If he was forced to do it, he would, but he still had over a month before time ran out in completing the quest. Second, he could visit the other dungeon on his list, Forest's Wrath, and hope that he obtained something there that would help him defeat the Colossus. The problem with that option was that it was entirely possible for him to encounter another healing monster there that would cause him a problem similar to the Magma Dungeon's boss, so he couldn't rely on it to provide him what was needed, if it even would in the first place. Third, he could check his notifications and use the pick he'd received from the Magma Dungeon to make himself stronger, and hopefully he would acquire a spell that would allow him to deal damage. This hope was a real long shot, considering that he was supposed to be just a healer, and he'd had no indication thus far that he would ever get an offensive spell. In addition, if he increased his level, then the weakest monsters in the dungeon would provide him with no pick and fewer rewards. On top of that, if he managed to level himself up too far, then if he discovered that his solution was to bring someone along with him to deal damage, they wouldn't be able to enter as a party if he didn't receive any pick from 90% or more of the monsters inside, which, inevitably, brought him to his fourth option: convincing someone to come with him that might be able to do damage to the boss. If, and that was a big if, he was able to find someone trustworthy to party with, he didn't have any doubts that he could keep them alive from monster attacks, given what kinds of healing and protective spells he had at his disposal. The problem was whether they would even survive the heat of the environment. And even if they were able to handle it, would they have enough power to hurt something that was likely to be 30 to 40 levels higher than them? He didn't know, and finding out would put the other person, or persons, in danger. As for his fifth option, he could look into tackling one of the dungeons that were on the list that had a snow and ice theme to it, in the hopes that he would find something that could damage or freeze the magma in the boss cave. The issue there was that the nearest one that fit the bill was around 3 to 4 days away on foot, though with his new traveler's boots, that travel time would be reduced by 15%. It was a gamble to venture that far outside of the city, though not in terms of danger to himself, but in interacting with any contenders he met near the dungeons. Blending into the contender population would be much more difficult close to some of the smaller towns. It was doable, of course, but he'd rather not have to try it just yet. The last option was to visit with some of the Chari crafters to see what they had for sale or could create for him. From what he'd been told, the local population was better equipped to provide the kinds of things he was looking for, so it would behoove him to at least check it out before he took any other steps. Pushing his other options to the back burner, he summoned the concierge once again with the hand outline on the wall, and Garvez arrived at his door in less than 30 seconds. A quick conversation, followed by a short wait while the concierge obtained the necessary information, was all that was needed for the life warden to immediately set out into the city, a folded map in his hands. With the city being so large, the map wasn't exactly to scale, but on it was listed a number of crafters that did business inside the walls, each with a small description of what they specialized in. He immediately disregarded 2/3 of them because they specialized in creating weapons and armor, though he might end up visiting a few of them at some point to see if they had any unusual pieces that might be usable by him. Instead, he focused on what was left, which included jewelers, alchemists, tailors, and general enchanters. The latter profession made him the most curious, though a quick question to Garvez cleared it up. Apparently, those who made weapons, armor, and jewelry that were meant as accessories were able to infuse magical properties on their creations that gave them the special stat bonuses and traits he'd seen on other items of the kind. But general enchanters did everything else. What that exactly meant, the concierge didn't elaborate, only telling Thaden that he would have to visit one to find out. His first visit was to an alchemist, since it was the closest to the Coalition building, and as soon as he stepped into the shop, he found it packed to the rafters with contenders. It being so close to the Coalition building was obviously a convenience for those who wanted to buy health and mana potions, but it also made the creation and display of many other alchemical creations unnecessary. Looking around as well as he could in the few minutes he was inside the shop, Thaden didn't see anything but what could be found in the contender market, if of better quality. He figured that if he visited one a bit further out, he might have better luck in finding something he could use. Moving on, he hit a tailor nearby, in the hopes they would have something magical in nature in a cloth material, which, other than his boots, seemed to be the only thing he could wear. But similar to the other tailors he'd visited in the past, there was nothing that wasn't mundane shirts, pants, and robes. All very high quality and made of fine materials, but none of them were particularly helpful. A short time later saw him inside of a jeweler's shop, and for the first time, he was able to find something that he might be able to purchase. Necklaces, rings, bracelets, anklets, and armlets were all on display behind glass in a dozen cases, reminding him slightly of jewelry stores back on Earth. But unlike the ones he remembered, these pieces of jewelry had a function other than looking nice. Similar to what he had observed in the contender market, there were separate sections based upon each of the 5 class types,
as well as 2 other sections that were for accessories that were good for multiple classes and for all classes. What was even better was that the support class section wasn't empty like it was in the market. What wasn't great was that the selections there were expensive, though that didn't matter as much to Thaden as it would to anyone else. The latter fact was probably the reason why the only contender he saw in the store was a fighter in the process of leaving with a scowl of disappointment on his face, leaving the shop all to himself. "Prices start at 40 gold, so if that isn't something you can afford, I suggest you go elsewhere," said the bored shopkeeper, who was leaning on one of the display cases with his chin in his hand as he stared out into space. The life warden immediately bristled at the rude comment. But then he realized that the man had probably had to say the same phrase to hundreds of contenders a day, most of whom couldn't afford to shop there. Fortunately, Thaden wasn't one of them. "I can handle that," he said with a smile, stepping forward. His response caused the shopkeeper to jerk in surprise, his elbow slipping out under his arm as he nearly face-planted right into the case he was leaning on. "You can? Right, yes. How may I help you? Is there anything in particular you're looking for?" The Chari's demeanor changed within seconds upon knowing that Thaden wasn't there to simply look around and had money to spend.
"There are some things that are universal, I guess. The same thing would happen if I walked into a posh boutique waving a handful of cash." "I need something for a support class," he answered as he looked closer at the shopkeeper, or more accurately, the actual jeweler. Sharod, owner of Outstanding Accessories. Cherie, level 35. The man immediately moved to the appropriate case, waving at the merchandise inside. "I have all that you could possibly need, though I only have a few choice pieces that would be appropriate for someone of your level. What exactly are you looking for in an accessory?" "What is the highest level of accessory that you have for a support class?" he asked, waving off the jeweler's concern about his level, which still stated that he was level 12. "I, can create up to level 25 accessories," Sharod said after a few moments. "I only have a few of those on display, however, as the majority of the contenders range between level 12 and 19 at the moment, putting such items beyond their current needs." "Fair enough. I have a few questions, if you don't mind." "Absolutely. I'm here to help," the man replied. "What kinds of effects could I expect to find on your accessories?" Sharod looked visibly confused for a few seconds before he replied. "For a support class, or any class in general?" "Is there a difference?" "Oh, absolutely," he answered immediately. "For each class, there are specific sets of stats that can be increased as part of the magical effect. Secondary bonuses are restricted to enhancements to each class's most common attributes. For instance, a fighter class ring might increase physicality and celerity and boost their damage with melee weapons by a certain percentage. For support classes, who typically focus on healing or protection spells, you'll see a larger prevalence in reductions in spell mana cost or mana regeneration, while stat increases are typically reserved for mentality and celerity." "Was there something in particular you wished to see?" Thaden didn't care about mana cost or regeneration, as those were essentially irrelevant. "Do you have any that increase the amount of healing done, or the amount of damage that can be prevented from my spells?" "I certainly do, though only one at the moment. Right here," he said, pulling out a ring from the case and placing it on the counter. "Unfortunately, it requires a level of 15 to equip, but you can certainly take a look." Sunshine Ring. Rarity, uncommon. Class restrictions, support. Level restriction, 15 plus 5. Mentality plus 15% increase in base healing. Price, 60 gold. The Sunshine Ring was a twisted band of white and yellow with a gaudy, sun-shaped gem set in a sturdy mount on top, but it otherwise looked rather unassuming. Priced at 60 gold, it would be the most expensive purchase he'd made thus far, and it wasn't even all that good.
A +5 in mentality paled in comparison to his casket ring of the undead, which gave him +40, though the -10 in personality was certainly a drawback. Then again, it was an epic rarity ring from the Mausoleum of Despair, and restricted for those level 30 and over, so it made sense. The 15% increase in base healing was also decent, but more healing wasn't necessarily a priority for him. It would have been nice back in the Mausoleum against the undead, but it didn't really help him now. "That is very nice," he said politely after a moment. "What else do you have for a support class?" Sherrod showed him a number of other accessories in necklace or ring form, but none of them would help him or were any better than what he already possessed. He did end up buying a chain bracelet for 45 gold that gave him a few extra stats that he wouldn't have otherwise, but its bonus effect was useless to him.
Apprentice Healer's Bracelet. Rarity, uncommon. Class restrictions, support. Level restriction, 10 +2. Mentality, +1. Celerity, plus 5% increase in mana regeneration from mana management competency. What else do you have that a support can use? Perhaps something that isn't designed specifically for support classes, but perhaps for all classes? He was shown another case, which held a smaller selection of accessories than the ones for specific classes, and they also had a much wider variety of effects. None of them had extra stats, but instead focused on resistances, similar to his new minor heat resistance ring, except that they were all relatively weak. Weak heat resistance ring. Rarity, common. Class restrictions, all level. Restriction, 10. 5% heat resistance. Price, 40 gold. The only one in the entire case that caught his attention was a necklace in the back, nearly hidden by everything else. It had a delicate black chain that had different-sized loops, and the medallion was a misshapen snowflake that looked half-melted for some reason. "What is that one?" he eventually asked, as none of the other accessories really interested him. This one? Oh, you don't want this one. It's a failure." "A failure? Why is it in here then?" He wasn't even sure what it meant for something to be a failure. The owner of the shop looked embarrassed. I keep it in here as a reminder not to reach too far above my capabilities and to take a steadier approach to my craft. I made it years ago, and the folly of its creation has helped steady me in my journey to produce better accessories. All I have to do is think back at how much of a failure it was and do the exact opposite of what I did there." "What makes it a failure?" Théden asked, genuinely interested. Sherrod hesitated for a few seconds before shrugging. "I guess it can't hurt to tell you. Normally, when I infuse my magical essence into my creations, it creates a self-replenishing reservoir of magic that powers itself from the ambient mana in the environment. It's why my creations will last forever, unless they are damaged or destroyed, of course. But with this one, well, I was trying for an effect that was far above my capabilities, and something happened during the creation process. Instead of creating a self-replenishing reservoir of magic, it instead needs a constant stream of external mana from the user to power it." "That doesn't seem that bad," the Life Warden said, thinking that such a thing might be perfect for him. But the jeweler cut him off. "It is when it requires 2,000 mana every second." 2,000 mana every second? That's a lot, even for me. Worse than that, the effect was amplified so much because of my mistake that it's useless for what I had originally intended it for. "And what effect were you trying for?" Sherrod rubbed the back of his neck, clearly embarrassed. I get hot in my workshop, and was trying to develop an aura that would reduce the temperature in the area while I worked. Unfortunately, that reduction in temperature was brought to an extreme level, which means that even if I was able to activate it for a few seconds, it would simply freeze everything around me. As I said, useless. No, not useless. At least not for me.
What is the chance that this Chari created something years ago that was an absolute failure, kept it around as a reminder of how not to craft his accessories, and then have it on display, and then have me walk in and see it? I'd say a very, very low chance of that happening. Unless my high fortuity is working overtime right now. Can I see it? What? Why? I told you it's functionally useless. It isn't even that pretty, so using it as simple decoration is a poor decision. I'm just curious.
For how much would you be willing to part with it? Thaden asked, shaking his head at his customer's stupidity, but not one to pass up a sale since the life warden had already purchased something. Sherrod pulled out the necklace, which was, to put it bluntly, even uglier up close. Like I said, I keep it out as a reminder, so it wouldn't want to part with it for less than 100 gold? He probed, looking at his customer's face as if gauging how much he could charge. For his own part, Thaden kept his face impassive as he looked closer at the necklace. Failed Chilling Aura, Necklace of Extreme Cold, Rarity N/A. Class restrictions, all. Level restriction, 1. Directed mana requirement, 1,450 mana per second. Emits a chilling aura that extends up to 75 feet away. Price? See? I wasn't kidding. Ridiculous, right? Ridiculously awesome, yes. Was the original effect designed to chill you or just the area around you? Just the area around me. A powerful friend of mine activated it once for 2 seconds as an experiment, and it started to freeze everything in his room, leaving him cold but unhurt. The effect faded seconds after he ran out of mana. If I had to guess, if he had been able to keep it going for another 10 seconds or so, it might have started to freeze him too, as the temperature in the environment dropped to dangerous levels. But there's no way to test that theory. No way for you to test it. I, on the other hand, am the perfect test subject. Perfectly understandable. I'll give you 60 gold for it. I can't just give it away. It means too much to me. I'll take 90 for it. How about 70? Sherrod shook his head. 80 gold, and that's as low as I can go. Thaden pretended to think about it for a second before he agreed. I would have paid hundreds more for this. Well then, I guess it's all yours for 80 gold.
I have to ask, as I feel like I would be cheating you otherwise, are you sure you wish to purchase this? Absolutely. I'm a bit of a collector of the unusual, and this certainly fits. The life warden smiled as he passed over 80 more gold, noticing that his funds were dwindling, but he still had more than 300 gold left to spend on further purchases. Thank you for your patronage. If you have need of more accessories, please don't hesitate to come back. I will. He paused for a second before he added, if you happen to acquire any more failed accessories similar to this one, save it for me, and I might just buy it off of you. I hope never to fail that badly again, but I'll keep that in mind. Thaden couldn't keep the smile off his face as he slipped his new purchase around his neck, exiting the outstanding accessories store a moment later. He couldn't help but think how lucky or fortuitous he had been to find exactly what he was looking for to, hopefully, defeat the magma colossus. He was again thankful that he had invested so heavily into the stat, despite not knowing exactly what it would do at the time. Of course, now he knew that it was beneficial for one of his class's bonus traits, but when he had at first stuck points in the stat, it was basically to try and survive a meeting with the assimilators as he picked his new class. It had obviously worked then, and it was obviously working now. As he walked down the street with his map in his hands, intending to visit the General Enchanter next, a pair of hands clamped down on his left arm and yanked him into a nearby alleyway. Or maybe it was all just random chance, and that chance just turned against me. Chapter 13. What? Thaden was dragged a few feet down the alleyway and pushed up against the wall of the outstanding accessories shop. His surprise was so great that he didn't activate his protective fields until after his back was against the cold stone of the building, though it did nothing to remove the hands that were still forcefully holding onto his arms. It only took him a second to realize it was because he wasn't being hurt in any way, and besides dragging him into the alley, there wasn't the knife to his gut he might have expected from someone attempting to mug him and take his valuables. Of course, that was a ridiculous thought, considering that all of his valuables were hidden away in his inventory, but he figured that at least some contenders still carried around their money in a pouch or something similar. Otherwise, why would someone drag him into an alley? "Are you number 3259999-E?" The feminine voice with a hint of a French accent startled him, and it took him a few seconds to realize it was coming from the hooded figure in front of him. What?" He managed to get out after a few seconds of trying to come to terms with what was happening. How does she know? Who is she? "I'll take that as a yes," the woman said before she let him go and pushed back the hood of the dark blue cloak she was wearing. Striking long blonde hair framed her flawless face, even as her unbelievably red lips turned down in a frown, her blue eyes staring at him with an intensity that frightened him a little. Figuring out how to breathe again after his first glance at her, he realized that the frown wasn't the only blemish upon her visage, as the bags under her eyes highlighted by dark circles revealed that she was likely going through some stuff. Stuff that he had no desire to get himself into. "I don't know what you're talking about. I think you have the wrong person." His own voice didn't sound convincing to him, but he pushed on. "I'm Christopher, as you can see. Look, I don't care how you figured out how to hide your name and fake your level, as that's none of my business," she said as she tersely cut him off, shaking her head. "You can do what you want to do, and I don't really care if you're at the top of the rankings from now until we're off of Tarth." "What is all this about? Why are you looking for number 325, whatever his name is?" he asked, his alarm slowly starting to fade as it didn't seem like she was intending to try and assassinate him for one reason or another. Of course, she could be a really good actress, but she seemed like she genuinely didn't care about his status. "Please, spare me the runaround. I know who you are, and I need your help." It took him a few seconds to respond. I don't know if I can help you. If you need a few gold, I might be able to spare." "I don't want your gold," she spat out, seemingly disgusted at his suggestion. Now he was thoroughly confused. "I can't power level you, if that's what you're asking." He technically might be able to, but he'd already done some of that and had no desire to do it again. Fortunately, that didn't seem like her plan as she cut him off once again. "I need your help to find my brother." Another pause, as he registered what she was saying. This wasn't exactly going like he thought it might. "Your brother? I'm not exactly a private investigator or anything, and besides, I'm only level 12. This time he trailed off as he saw the look on her face that screamed, "I'm going to slap you if you spout that nonsense again." I'm not too good at this, am I? I folded almost immediately to her assumptions about my identity, but all I can say in my defense is that I wasn't exactly prepared for this type of situation. "I don't know what you think you know about me, but what makes you think I'm this, number dude? Or that it's even a guy in the first place, as it could as easily be a woman?" She huffed in annoyance before she started ticking off things with her fingers. "I was in line at the gate when you entered, and the way the guard reacted to your presence was enough to make anyone suspicious. Once I was inside, I hurried after you and was there when the freaking vice leader of the Adventurer Coalition came to talk to you before teleporting the both of you away. The next day, I discovered you leaving out the back of the Coalition building, where there shouldn't even be any exits, and then I followed you to the dungeons. I watched as you seemingly weren't concerned about pissing off some important members of the Harvest Guild as they attempted to recruit you, and then proceeded to ignore the rest of the dungeons to visit the impossibly difficult magma dungeon at the end of the tunnel. Following you was fairly easy,
because you are so oblivious to what is going on around you that it should be a crime. Though getting that close to all that magma was difficult, even with the weak heat resistance ring I picked up in a dungeon a week ago. But I was able to watch as you, a powerful contender masquerading as a level 12, had absolutely no issue with the heat, and then went on to not only survive more than a few seconds against the magma salamanders there, but to kill what would absolutely obliterate any level 12 contender, even with the best gear. I waited for what felt like days, as I saw you enter the dungeon without a shred of concern, and then emerge without a care in the world. Hurrying back up the tunnel was easy enough to do before you emerged without a scratch on you, and then I watched you enter the coalition again through a portion of the wall that doesn't exist to my senses, and then you went shopping later with a map that only newcomers to the city use.
It was only when I saw you drop over 100 gold on items from this shop that it cemented what I already knew. Because no level 12 has that kind of money to spend on worthless trinkets. Hell, very few contenders have that kind of money to spare, even those in the guilds. So yes, I know who you are, even if your name tag says something different. I can only assume that it's some sort of item that is allowing you to change your visible name and level. But I couldn't care less about that. Like I said, I need your help to find my brother. She had to cycle through all her fingers multiple times as she recounted her activities, which made Thaden immediately think stalker, even if she wasn't giving off those kinds of vibes. It was at that moment that he realized that he hadn't even looked at her name yet, so he quickly glanced up and saw exactly who had apparently been following him since he arrived. Nah, that's not creepy or anything. Camille, human, level 19. Well, Camille, that's, quite a story, he said a bit lamely, unsure how to respond. Even if what you say is true, and I'm not saying that it is, he said hurriedly, I have no idea where your brother is, or why you think I could help. You can obviously tell that I'm new here, as I didn't realize I was giving off a touristy vibe by walking around with that map. But that just goes to show that I don't know the first thing about this place. I don't know anyone, and I'm sure that you probably have more contacts than I do to find your brother. I'm sorry, but like I said before, I think you have the wrong person. You don't understand? You're right. I don't understand, Thaden said, interrupting her for a change. Which is why I can't help you. I feel bad about whatever is going on with your brother, but I've got my own business to take care of. Goodbye. And please don't follow me anymore. He moved to leave, but her voice echoed through the alley. I'll tell everyone who you are if you don't help me. The life warden stared at her in disbelief. Blackmail? Really? I can just leave and visit another city, you know. It would be an inconvenience, of course, but I would do it if I had to. Shaking his head, he took a few steps toward the alley's exit before she spoke again. That won't work if I share that information in the market. You do know that it also works as an information exchange, don't you? He stopped walking and turned back to Camille. Her hands were clenched into fists by her sides, and she had a determined look on her face. He knew without a doubt that she would do as she threatened, even if he wasn't exactly sure what she meant about an information exchange. Not wanting to admit to even more ignorance, he threatened her right back. No, you won't, because I'll make your life a living hell if you do something like that. He had no way to do that, of course, but she didn't have to know that. Unfortunately, she seems to know that already. As if you could, she snorted, before continuing with a flick of her head to move the hair out of her face. You're just a support class. And I'm not even level 21 yet. You can't do anything to me. And you already admitted that you don't know enough about the city to have formed any meaningful connections with anyone. Your threats have no merit, while mine are backed up by knowledge and the desperation to do whatever it takes to find my brother. Thaden was tempted to simply walk away and forget about Camille and her threat to expose him, possibly traveling to another city and starting over with a new name and level. But if there really was a way to share information via the market to a wide range of contenders,
which he wouldn't put it past the other people from Earth to have figured out something like that. Then his appearance and his ability to change his name and level could become common knowledge.
He preferred his anonymity and would fight to keep it now that he had moved away from Ashcleft and the people who actually knew who number 3259999-E was and what he looked like. It was far harder to change his appearance than his name, though he would do so if he had to. Overall, though, the fact was that she could jeopardize his whole situation by revealing more information that he was comfortable with. With a sigh, Thaden crossed his arms over his chest as he asked, "Fine. What is it that you're asking me to do?" Holding up a hand to stop her before she spoke, he added, "Keep in mind that I'm not agreeing to anything. But if it will stop you from greatly inconveniencing me, then I'll at least hear you out." Camille got right down to it. "I need you to infiltrate the Harvest Guild and find out where they're holding my brother, and then help me free him from whatever bond is keeping him there." Thaden waited for her to explain a bit more than that, but she pressed her lips against each other and didn't say another word. "I have no idea what you just said. What is a guild? Do you mean a contract bond? I'm going to need more information than that. And even if half of what you said makes sense, I'm not a scout class and won't be infiltrating anywhere." "You don't know about—" she started to ask with disbelief, before shaking her head. "Of course not. That's why you acted like that near the mine," she muttered, before focusing her attention back on him. "I'm not going to give you a long history lesson, but the guilds in the city were formed by large groups of contenders that wanted some sort of larger organization that focuses on mutual aid, which isn't exactly something that the Adventurer Coalition is set up for. Individual parties excel in the coalition, but what happens when a party needs help to tackle special quests or is unable to advance through a dungeon without the help of a specific type of class? These guilds provide that sort of structure, where party members are a bit more fluid, as they are interchangeable amongst a greater pool to choose from. Not only that, but loot is shared amongst the guild members to ensure that those who need a piece of gear get it when it becomes available, which in turn benefits the guild as each member becomes more powerful. At least, that's the way it is supposed to work. But as you can imagine, there are some that abuse such an organizational structure. Many contenders are so desperate to join an organization that is portrayed as something of a family that they don't stop to think about what they are getting themselves into. And then they are preyed upon by the leaders of the guild. While slavery or even indenture-based contract bonds are forbidden by the assimilation system, you'd be amazed at what former lawyers from Earth can cook up that works around the rules and exploits loopholes in the bonds. That's what happened to my younger brother, who joined up with the Harvest Guild before I could stop his stupid, impulsive act. Now, he's stuck in some sort of contract bond with the guild and has completely disappeared. Wow, I guess I was wrong about people exploiting other people when Garvis was telling me about the market and the services that contenders can sell. They somehow figured out a way to cheat the system, which shouldn't surprise me considering what I know about human nature. But I would have thought that this world and our entire situation here would have curbed most of those tactics. I hate to say this considering it's your brother, but is there a chance that he's no longer living? He asked. Camille shook her head. No, I know he's alive. I can feel it. Besides, they wouldn't and couldn't kill him as long as he's still restrained by the contract bond. Thaden had his doubts. But he was also just now learning about these guilds and what they were, as well as being largely ignorant of the exact nature of contract bonds, so he could certainly be wrong. All right, I'm still a bit fuzzy about all this. But what does that have to do with me? I'm not a lawyer, and as I said before, I'm in no way an infiltrating type of person. She smiled at that, and the life warden was fairly certain that it wasn't due to her being happy, unless she was happy to torture him, because that was what the look she gave promised him. That's where things get a bit interesting. I need you to join the Harvest Guild, at least temporarily. Didn't you just say that joining a guild is a stupid idea? She shook her head. Not all guilds are predatory, but the Harvest Guild certainly is. But don't worry, as I said, it will only be temporary. What does that even mean? I don't want you to join their guild, only to work with them to gain the information I need. Once you figure out how to break the contract bond that my brother is subjected to, then your job is done. He stared at her for a few seconds, waiting for her to clarify what she meant. I hate to ask, but what do you mean by work with them? There was the smile again, if a bit wider this time. It's simple. You offer your services to the highest bidder, and the Harvest Guild has deep enough pockets to be able to hire you. And that is supposed to magically tell me about this bond with your brother and his whereabouts? She shrugged, as if to say that it was only the first part of the plan. No, but if you perform your service to them like I think you will, they'll fall all over themselves to secure you permanently. It's through the contract bond they'll offer you that I can use to figure out how to free my brother. That seems like a lot of assumptions going on here with your plan. How do you know if it will even work? More than that, if I agree to do this for you, can you promise that you won't have me involved in actually getting your brother out? I already told you that I'm not exactly the right one for a job like that. Yes, I can agree to that. Thaden thought about it for nearly a minute in silence as he stared at the woman, trying to figure out where this whole plan could go wrong. Sadly, he didn't have enough knowledge to analyze all of the variables that could affect the outcome, which he'd have to rectify before he fully committed to it. That being said, he could at least partially agree to it, with some conditions. That's good enough for now, I think, he finally said. I'm still not 100% on board, but I'll need some more information before I start, including how exactly I should put my services up on the market to ensure that I get the right buyers, as well as a deeper understanding of guilds and how they work. I can easily provide that, she replied immediately, relief evident in her stance as her body seems to relax and slump a bit. We can get started. He held up a hand. Not today, though. I still have some shopping to do, and I have a date later. A date? Who is interested in that kind of thing right now? He grinned at her confusion. It's not that kind of date, he replied with a chuckle. Let's just say that me and a certain colossus have unfinished business. Chapter 14. Smiling as he juggled the blue, multifaceted, crystalline orb the size of a baseball between his hands, Thaden strolled down the large tunnel that led to the different dungeons available in the mountain where Fordstone sat, noticing that even if it was getting late in the day, the crowds of contenders hadn't dispersed. If anything, it was even more crowded as he navigated his way through all the people, taking care not to run into anyone or cause too much undue attention upon his presence. Thankfully, he seemed to blend in with his new robe, boots, and accessories that he didn't seem too out of place in a basic shirt and pants anymore. Even so, he casually looked behind him every once in a while to see if anyone was following his progress down the large tunnel. He'd already been tracked down the tunnel once that day and wanted to avoid anyone else snooping on his travels. Once he passed the last groups of contenders heading into a turnoff that led to the last dungeon available in the tunnel that wasn't the magma dungeon, he slipped his shadow necklace of the grave over his head and felt the slight bump in his stats as it took effect. Its real purpose was to take advantage of its ability to make him 66% harder to detect in low-light conditions as he blended into the shadows. It wasn't exactly stealth by any means, but it would hopefully make it harder for anyone tracking him to follow him, as the lights became more and more spaced out the further he went down the tunnel. Camille said she wasn't going to follow him anymore, but that didn't mean there wasn't someone else watching him. Thankfully, he didn't see or sense anyone behind him as he made his way down to the bottom of the tunnel, and he stopped and hid as well as he could near the wall of the entrance, looking back up the way he came to see if anyone was sneaking around just as he had. But after 10 minutes of waiting, he saw absolutely nothing.
That didn't mean that there wasn't anyone there, because he couldn't detect some scouts that had really good stealth capabilities. But he was still fairly certain no one had followed him. He knew that once he was done with the minimal difficulty of the magma dungeon, he would have to venture outside of the city to lessen the possibility of someone watching him enter one of the stronger dungeons. But he really wanted to finish this one first. Once he was fairly sure no one was nearby, he quickly swapped his bloodletter's robe with his dark abyss robe of the dead and slipped on the casket ring of the undead, giving him a couple of points in physicality and celerity, but 65 additional points in mentality, expanding his mana pool greatly. He then removed his shadow necklace of the grave and replaced it with his newest acquisition from Outstanding Accessories, the failed Chilling Aura necklace of extreme cold. He hadn't used it yet, mainly because he wasn't sure how powerful it was and didn't want to experiment where people could get hurt. But now that he was all alone, there was no holding back. Casting Major Death Ward and Major Regeneration on himself, as well as both protective fields in case they actually did anything, he gripped the melted snowflake medallion from his necklace in his right hand, while his left held his other new acquisition. Lesser Defensive Focus Stone. Rarity, Uncommon. Class Restrictions, Support. Level Restriction, 30. Physical Damage Modifier, +0/+5 Mentality. Plus 9% decrease in casting time for all defensive spells. It turned out that the general enchanter he visited after he left Camille was basically the catch-all for items that weren't exactly classified as weapons, armor, accessories, or potions. Inside, he found things like wands, hats, robes, shoes, and, like the crystalline stone in his hand, focus stones. Unfortunately, none of the robes, shoes, or hats available to purchase were for his class, mainly because they had all been bought long before he entered the shop. It seemed as though the contenders of Forged Stone were well aware that if they weren't able to find a loot drop for themselves, then a general enchanter was the only place to find something like that. And the prices were fairly inexpensive, ranging from a single gold all the way up to 15 gold. It wasn't cheap by any means, but saving up enough to buy something from there was more than possible through dungeon delving and completing quests, which resulted in stock being rather low as it was sold out. He got lucky that no one had hit level 30 yet, or else the focus stone he'd purchased likely would have been gone. That, and at 50 gold, it was outside the price range of many of the other contenders, so it had still been available. Unfortunately, the stone was a one-off in terms of higher-level items, as either there weren't any other clothing items that were at that level, or they had been preemptively purchased, so there wasn't as much to choose from as he'd have liked. The few wands he saw for sale were slightly higher level, but they were only for mages and control classes, so even if they were available, he couldn't use them. But now he had something he could carry with him in his hands, boosting his mentality even further. The 9% decrease in casting time for all defensive spells was also beneficial because his defensive spells weren't instant cast like his support spells. Even though he rarely used any defensive spells with casting times when he was solo. That could definitely change if he went ahead with Camille's plan to infiltrate the Harvest Guild, which he was still on the fence about. Thankfully, he had until the next day to decide if he would do it, which was when he was supposed to meet up with the desperate, blackmailing woman to go over more details. He really didn't want to do it, but he also didn't want to have to flee and try to hide elsewhere in the world with his abilities and descriptions spread amongst every contender. Thankfully, it sounded like his part in everything wouldn't take very long, so if he was lucky, it would only be a day or two of work, and then he'd be free of her blackmail. At least, he hoped so.
If she attempted to renege on their deal and forced him to do something else after this first thing, stringing him along with the threat of releasing his information, he would simply bail and take his chances out in the world rather than stay near Fordstone. Putting thoughts of that out of his mind, he focused on the snowflake in his hand as he tried to figure out how to feed mana into it. As he'd never used something like this before, and there wasn't a manual on how to use it, he was curious as to how it worked. It turned out to be much easier than he thought it would be, as all it required was focusing on the necklace and imagining pumping mana into it. There was a brief second where he felt a connection form between himself and the snowflake in his hand, before his mana practically blasted out of him. The pull was so strong that it made him weak in the knees during the first couple of seconds. But eventually, he accustomed himself to the mana flowing out of him, only to find that he was starting to shiver uncontrollably. Théoden's teeth were chattering so hard it was difficult to think, and as he watched his health slowly decline, he realized he was freezing to death. As for the area around him, it suffered an even worse fate, as a thick layer of frost, essentially all the moisture in the area, covered everything within 75 feet of himself, and the very air had tiny floating ice particles that made it seem foggy. After a few more seconds, even that fog disappeared as the temperature plummeted further, creating a section of the tunnel and just inside the entrance to the large magma cavern that was devoid of any heat whatsoever. Thankfully, it seemed as if the cold didn't originate near his body, leaving a small bubble around him that was extremely cold, but not as cold as the void of space. Otherwise, he didn't think he would have survived more than a few seconds. He could tell that his protective fields were doing absolutely nothing to insulate him against the cold, and he had a physical affliction called frozen that he tried to remove with his major cure physical affliction spell, but he didn't have enough mana to cast it. All told, with his equipment bonuses, he had 231 mentality, which equaled 2,310 mana, with 1,450 of it being used by the necklace, as well as 480 and 360 being channeled into major repulsion field and major absorption field, respectively. He only had 20 spare mana to play with. Dropping both fields freed up his mana again, and he quickly cast his cure spell, getting rid of the frozen affliction, only for it to reappear a split second later. With major regeneration still active, as well as the afterglow advancement effect working, his health was yo-yoing back and forth, but it was essentially stable. That changed as soon as he took a cautious step forward and felt the complete absence of any heat like a physical blow, and his extremities immediately suffered frostbite. His health dropped to just under 50 before his healing kicked in, but the dangerousness of walking through the cold made him stop moving. Within seconds, the heat void equalized with the bubble around him, warming up slightly, though it was a slow process. He thought that he might be able to slowly shuffle ahead with the chilling necklace active. Any faster than that could hurt him enough that he might end up dying. At least, that's how it would be outside of the dungeon. When he was inside a dungeon solo, that was a different story altogether. His additional bonus stats would give him more mana to work with, which meant that he might be able to cast enough healing spells to keep himself alive. But if he played his cards right, there would be no need to walk while he had it active, which he aimed to test on the magma salamanders outside the dungeon. Deactivating the chilling necklace was as easy as turning it on, and he watched in fascination as the frost covering everything around him quickly melted from the heat coming from the magma nearby. Within 10 seconds, it had disappeared, turning to steam that flowed up the tunnel for 100 feet or so before dissipating in the cooler air above. Once it was clear, he made his way into the large cavern filled with stone islands and magma, and he ensured that he had his fields ready. Performing the same actions that he took last time, he allowed all the salamanders that popped out of the magma nearby to follow him as he swiftly, but safely, crossed all the bridges and islands until he came to the final one, where he stopped as the last bunch came and attacked him simultaneously. Moving slightly so that all of the monsters following him were within range, he gripped his necklace once again and activated it, and the sudden coolness was refreshing for all of 3 seconds before the extreme cold started to affect his health. Thankfully, it was counteracted by the regeneration that he'd cast right before he activated the sudden drop in temperature, so he was in no danger of freezing. As for the monsters attacking him, nothing happened for the first 4 seconds, but after that, the sudden chill finally started to affect them by visibly slowing down their movements so that they appeared lethargic and weak. He was wondering what else the cold would do when the first one exploded. Chunks of the salamander bounced off his field, causing him to stagger backwards, not from the impact, but from surprise, which immediately caused his back to enter the heat void. He winced in pain as portions of his back and shoulder immediately suffered from frostbite. But fortunately, it wasn't as bad as it had been before, since it wasn't yet at the same loss of heat as what he'd experimented with before. Unable to heal himself at the moment other than with his regeneration and afterglow, he could only bear the numbness of dead flesh on his back as he watched another salamander explode. This time he was prepared and didn't flinch backwards, but it wasn't until the third one went kaboom that he saw what was happening. The magma salamanders half-created with magma, hence their names, and it glowed within their skin. Unfortunately for them, when that magma encountered the rapidly freezing environment, the extreme heat and cold interacted with each other, producing a violent reaction within their bodies that caused them to explode. He was reminded of the time when he dropped a hot glass plate inside of a sink full of cold water, causing the plate to shatter when the expanded hot glass was forced to cool down rapidly enough that it couldn't handle it. This was just a bit more extreme than he was expecting. It took all of 10 more seconds for the last of the salamanders to go boom, and he immediately turned off his necklace. Breathing hard as he swapped out some of his spells to heal himself of the damage he'd done, he smiled at the success of his new necklace. That smile quickly faded when he looked at the absolute devastation left behind by the explosions. It was worse than the carnage the Colossus caused when it smashed all the monsters attacking him in the boss cave. In the end, he was only able to extract loot from a single one of the salamanders that had attacked him, as there wasn't enough left of the others to salvage. Either they were in small enough pieces that they were indistinguishable from everything else, or they had been flung out into the lake of magma. Slightly disappointed, he shrugged as he turned toward the entrance to the dungeon. It was a trade-off for the sheer power of the chilling cold, he supposed. Once he was inside the dungeon, he repeated his performance in the first cave, killing all the salamanders inside with his necklace, and this time he was able to extract loot from 3 of them instead of just 1, which he thought was much better. Instead of rushing through the dungeon like last time, he took his time and passed through each cave individually, killing all the monsters within before moving on. It took a lot longer, of course, but he also didn't want to risk burning alive again. Every salamander exploded when the chilling cold blanketed them with extreme heat loss, and the magma elementals solidified into stone before cracking apart. Both satisfactory outcomes. The magma wolves, on the other hand, were only slowed considerably while the cold was active, practically freezing in place, and their flaming paws were extinguished, but they didn't explode or die from the cold. When he deactivated the necklace, they warmed up enough to continue attacking, but their stone forms were brittle enough that the reflected damage from their attacks upon his fields was enough to finish them off in a fraction of the time it normally took. And at least he was able to extract loot from all the wolves, unlike the salamanders and more than half of the elementals for some reason. Because he wasn't running through each cave, it took him twice as long to pass through the dungeon, but in the end it was worth it, because he was much safer and wasn't as rushed. Still, by the time he finished off the last of the monsters in the final cave before the boss, he was exhausted from the day, and the rapid change in temperatures he had experienced took a toll on his mind and body, to the point where he was having trouble determining if it felt hot or cold outside his body without focusing on it. Finally, he stepped into the boss cave with the magma colossus, and he walked up to the river of magma until he was approximately 30 feet away. Just far enough for the boss to step out of the river to attack him, but also close enough that his necklace should still work at that distance. Boom! The first of the strikes that were deflected off his fields shook the ground, nearly causing him to fall, but he managed to stay on his feet. He had forgotten how loud and insanely powerful the Colossus's attacks were when they impacted against the stone below his feet. But now that he was there, it all came flooding back. A few blows into the incessant attack, he activated his necklace to see what it would do. And as the frost covered the lower legs of the boss, he kept expecting the magma-jointed stone to crack, if not explode. But neither of them happened. Instead, he saw the visible magma along its outer legs dim in response to the cold, but it didn't fade or solidify entirely. Looking up, he realized that a good portion of its upper body wasn't within range of the freezing effect, which was probably allowing it to keep the rest of it alive, if that was the proper word for a monster made up of stone and magma. But the good thing was that the necklace froze the river of magma behind the boss, which he was fairly certain would prevent the Colossus from healing itself later. Rather than keep it active the entire time, Thaden let the necklace deactivate after ensuring that even after 30 seconds, the Colossus wasn't negatively affected by the chilling cold, other than perhaps attacking a little slower, which was actually bad for him because it then took longer for the reflected damage to stack up. Now the only thing he could do was wait, which he did by sitting down and doing his best to ignore the constant attacks, followed by annoying booms and the shaking of the ground. He wasn't sure how long it was from that point when he looked up to see the knee on the Colossus buckle from another bit of reflected damage, but he perked up at the cue. Getting to his feet just in time to watch the boss turn around and step into the magma, he waited until it had both feet inside before he activated his necklace, walking behind it to ensure that he was within range of all of the surrounding molten rock. He wasn't fast enough to prevent the start of the process, as magma began to flow over the Colossus's legs, but the freezing effect took hold before it could get past its knees. The glowing, superheated substance rapidly cooled and darkened, trapping the boss inside the magma as it was essentially frozen in place. It visibly attempted to move, to rip its legs out of the cooled magma, but it didn't have the right leverage to extricate itself. It was at that point that Thaden realized that he hadn't planned for what to do after this point. He stopped the Colossus from healing, but how was he supposed to finish it off? Thankfully, the boss had that covered. The massive stone and magma construct twisted at the waist, something he didn't even know it could do until it was essentially facing the other direction. When it realized it couldn't heal and saw Thaden standing right there, ripe for the killing, it started slamming its fists down once again, hurting itself incrementally in the process. Because he didn't dare let the frozen magma return to normal. He had to keep his necklace active, occasionally dropping his major absorption field periodically to heal himself with his major healing channeled spell. Since all the damage was physical in nature, his repulsion field handled it just fine, though it was nerve-wracking to have one of his main defenses down for any period of time inside of a dungeon. It took another 10 minutes for the Colossus to finally land the blow that ended up cracking its chest, which caused a chain reaction that had it crumbling apart into thousands of smaller pieces of inert stone. After suffering from the cold for so long, Thaden's whole body felt numb. But as he released the necklace and the cooling effect, his whole body tingled as it started to regain feeling from the heat of the room. Smiling in satisfaction, he looked down at the item hanging around his neck that had proved to be the solution he was searching for, only to gape in horror
as the snowflake seemed even more melted and misshapen than it had before.
Chapter 15.
He wasn't sure if it was some sort of spatial reorganization of the dungeon once he completed it, or he had just gotten so turned around while moving through the caves. But when he emerged from the glowing false wall of stone that swung inwards with his touch, Théoden found himself exiting the magma dungeon only a dozen feet or so from the entrance. As it closed behind him, he felt and ignored what seemed to be a very small and brief earthquake under his feet, as if the dungeon was complaining about being completed. Thinking about what had happened the entire time, he robotically moved through the stone islands above the lake of magma, letting the salamanders follow him to the entrance. Once there, he stood still while they killed themselves by attacking his fields. The Life Warden didn't use his failed chilling aura necklace of extreme cold to finish them off faster, because it was obvious from its further damaged state that it either had a limited number of uses left or a certain amount of activation time left before it broke completely. He wasn't sure which it was, but he figured it didn't matter. The main point was that he wasn't going to be using it much unless he absolutely had to. Théoden wished it had some sort of description telling him what or why it was happening, but when he looked at the necklace closely, it had the same description as before. The only difference was the melted look it had, which was ironic considering that it was used to freeze an entire area. But by its appearance, he could make a logical assumption, at least, of why it looked that way. The failed necklace couldn't handle the extreme amounts of mana being funneled into it on a constant basis. Just as most human bodies couldn't handle larger mana pools without becoming accustomed to them first, the materials in the necklace were starting to break down from the introduction of so much mana.
Perhaps if it had originally been designed to handle the input of energy, it would have been fine. But since it wasn't intended to work that way, its flaws were becoming more and more evident. Pushing aside his disappointment, he tried to get excited about the loot he'd acquired from the treasure room at the end of the magma dungeon, but it was again largely a bust in terms of items he could actually use. In the 5 chests, single weapon rack, and solitary armor stand that were found in the room, the entrance of which was conveniently revealed after the magma river drained away, revealing access to his rewards, there were a number of great items for other classes. For instance, in terms of weapons, there was a sword of ignition, a staff of unending magma, a knife of burning coal, and a harp of burning strings. They were all uncommon or rare pieces for every class but support for levels 40 through 45. The random pieces of armor he picked up included a cloak for a scout, a robe for a mage, and 3 more pieces to complete the flame set he'd picked up earlier as normal loot for fighters. In other words, he was shafted yet again. Except for one single item. Wolfen Magma Cap. Rarity, rare. Class restrictions, mage, control, support. Level restriction, 42. Physical damage resistance, 0 + 9. Mentality, plus 9% increase in casting speed, plus 9% heat resistance. The round, dark red cap amazingly matched his bloodletter's robe in coloration, and it fit snugly over his head without feeling as if it was going to fall off at any time. The only things that made it appear a bit gaudy were that it was covered in dark fur along the sides, and that it glowed with the flickering inner light, which he imagined made him look like a torch in the darkness, at least from far away. He had put it on earlier in order to get used to the feel, but he'd had to take it off after a minute or so because it was uncomfortably warm. He imagined it wouldn't be that bad anywhere else, but it was a bit too much for him right now. Even when he left the dungeon, he thought he would hesitate to wear it in public because it would stand out too much. He'd yet to see any glowing pieces of equipment on any contender, though there were plenty that appeared outlandish or remarkably shiny. If he was the only one with a glowing hat, it would simply attract even more attention that he didn't need. So, overall, he couldn't complain too much about his rewards, as he'd gotten something that he could actually use. But he wasn't sure it was completely worth it, considering that his new necklace was breaking. Get over it. There's nothing you can do about it now, and you didn't know it would happen. It served its purpose, at least, so stop complaining. As he extracted loot from the corpses of the salamanders who just finished beating themselves up on his protective fields, he also thought about what he managed to extract from the Colossus. It wasn't something he thought he could use, unfortunately, but it was intriguing nonetheless. Weak Heart of the Mountain. Rarity, epic. Crafting reagent. An epic rarity crafting reagent? I wonder what can be made with that. He didn't have any plans to learn crafting of any kind, but he was sure when he brought it to one of better crafters in the city that they could tell him what it could be used for. Walking out of the entrance to the large magma-filled cavern, he nearly tripped when another rumble under his feet caught his feet, which he figured was the dungeon's way of saying good riddance. Still a bit sore about his necklace, he flipped it off behind his back as he walked away, before pulling out his other gear that wouldn't detract from his personality stats so much. Once he was good to go with his stats back in order, he trudged back up the tunnel, keeping to the shadows like he had on the way down, which helped to camouflage his presence. On the lookout for anyone watching for him, he was relieved when he didn't see a thing. Even better, there was no one immediately near the last dungeon turnoff to see him arrive in the area, which allowed him to blend in with those moving back up the tunnel. He was feeling run down by the time he exited, which made sense when he saw that it was already well into the night by that point. Thankfully, magical lights attached to many of the stone buildings lit up the city brightly enough that he didn't have to worry about getting lost, and he made it back to the Coalition building without any mishaps. Looking around the back wall, he still didn't see anyone watching him, so he quickly removed his key and walked through the opening that appeared before making his way to his room in a drowsy haze. Once inside, he took a very brief shower to wash away the sweat he'd accumulated from the magma dungeon, slipped into his comfortable bed, and then proceeded to pass out with a smile on his face from his success in clearing his first dungeon since leaving Ashcleft. Waking up in the morning refreshed from his sleep, he lay in bed and decided to finally review his notifications that he'd been putting off. While he didn't want to necessarily level up right now, especially if he was going to visit the Forest's Wrath dungeon, and being at the minimum recommended level would ensure he received the most pick, he thought that there were plenty of other notifications that could be useful. You have slain a magma salamander, minimal, level 41. You have received 5 pick. You have slain a magma wolf, minimal, level 42. You have received 6 pick. You have slain a magma elemental, minimal, level 46. You have received 92 pick. You have slain a magma colossus, boss, minimal, level 53. You have received 300 pick reward, altered based on one party member's members as well as level disparity. You have received 900 pick. Support. Spellcasting competency has increased to level 683. Support. Spellcasting competency has increased to level 701. Defensive spellcasting competency has increased to level 696. Defensive spellcasting competency has increased to level 729. You may now select an advancement for your defensive spellcasting competency. Defensive spellcasting competency has increased to level 730. Defensive spellcasting competency has increased to level 742. Natural regeneration competency has increased to level 12. Natural regeneration competency has increased to level 27. You may now select an advancement for your natural regeneration competency. Natural regeneration competency has increased to level 33. Congratulations for completing the Magma Anchor dungeon on minimal difficulty. Achievement received. Let's get ready to rumble. Bonus reward. 2,500 pick. Contender. World First achievement. 7,500 pick. Congratulations for solo completing the Magma Anchor dungeon on minimal difficulty. Achievement received. The heat never bothered me anyway. Bonus reward. Plus 10% heat resistance. Contender. World First achievement. Plus 30% heat resistance. You have completed the full requirements for your assigned dungeon maintenance quest. You have received 10 gold, 10,000 pick, and 15 rank progress up to gold rank. A large chunk of pick flowed into Thaden as he was lying in bed, though it wasn't nearly as much as he remembered back in Ashcleft. It was probably due to his higher level, the fact that more than half of the monsters he killed were under his level, and he'd only gone through the dungeon twice that made the difference, but he was still happy with what he received. He also managed to level up 2 competencies to the point where he had a chance to select an advancement, one in defensive spellcasting and the other in natural regeneration. Support spellcasting hadn't risen all that much because he wasn't constantly casting healing spells to damage undead, but his defensive spells had certainly gotten a workout, along with his natural regeneration from both the extreme heat and cold temperatures he was subjected to over the day. And then there were the achievements, which were a surprise. He had no idea why this particular dungeon had achievements directly related to it, but he assumed that it was because it had a much higher recommended level than many of the others in the area. The name of the first, Let's Get Ready to Rumble, he could only guess was related to the rumbling he felt under his feet when he left. Regardless of why the achievements existed, he wasn't going to complain. Since he'd already decided to put off leveling up until after visiting the Forest's Wrath dungeon, there was only one more thing to do before he got out of bed for the day, and that was to pick his advancements. He chose to look at the one for natural regeneration first, as it would probably be the easiest decision. Please select one advancement for your natural regeneration competency. Quicker regeneration. Natural health regeneration is now 50% faster. Firmer regeneration. Natural health regeneration now toughens the skin, reducing further damage by 25% for 30 seconds. Deeper regeneration. Natural health regeneration now heals major injuries at double the normal regeneration rate. Rougher regeneration. Natural health regeneration is 75% slower, but max health is temporarily increased by 33% for 10 minutes after being fully healed. Softer regeneration. Natural health regeneration is 75% faster, but max health is temporarily decreased by 33% for 10 minutes after being fully healed. Onanistic override. While solo, natural health regeneration speed is doubled, but is halved while in a party. The choice was fairly easy when it came to selecting an advancement for his natural regeneration competency, as he was most likely going to be solo. If he was ever in a party, his health regeneration wasn't as much of a worry, as he would be unlikely to be taking damage if he had other people to do that for him. Therefore, Onanistic Override was the perfect advancement for him, even if the linguistic connotation to the advancement's name made him feel a little awkward. Once that was selected, he turned to his defensive spellcasting competency choice, which was only slightly more difficult, if only because it seemed that reaching this level in his competency increased all of the bonuses over what he remembered. For instance, Faster Protection used to only decrease the casting time by 50%, but was now 66%. And Hardest Protection went from 15 levels from his previous selection to a total of 20 levels. There was a new advancement option for him to choose from when he looked over the list, so he checked that one out first. Please select one advancement for your defensive spellcasting competency. Faster Protection. All defensive spells now have a 66% permanent casting time decrease. Longer Protection. All defensive spells now have a 66% permanent duration increase. Thicker Protection. all defensive spells now prevent 66% more damage. Hardest protection. All defensive spells now protect from sources 20 levels higher than before. More extended protection. All single-target defensive spells now extend to protect 3 additional targets. Disease protection. All defensive spells now temporarily protect against burning, charmed, poisoned, and sleep afflictions. Rejection protection. All defensive spells now give the recipient a 100% bonus to hit accuracy on their next 2 strikes. Abstinence protection. Upon preventing damage, all defensive spells now grant the protected 10 seconds of immunity to all damage, followed by 60 seconds where they cannot be protected by any spells or effects that reduce or negate damage. As interesting as the new abstinence protection advancement choice was, it absolutely did not work for him. Being unable to protect himself for 60 seconds after preventing damage would kill him faster than jumping into a lake of magma. Instead, after looking over all his options, he decided to go all in on raising the source level of damage prevention for all his spells by another 10 from what it was before, bringing it up to 20 levels, as he selected hardest protection for his new advancement. He now had the ability to prevent damage from up to level 100 sources with his fields, which made him a little more likely to attempt some of the harder dungeons he was aware of, thanks to the information the vice leader of the coalition provided. With all of his notifications and selections finished, Théden finally got up for the day. After all, he had a blackmailing Frenchwoman to meet in a few hours, and he didn't want to be late, lest she decide to start blabbing all his secrets to one and all. Chapter 16. You came. Théden snorted in annoyed amusement. Of course I did. You didn't really give me much choice if I didn't want to have to start over somewhere new. Camille looked away from his accusing eyes as a blush suffused her cheeks.
I'm sorry about that. I didn't think I had any other option.
There's always another option, he responded harshly, before he mentally calmed himself down. Sighing, he continued, But I'm here, and unless you magically figured out how to free your brother, I'm agreeing to do this, and only this. Once I get you the information you need, my job here is done. So let's figure out how I'm supposed to do this. The former Frenchwoman straightened up as she adjusted herself in her chair, her gaze drifting over the handful of dining people in the restaurant she'd chosen for their meeting. Théden hadn't really had a chance to eat in many places after coming to Tarth, so that was a small portion of why he agreed to meet in the restaurant, because he wanted a meal that he didn't have to pull out of his inventory for a change. Well, first, you'll need to be at least level 15, so that you show as having access to a resurrection spell. But it likely needs to be even higher than that, she began, again ticking things off on her fingers as she spoke. You'll want something that will attract the attention of the Harvest Guild, and any simple support won't do it. You need to have something to bring to the table that will make them want to bring you into the fold, no matter what. Then, you'll set up a listing on the contender market under services and set your fee to something so outrageous that it will draw attention. But like I said, it will have to be something that will be worth it to them. Most support services only offer a resurrection outside of a dungeon entrance when the party emerges, or as a dedicated healer in between fights in the dungeon. They cannot actively participate in the battles that occur, as that would be the equivalent of being an actual party member. But healing and buffs between fights are perfectly acceptable for a contract bond. It is this service that I think you should offer, as I haven't heard of anyone offering full healing, buffs, and resurrection capabilities while inside a dungeon. She paused for a moment before asking, You have a resurrection spell, no? Théden nodded. Of course. I think I can do that, though I haven't actually partied with anyone that I've had to heal before. What? How? Forget it. I don't think I want to know. I'm sure you'll do just fine, considering that the bond will ensure that you can't be hurt by them or the monsters inside the dungeon. I have a question. At her wave for him to continue, he asked, "What is the highest level of contender in Forgestone right now?" "Other than you, I presume?" she asked with an amused curl to her upper lip. "As far as I know, there are dozens of level 20s that are getting close to the next level, though that could have changed over the last day or so. As far as I know, there haven't been any level 21s floating around, as I'm pretty sure that many of them are waiting until there is a larger number of them available for protection." Protection from other contenders, I assume she means. It would be the point where they could be attacked and killed, so I guess that makes sense. So a level 20 support offering his services wouldn't be wildly out of place. Camille's expression was momentarily shocked, but she quickly smoothed her features. It wouldn't necessarily be out of place, but it would certainly be unusual. I'd say that 99.9% of any support classes over level 18 are part of a dedicated party, so one offering their services would certainly get your posting the attention it needs. He was starting to understand this whole service thing a little more, and he could certainly see how it could be beneficial for both parties. If he was a normal support, offering his services as an in-between fight healer could be a lucrative side hustle. And for those parties that either didn't have a dedicated support class or simply needed a little extra security, it could mean the difference between living and dying. But of course, this wasn't necessarily about making money on the side for Théoden, as his goal was to learn about the contract bond to which Camille's brother had fallen victim. But if I can figure out how to disguise myself better, this could be an option for me if I needed a little more cash, or simply needed a break from running dungeons solo. If this whole thing works out like we both hope, of course. Before they could continue, a server came over to take their order, and to his surprise, they had something on the menu that was very similar to pizza, though it was a flatbread variation that was slightly different in its choice of ingredients. That didn't matter too much to him, though, because he just wanted a taste of home, so he ordered not just one, but 3 of the flatbread creations, intending to store the other 2 away in his inventory to enjoy them later. When the food came, it was as good as he had hoped, and he scarfed it up so quickly that he was disappointed when it was gone, so he ate a second before he could stop himself. Thankfully, he stored the 3rd away before he could get to it, though by that point he was nearly stuffed after everything he'd eaten. All through their meal, they discussed the details of exactly what he needed to put up on the contender market to bait the Harvest Guild, the actions he would need to perform while carrying out his service to them, and how to avoid agreeing to any proposed contract bonds they offered after the job. She also warned him that it might take a couple of service jobs to hook them completely, but once they did, he would have to assure them that he would think about any further bonds with them. As long as it only takes a couple of days at the most, I don't have a problem with that. This could even be fun, as I can finally use some of my spells that are meant for other people. And you're going to have to change your appearance, along with your name if you can, she added at the end. What? Why? Because some of them have already seen you as Christopher, remember? Near the goblin mine? Oh, that's right. She mentioned something along those lines when she told me she was following me. So, get a haircut, wear a mysterious mask, whatever it takes to hide your identity. There are plenty of contenders that do the same thing, so it shouldn't be a surprise. Once she said that, Théoden couldn't help but remember seeing dozens of contenders wearing some sort of face covering, though he thought that they were all scouts and it was part of their getup. When they finally finished their meal and ironed out all the details, as Camille mentioned that she would be hidden somewhere nearby when he eventually met with whoever purchased his services, he took her advice about changing his appearance. First, he went to the tailor again and purchased a white, wide-brimmed hat, a white robe, and a white face covering that looked similar to a woman's veil, but the tailor told him it was all the rage for both men and women. It wasn't transparent, at least, so he supposed he had to take their word for it. After that, he discovered the presence of what were essentially barbers or spas, He wasn't sure what they would be classified as back on Earth, called sharbins, that performed all sorts of services related to haircutting, massages, and other beauty treatments, though they were primarily frequented by Chari instead of any of the recent arrivals. That made his trip into one of them a little awkward, and his head ended up being nearly shaved bald. But he had to admit that he looked quite different than he did the day before. Once he was back in his room in the Coalition, he used his trait to change his name to display the one that the both of them had cooked up earlier, as well as his level. Angelo Human, level 20. When she first mentioned the name, he thought it was pretty cheesy. But as she explained that she considered him somewhat of a guardian angel, swooping in to help her in her time of need, he relented and accepted the name, even if he was far from being a benevolent force of good that chose to help out of the kindness in his heart. She was still blackmailing him to get his cooperation, after all. Regardless, he kept the name because it was completely unlike his real or assumed one, and it would only be used temporarily until all this clandestine business was finished. Once he was all prepared, he sat down at the table and pressed his finger against the spot of blue on it that would bring up the contender market. Instead of choosing to buy, Thaden instead chose to sell. Thankfully, the interface for this side of the market was just as easy to use as the purchasing side, and it wasn't long before he was filling out the service posting job, which thankfully pre-filled in his current fake name and level, which was something they had both been worried about while discussing plans. If it had instead used his real name and level, then this whole thing wouldn't have worked. New service posting. Service category: Healing and Resurrection Services. Service contract duration: a single dungeon delve of up to 8 hours. Service description: superior healing, protection, and resurrection spells provided to purchaser's party in dungeon between fights. Service location: Forge Stone. Service provider: Angelo. Support class: level 20. Service price: 20 gold. Thankfully, the posting also didn't reveal his actual class, because that would have been another awkward revelation. When it appeared to be all in order, he finalized the posting, and then he waited. And waited. And then waited some more. During his wait, he contacted the concierge, Garves, and asked if there was any type of service that the Coalition could perform that would help locate someone. His thinking was that if they could find Camille's brother, he wouldn't have to go through with all of this. Unfortunately, that didn't seem to be something they could do, which was disappointing but not wholly unexpected. It couldn't be that easy, could it? 5 hours after submitting his service posting, Thaden finally got a notification on his feed. Service posting has been purchased. That was faster than I expected. He couldn't pull up any details until he went back into the market, but once he was there, the purchased contract came up immediately. Healing and Resurrection Services contract has been purchased by Megan, level 15. Megan? Oh no. Was that the woman I met near the Goblin Mine? If Camille was correct, then she's part of the Harvest Guild, at least. It looks like she leveled up since yesterday, too. The market posting also listed a meeting location, just outside the Goblin Mine in the large dungeon tunnel, and a time, which just so happens to be later that night at approximately 10 p.m. That was fine with him, because he'd basically been chilling all day and had slept late that morning.
Do you accept this service contract? Yes/no. It was nice to see that even though someone had bought his services, he could still refuse if he didn't want to work for the person who purchased it. Since he would be incognito, with a whole different name and level, he figured that it wouldn't matter all that much that it was the same person that had seen him before. So, he accepted the contract, and immediately felt a tightening around his head that bordered on pain, as if someone had wrapped hundreds of rubber bands around his skull. It only lasted for a few seconds before the uncomfortable squeezing faded away,
leaving a sense of a foreign presence in the back of his mind. Contract bond is now in effect. To be released from this contract bond, one of three things must occur. 1. Fulfillment of all stipulated services to the absolute best of the service provider's ability during the allotted time. Or 2. Both parties must agree to dissolve the contract bond. Or 3. The absolute death of either the service provider or purchaser will render the contract bond null and void. Thaden wasn't a lawyer, but even he could see some issues with the way these bonds released the service provider. The language of fulfillment of all stipulated services to the absolute best of the service provider's ability could be interpreted in multiple ways. And if the Harvest Guild, or others like them, could alter some of these fulfillment requirements, then he could certainly see some issues in being free from a bond like this. Legal jargon could theoretically even set up the allotted time to be at some nebulous date far into the future, and he could think of a dozen different ways to word the services provided into something ill-defined. I think as long as it doesn't mention anything relating to slavery, indenture, or prostitution, this kind of thing could be abused like crazy. Thankfully, since he was the one who set it up originally, he was confident that the terms were clear enough that it couldn't be misinterpreted. At least, he sure hoped so. Regardless, it was done, and he had time to kill before he was supposed to meet with Megan and her party. He wasn't enthused about accompanying them on a dungeon delve, as they didn't seem like the nicest people, but he already knew that he'd be working with some individuals that actively took advantage of other contenders using manipulated contract bonds. So, of course, they weren't the best people. He ended up eating more of the flatbread pizza he'd gotten for lunch for his dinner, as he stayed in his room until it was time to leave. Once he gauged that it was about time to go, Thaden donned his new outfit, looked at himself in the mirror inside of his bathroom, and confirmed with satisfaction that he didn't look anything like his previous self. Leaving the Coalition building, he was aware of Camille following him along the way, which he realized was only because she allowed him to see her, as if reassuring him that she wasn't abandoning him to do this all alone. Thaden didn't bother acknowledging that he saw her, nor did she communicate to him in any way, and by the time he arrived at the large dungeon tunnel, she had disappeared so completely that he couldn't spot her anywhere. The nervousness kicked in and started to tie his stomach in knots as soon as he walked into the large tunnel, threatening to bring his dinner back up. So he slowed down and took deep breaths to calm himself. When he felt his stomach settle, he started moving quickly again, looking ahead to see if he could find his contact, but the crowds were large enough that night that it wasn't until he was nearly 50 feet away that he recognized Megan. And near her was Susie, Peter, and the large fighter that he hadn't bothered to learn the name of before. It turned out that it was George, so he wasn't missing much when he had failed to learn it earlier. They saw him at approximately the same time. "Angelo, you're late!" Thaden doubted that, as he was probably at least a half hour early, but he didn't bother refuting her claim. Instead, he simply walked up to them all and bowed, his arms crossed over his chest in silence. Camille instructed him not to speak if he could help it, in case someone recognized his voice. If he had to, he would need to lower the tone to confuse anyone trying to identify him by such a method. "Not a talkative one, are you? I hope I didn't overpay for you, because I doubt that you can live up to the price you required, especially for a single dungeon delve," Megan said to his silence. "We're going to test just how good you are by pushing as far into the medial difficulty as we can. So I hope you're ready." "I'm ready," he said, deliberately lowering his voice and adding in a scratchiness that completely camouflaged his normal tone. "Fine. Add whatever buffs you have to us before we head inside, and be sure to refresh them whenever we're out of combat. I don't want to see any slacking now, and if I feel like you're not giving it your best, we might just have a problem." "No problems from me, I assure you," he promised the rude woman. "She's as bad as she was before." With a nod at his assurance, Megan started to lead the party toward the offshoot tunnel that would lead to the goblin mine. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Camille a bit further down, watching as he moved to follow them. Unfortunately, he didn't get more than 2 steps before the entire tunnel started to shake, reminding him of what had happened after he'd left the magma dungeon the night before. Unlike what happened then, this wasn't a simple rumble. Chapter 17. Startled screams echoed through the tunnel as the shaking increased in intensity, to the point where Théoden had to spread his legs apart and balance himself to avoid falling down. He watched as a number of other contenders nearby tried to do the same, including Megan and Peter from the party he was supposed to heal in the dungeon, only for them to fall flat on their backs after a few seconds of shaking. "What is going on?" his contract buyer shouted, but she was quickly drowned out by a reverberating roar that seemed to emerge from the depths of the mountain, causing the tunnel to shake even further, creating cracks in the perfectly shaped exterior passageway. It was at that point that Théoden fell to the floor, which bounced underneath him so much that it felt like it was punching him in the rear, and a chunk of the ceiling fell right next to him, shattering into 100 pieces, pelting him with shrapnel. "Screw this. I don't know what's going on, but I'm not dying here." The Life Warden channeled both of his fields into existence. It was just in time as another chunk the size of his head landed on his leg, only to bounce off once it encountered his major repulsion field. As if things couldn't get any crazier, a sudden notification consumed his vision. "World alert! The anchor dungeon underneath Forgestone in Region Number 1 has been activated." A short 24 hours ago, a single courageous contender entered and completed an anchor dungeon deep below the city of Forgestone by themselves, which has activated the next stage of development in the region. No longer content to delve through the weaker dungeons that have proved to be only a stepping stone to incredible power, the contenders of Region Number 1 will now face additional challenges to ramp up their development even further. As a result of being the first region to reach this stage, every contender in Region Number 1 will receive a special achievement, greatly accelerating their pick accumulation for the next 30 days to help them face the challenges ahead. Again, congratulations are in order for all contenders in Region Number 1. Which region will be next? Region alert! Developmental Stage 2 is now commencing. Due to the activation of one of the 3 anchor dungeons in the region, the contenders in Region Number 1 are now ready to face the next stage in their development. From this point forward, all dungeon monsters under level 40 will grow stronger by 1 level every 2 days, accumulating until reaching the level 40 threshold. In addition, all monsters above level 40 will grow stronger by 1 level every 9 days, until all anchor dungeons in the region have been discovered, explored, and completed on minimal difficulty. Anchor dungeons explored and completed. Magma dungeon? Good luck and fight well, contenders. Your world is counting on you to prevail. City alert. Prepare to defend yourselves. The magma worms buried deep underneath the city of Forgestone have awoken due to the complete exploration of the magma dungeon, and are attacking now. Put aside any petty squabbles you may have, and work together to defend the city against their emergence, or there may not be a city left once they are finished venting their wrath upon the upper world. Special quest incoming to all contenders belonging to the Adventurer Coalition located in Forgestone. Quest type, special. Rank requirement, any quest. Time limit, immediately. Quest difficulty, low. Maximal. Minimum recommended level, 40. Minimum recommended party size, any. Quest description. Magma worms are ascending to the upper world from the depths below Forgestone, and it is up to every single adventurer nearby to defend the city, or it may fall to their wrath. Band together with your fellow adventurers in large raid parties of up to 200 individuals to foil these dangerous invaders. Completion requirements. Eliminate all 30 magma worms as they emerge from below. Quest rewards. 150 gold, 50,000 pick, 150 rank progress up to gold, and 1 additional spell/ability selection. Quest failure penalties. Destruction of the city of Forgestone. Current available nearby Adventurer Coalition members. Assigned. 43,578 over 43,578. Well, Théden barely had a chance to finish reading the barrage of notifications and close it when a massive shape broke through the nearby wall, crashing through the stone as if it were paper. He watched in horror as a tooth-filled maw, dripping glowing magma that stretched wide enough to drive a double-decker bus through it, bite through the shocked-looking figure of Camille, killing her instantly as her body was torn into multiple pieces. Magma worm, medial level, 55. The Life Warden didn't even have a chance to comprehend what was going on before the worm turned and dove straight at the other people in the wrecked tunnel, which included Megan and her party from the harvest, as well as Théden, who was following behind them. As the 4 party members were scooped up into its mouth, screaming as their limbs were bitten off before being burned by the molten stone that looked to be its saliva, he panicked. As the horrendous monster attempted to add him to its meal, one of its teeth impacted him and bounced off just enough that he was spared the indignity of being eaten alive. He stumbled out of its path as it turned toward more delicious-looking morsels nearby. Théden fetched himself up against the intact far wall of the tunnel, away from where the magma worm was rampaging through the panicking contenders that had been moving in and out of the Goblin Mine Dungeon's offshoot tunnel. And he watched as dozens of them were scooped up into its mouth to meet the same fate as the others he'd already witnessed dying to the dangerous monster. Even as panicked as he felt, a part of his mind spurred him into action, and he finally got a chance to cast Major Negation Zone toward where the worm was devouring more screaming contenders. Suddenly, the 200-foot diameter area he targeted was filled with a sparkly glimmer, as if a million tiny prisms were shining at the same time. As all damage and afflictions were suspended for 60 seconds, Théden finally got a chance to look at the magma worm as it attempted to bite down and swallow more victims, only for it to bounce off them ineffectually, as if they were made of rubber. It was huge, but not as large as he feared. At about 60 feet in length, it was actually smaller than the Magma Colossus boss he had killed in the Magma Dungeon. But it was also faster and more maneuverable. Large bands of glowing magma ringed the length of its dark stone body, which tapered off into a short, stubby tail that ended with a spiky ball of stone, with which he saw it try to smack a party of contenders located behind it a second later, only for the spiked tail ball to bounce off with no damage. Seeing that some of the contenders near the confused worm were hurt, he took a step forward to help heal them. But something large abruptly cut him off. He bounced off the hot stone exterior of another worm that had apparently come up from further down the tunnel. He took a step back and tripped over a piece of tunnel debris, sending him crashing down on his back. Before he could recover, the worm shifted its path until it was on top of him, essentially running him over. He wasn't squished, of course, because both his fields kept it from doing any damage, and he could see that it was repulsed away from him repeatedly. But it didn't do any harm because the negation zone was still in effect. He attempted to push his way out from underneath, but his efforts were in vain, as all he essentially did was punch a multi-ton monster in its rocky exterior, which did absolutely nothing. By the time it finished running him over, another worm was right on its tail, giving Théden only a moment to scramble to his feet and back away, pressing himself up against the wall. His view and access to the other contenders he had been on the way to saving was blocked by the large worm passing in front of him, But he could at least look to his sides, and immediately wished that he hadn't. Further down the large tunnel, he could see even more worms making their way up toward the city, leaving behind demolished walls and bloody smears all over the floor where they had visited absolute carnage upon the contenders who had been moving toward the other dungeon turnoffs. He could see a random person using their swift speed to avoid the worms and run toward the entrance, from which he could hear the faint screams of the citizens of the city, discovering that their home was being invaded by giant magma worms. Thaden closed his eyes and covered his ears with his hands, as overwhelming guilt slammed into him. I did this. I killed all these people. If I hadn't completed the magma dungeon, none of this would have happened. He wasn't exactly sure what an anchor dungeon was, or how he was supposed to know that the magma dungeon was one, but he could guess as to their purpose. Just like all the other messed up things in the world of Tarth, this whole scenario was likely designed to push the development of all the contenders in the region to new heights by giving them a challenge with incentivized rewards.
Unfortunately, it probably wasn't supposed to happen until the majority of the contenders were much stronger, with at least an average level of 40, or even higher. Based on his own spells and development, at that point there would be thousands of individuals with evolved classes and powerful spells. If they banded together and formed these raid parties he saw mentioned in the special quest notification, they could easily handle the worms, even if the monsters were 10 or 15 levels higher than their average level. But given that no one but Thaden had an evolved class, and the average level of the contenders in the city was somewhere in the neighborhood of 40 levels lower than these worms, they had no chance. They were all going to die. He consoled himself with the thought that the city guards should easily be able to handle them once they emerged from the tunnel, so it wasn't going to be that bad. Based on the high levels he saw from the people in the Adventurer Coalition, such as the Vice Leader of Aronia's level 100, there probably wasn't going to be more than a minor breakout of monsters into the city before they were handled. That did nothing to assuage his guilt regarding all those who'd already died, including Camille and the others within the dungeon tunnel. Even a single life being lost because of something he had done was bad enough, and it had already been many more than that. The worm blocking his way toward the hurt contenders finally passed, and he immediately strode forward, only to see no one left in his negation zone. Even the worm that had eaten Camille and the party he was contracted to was gone, having left behind the immune snacks as it sped toward the large tunnel opening. He saw a few trailing figures running into the offshoot that led to the Goblin Mine dungeon, carrying someone between them, so he could only assume that they had taken their wounded and escaped. The sound of cracking stone preceded another magma worm emerging from the offshoot tunnel, and Thaden couldn't help but recognize the clothing of one of the running figures being shredded apart as the poor contenders were swept up into its mouth. They were too far away still for him to cast a spell and outside of his negation zone, and even if he was closer, he could tell immediately that it was already too late. Unless some of them managed to escape the hungry maw of the worm further inside the offshoot, all those that he had attempted to protect with his negation zone were dead. Looking further down the large tunnel, he could vaguely make out the same thing happening from the other dungeon offshoots, and he realized that it was almost a foregone conclusion that nearly all of the contenders below the surface were dead. There's got to be something I can do. Knowing that he would probably be of more use to the contenders and Chari in the city with his healing and protective spells, he quickly raced after the worm that had recently blocked him, hoping to get up there before any more people could die unnecessarily. Within a minute, he was nearly at the top of the tunnel, and he strained to see past the bulk of the worms in front of him into the city beyond. As he ran to work his way in between them, a sudden rumbling under his feet had him stopping abruptly, which was when yet another magma worm erupted from under where he would have been
if he had kept running. It arced up into the air like some sort of jumping whale, before slamming back down on the now cracked stone floor, joining the others as they passed into the open air above.
The life warden started to pick himself up as even more screams from the people of the city joined in the cacophony of death and destruction occurring just beyond his reach. But the sound of stone cracking under his body had him instead scrambling backward on his butt. Unfortunately, it wasn't fast enough, as the stone underneath him cracked completely, causing him to plummet downwards into semi-darkness. Even as he fell, with large stone chunks descending all around him, he was able to make out what appeared to be the relatively smooth, circular passageway that the worm had bored out of the mountain to emerge into the above tunnel. As he slammed into the bottom of the worm-bored tunnel that angled upwards sharply at the end, his major repulsion field prevented any damage being done to him, which he was glad of, because while he didn't fall far, he nearly fell on his head. He supposed that it was because the tunnel collapsing was technically caused by the worm, so it was considered an attack. Whatever it was that helped him survive the fall, he wasn't going to complain. He also wasn't going to complain when the large stone chunks that had descended with and after him were also repulsed by his field, lightly bouncing off of his prone figure and moving off to the left or right before coming to a stop. Sadly, that also meant that they piled up around him, only leaving a chimney of open space above him that stretched for about a dozen feet. Thaden laid there on the bottom of the pile of stones for nearly a minute as his panicked breathing slowed, and he finally had the sense of urgency fill him enough to get up. Extricating himself up and out of the stone coffin was a delicate balance of stretching his meager climbing skills to the limit while doing his best not to let the precariously stacked stones collapse under his weight. But after a few minutes, he managed to pull himself out. As soon as he reached the top and flung himself over the lip, the pile finally collapsed, and he was unlucky enough for his foot to get caught and drag him down with it. The pain of his foot getting crushed and nearly ripped off his body frightened him, so much that he used all of his strength to pull himself free of the settling pile, and he managed to escape being crushed even further. He quickly healed himself to stop the agony, using all of his instant cast healing spells one after another to speed up the process. As the broken bones clicked back into place after being repaired, he breathed a sigh of relief as the pain receded, and he looked up to see how he could get out of the worm-bored tunnel. Unfortunately, it wasn't going to be as easy as simply walking out. Having fallen where the passageway was relatively flat, walking along the circular tunnel wasn't that bad. It reminded him of pictures of large sewer pipes he'd seen on TV, in fact. The problem came with the sheer smoothness of the walls, because as he walked closer to the exit, the slope changed to the point where it was nearly 60 degrees, turning it into a smooth slide that was almost impossible to walk up. After attempting it for about a minute and sliding back down every single time, he looked back down the dark worm tunnel looking for an alternate exit. The light coming from above showed that there was a collapse about 150 feet further in, blocking him from going any further down. But perhaps I can get up somewhere there. Thankfully, the light from his active fields gave him enough light to see where he was going, allowing him to arrive at the blockage and look around for another means of escape. All it took was looking up above the massive pile of broken stones to see light far above him, meaning that there was a way up and out. Thaden was relatively strong due to his 31 points in physicality, which was boosted by an extra 7 when he changed out of the white robes he was wearing and put on some gear that gave bonuses to his stats. But his lack of experience in climbing led to the process taking much longer than he expected. The massive hill of stone that had collapsed into the tunnel was sheer in many parts, causing him to find ways around it, which ate up valuable time. time during which he could have been helping the people outside. After what felt like days, but was probably more like 4 or 5 hours, he finally pulled himself up and over the top of the pile to find himself in the large dungeon tunnel again, though it was slightly further down from where he had started, of course. Carefully making his way around the collapsed section of the floor where he emerged, before giving the area where the worm had actually emerged a wide berth, he finally had the available focus to see how the city was doing against the worms. The first thing he noticed, before he was able to actually see outside the large tunnel, was that it was nearly silent. The screams that had beaten at his eardrums had stopped, which he supposed was a good thing, but there also wasn't any of the normal murmuring that normally accompanied large numbers of people. It wasn't until he finally walked up to the edge of the large dungeon tunnel and observed the city, or what was left of it, that the reason why it was so quiet was made abundantly clear. There was no one left to scream even if they wanted to. Chapter 18. To say there wasn't anyone left within the city was technically untrue, as at the far reaches of his vision he could see city guards up on the walls staring inside the city, standing as still as statues and lit up by the myriad of magical lights in the pre-dawn light. And if he was also being truthful, saying that nothing was alive was also false, because the magma worms were certainly still living, crushing the last of the spectacular buildings that used to make up the livable sections of the city. They looked like angry toddlers running through an enormous sandcastle, kicking it all apart with their hands and feet just because they could. But as far as any people living, other than the city guards, he couldn't see a single soul. At least, not in the city, as when he gazed out beyond the walls, he thought he could see thousands of little dots that he could only assume were people, escaping the absolute destruction that the magma worms had caused. Why? Why didn't the guards step in? The horror of the scene before him was replaced by anger, both at himself and at the Chari city guards that did nothing to stop all of this from happening. When he looked at the spot where he thought the coalition building had been, it had been reduced to rubble just like everything else, so he had no idea what had happened to the high-level vice leader there, along with the other important leadership from the other coalition branches within Fordstone. Whatever had happened to the buildings, it was clear that those powerful people hadn't participated in the defense either, as from what he could see of the worms destroying the last of the buildings near the eastern part of the city, there were still 30 of them rampaging around, just like the quest said there would be. He didn't know why none of them stepped up to protect their own city, but he was going to find out. Thaden started running toward the western gate, which was on the opposite side of where the monstrous worms were located, with his sights on the guards standing on the walls watching impassively as everything fell apart around them. He ran into a problem almost immediately, however, as the streets that once existed had disappeared, so filled with rubble from the demolished stone buildings that it was nearly impossible to locate them. The area between himself and the walls was a sea of shattered and crushed stone, all strewn together with visible pieces of colorful interior decor sticking out here and there like the innards of a creature bleeding out everywhere. Crossing the city was going to take a while, as there was no clear pathway across it. 15 minutes into his trek toward the walls, the life warden suddenly froze as he crawled over another large slab of broken stone, because the hairs on the back of his neck suddenly prickled. He slowed his breathing as he tried to figure out what had caused his danger senses to go off, which wasn't something he'd experienced very often, but he knew he should probably listen to it. It took him about 30 seconds of listening to it before he realized he wasn't hearing anything else. More accurately, he couldn't hear the faraway sounds of the magma worms destroying the last part of the city. Cautiously standing on top of the slab he was crawling over, his vantage point allowed him to see over a good portion of the city, and as he looked east, he expected to see the worms there. But they were gone. He looked at the large dungeon tunnel to see if they had retreated down inside the mountain once they had finished their destructive impulses,
but he didn't see any sign of them. Uh-oh. The slight rumble under his feet was the only warning he had, as the stone slab he was standing on suddenly rocketed upward under his feet, as a giant, teeth-filled maw attempted to swallow him whole. Thaden managed to hold on to the side of the slab as it ascended at least 300 feet into the air at an angle, as he was tossed away like discarded trash toward another part of the city. The slab flipped over while it was in the air, causing him to be under it as it fell back to the ground. But there was nothing he could do. He was pressed against the underside of the slab as it plummeted into a field of broken rubble, and he wasn't looking forward to the impact, even if he was fairly certain his fields would save him from instant death. Just in case, he made sure his major death ward was still active, ensuring that he wouldn't die upon impact. It didn't get that far, however, because as soon as he was within 20 feet of slamming into the deadly rubble of the city, he could only watch in shocked horror as another worm emerged from below. Its mouth opened wide to swallow him up. He couldn't move as his body essentially bounced off one of its teeth, and its momentum as it came out of the ground was great enough that it pushed the stone slab back up into the air, the act of which inevitably sent him flying once again. And it was all he could do to hold on once again, as the slab was sent spinning, until he couldn't see anything clearly anymore as he spun around. His grip was nearly not enough as he clutched at a crevice in the stone underneath him, and he was almost flung away as the rotational force attempted to eject him outwards. But he clung with every scrap to what he was seeing as his only lifeline. Without it, he was fairly certain he might slip right into the open maw of one of the worms as he descended again. It might not kill him right away, but he couldn't imagine what might happen if he was in the belly of one of those monsters, even if he had his fields active. Thaden was pushed up again, and then again as more of the worms emerged from below to try to swallow him up. But the sheer impact of their attempted swallowing started to break apart his protective slab. As he was tossed around like an object in a game of keep-away, it finally broke apart under his hands, and he was flung away from the disintegrating stone shield, with his arc at a different trajectory than before. Finally able to orient himself, he found himself heading toward what appeared to be the center of the city, in a large square that didn't seem to have as much rubble present, because this central area was dedicated to being an open space where a large garden had been trampled, and the trees there snapped like toothpicks. He braced himself as he slammed into a remarkably clear space of ground, and the sudden arresting of his momentum made him a bit queasy as he bounced high into the air, before ricocheting off of a splintery tree trunk and then rolling along the ground until he came to a complete stop. "Ugh," he grunted, his body abused from the drastic changes of acceleration he'd undergone, and his hands bloody from holding on to the slab. That was, without a doubt, the worst game of catch I've ever participated in. At least I'm alive and not swallowed up by a worm. He started to mutter as he struggled to his feet. But a rumbling of the stone underneath him froze him in place. No, this isn't fair," he said as he flung himself to the side, but nothing emerged from below to swallow him up. As he looked down at the ground, confused, a glimpse out of the corner of his eye caused him to whip his head up to see a worm heading straight toward him, quickly flowing over the rubble as if it was level ground. He stood up and started to run the other way, but he didn't take more than a step before he spotted the second worm coming up behind him. As he looked for a means of escape, his head swiveled around as he saw more of the monsters completely surrounding him on all sides, just waiting to converge on him simultaneously. Shit. He might be invulnerable thanks to his fields, but again the thought of being swallowed up by one of the worms made him shiver in fear. While he might eventually escape from such a situation, especially if trying to digest him counted as an attack and was reflected back upon the worm as a result, he didn't know if he would survive that long.
Would there be any air to breathe? If he died due to lack of oxygen, that wasn't necessarily an attack he could protect against. It would be the same as if he was dragged into a lake by a monster and drowned. Evaluating his options, Théoden realized that there weren't many at this point. Even if the guards on the walls could hear him from where he was, he doubted they would help him. If they didn't help the rest of the city avoid being destroyed, then it was unlikely they would move now. As he stood there, waiting for the worms to arrive, he quickly checked the special quest related to this whole horrendous fiasco, hoping that there was someone still alive nearby that might be able to distract the monsters temporarily while he kept them alive. But his hopes sank when he looked at the bottom of the quest. Current available nearby Adventurer Coalition members. Assigned 1/1. Just me left, huh? He was fairly certain that all 43,000 contenders that had been assigned to the quest originally hadn't all died, as it was more likely that many of them fled. He couldn't really blame them, of course, because there was nothing that they could do. Perhaps if they'd had warning and were prepared for the worms to emerge, forming the raid parties with 200 people, they might have been strong enough to fight back with their combined abilities. But that didn't happen. Just how many of them died, along with the Chiri in the city that couldn't escape in time, he had no idea. But he had to guess that it was likely a significant number of people. With his options dwindling, he took out of his inventory the only thing he could think of that just might work. The failed Chilling Aura Necklace of Extreme Cold. Looking up as the nearest worm was only 20 feet away, he started feeding mana into the melted snowflake medallion, hoping that it would still function, as he hadn't tried it again after the Magma Colossus boss had fallen. He breathed a sigh of relief as he felt the extreme cold that marked its activation, just as the closest worm lunged at him, its lower tooth banging against Théoden's field, pushing its mouth to the side. That just gave the monster behind him the opportunity to rear upward like he'd seen an inchworm do one time, and then descend upon him from above, while the rest of the worms crowded close, as if they wanted to be present to witness their final victory over the contenders in Forgestone. As the toothy maw slipped over his body, the worm bit down on his feet once he was inside, which only ended up squeezing him down its throat. With no control over his fate at this point, as he felt the chilling cold begin to freeze portions of his body as it was exposed to the necklace's full effect, Théoden slid into the worm's throat and down to its stomach, the walls of magma-like esophagus heating the area around him to uncomfortable levels. His innate heat resistance of 40%, granted to him from his recent achievement, and the single minor heat resistance ring he was wearing for an additional 15%, were the only things that prevented him from burning alive from the sheer heat inside the worm. He had expected it to be dark inside the stomach, but it instead glowed red thanks to the liquid magma inside that he assumed acted like stomach acid. He was glad not to see any trace of any meals it might have had earlier, because that might have snapped the last thread of sanity that was the only thing keeping him from falling into a full-blown panic attack after being swallowed by the powerful monster. It almost snapped anyway, as he splashed into the magma acid and he felt his skin burning and freezing at the same time, as two warring extreme temperatures fought for control, and he began spamming Major Cure Physical Affliction again and again to get rid of the frozen and burning afflictions that were quickly killing him, even with his Major Regeneration and Afterglow active. He kept hoping that the glowing walls around him would suddenly explode, similar to how the magma salamanders had, but nothing seemed to happen. He tried to take a deep breath to calm himself, only to cough as what little polluted air there was seeped into his lungs. The panic attack threatened to break free from the restraining mental hand he had on it when he began to see spots in his vision from the lack of oxygen. Stumbling to his knees, the heat from the magma acid ramped up as the blistering and burning of his skin increased past the point where he could handle it. He was barely conscious as he watched his health drop precipitously. And he died. Or he would have, were it not for Major Death Ward. The spell activated, and he felt an immediate influx of health and vigor that crashed into his body with such intensity it felt like he had injected 100 energy drinks into his bloodstream while being shocked by a defibrillator at the same time. He jumped out of the stomach magma and did his best to avoid falling fully into it again, as the spots in his vision receded slightly from the Death Ward's effect. Unfortunately, the sudden influx of health and energy was short-lived, as he immediately felt his body being tortured by the extreme temperatures again. As he involuntarily screamed out in pain, which released what little oxygen he still had in his lungs, the vision spots returned as he became lightheaded. He looked down at his hand, clutching the snowflake medallion portion of his necklace, and it glowed with an inner light that melted even more of its structure. Come on, work, damn it! He was on the verge of passing out when the snowflake suddenly crumbled in his hand, followed by the misshapen chain that had been attached to it. He stared at the destroyed accessory as a dark powder filtered through his fingers to sprinkle onto the stomach magma below. As the powder disappeared into the molten stone, so too did his hopes of survival. Swaying in place and ready to give up, an ear-splitting crack suddenly reverberated through the stomach, and before he could react, he found himself being washed out of the organ in a tide of escaping magma acid that escaped out of a hole in its lower side. Swapping out his access slots and using every healing spell he could, regardless of whether it would also heal the worm or not, he was barely able to keep his health above zero as he was basically inundated by the heat of the magma covering him. It felt as if he had been cooking alive for days by the time he came to a stop, and he saw the magma flowing away from around him, revealing a sight that made him tear up in joy. Sunlight broke over the horizon, signaling the start of a new day. He wasted no time in taking a deep breath, coughing as much of the polluted air out of his lungs as possible while he stood up and out of the cooling pool of stomach magma around him. When he was able to finally acknowledge to himself that he was somehow alive, he looked around to see why. The magma worms were dead, frozen into complete immobility as their bodies were cooled to the point where their internal magma couldn't save them. The only thing that had stayed insulated enough were their stomachs, which appeared to be hot enough to crack open the frozen stone bodies surrounding them, releasing the liquid stone inside like an egg being cracked open to make breakfast. How long they had been dead before that happened, he had no way of knowing, because he had been trying to stay alive and not checking his notifications. He chuckled at the sheer ridiculousness of his survival, which gradually turned into full-blown manic laughter as he reveled in somehow still being alive. The guilt behind the deaths of so many people slammed into him in mid-laugh, and it turned into a sob. And before long, he was unabashedly bawling as the adrenaline that had been keeping him going drained away. He somehow stumbled to the cooled remains of a cracked worm and sat down on what looked to him like a good place to rest, as he put his head in his hands and shook from the tears that refused to stop. Even the crunch of a foot stepping on a piece of rubble nearby couldn't get him to break out of his much-deserved breakdown. But the voice that accompanied it certainly did. "Congratulations!" Thaden's sobs stopped immediately as they were replaced by a towering anger. He looked up to see someone he thought had died, considering that the city had been destroyed. Veronia. Where the fuck were you? Chapter 19. As much as Thaden wanted to get up from where he had just sat down to confront the vice leader of the Forged Stone Adventurer Coalition, his entire body, not to mention his mind and his emotional state, was exhausted, and not even his righteous anger could get him to his feet. So he had to settle for glaring and practically growling at the stone-faced Chari, who simply stared at him.
When it didn't appear as though she was going to answer his question, he opened his mouth to demand that she speak, but she finally spoke curtly, cutting him off. "This is your developmental world, contender." That was it. He expected her to expand upon that statement with some sort of explanation, but she simply stood there watching him. What? What on earth does that mean? Veronia shook her head. "I cannot expound upon my statement, other than to convey my congratulations on completing the special quest associated with the magma worms that attacked Forgestone. Your training should have explained—" "I didn't go through the stupid training," he shouted. "Why do you think I'm so strong compared to the other contenders, Because I was here 3 months before anyone else?" The vice leader froze for a moment, before she shook her head again. "No, that is not possible. Every contender arrived together." "Well, it happened, no matter what you may think. Something got messed up in the transfer here, and I ended up the way I am now. All because the assimilation system made a mistake." "Do not finish that statement," Veronia growled, anger suffusing her face as she took a step toward him threateningly. Théden didn't even flinch. He really didn't care what kind of threat she made toward him. She couldn't hurt him with his fields active, since they now covered up to level 100 sources, of which she qualified.
Look, I really don't care about the system or how much you seem to worship it as some infallible deity, but that is definitely not what I see. For instance, this entire deal with the contenders and this whole developmental world, it makes no sense whatsoever. Don't even get me started on the ranking thing and the contenders being able to kill each other after level 21, because such a thing can only lead to conscienceless killers and murderers getting to the top at the expense of what could be talented and powerful people, if they weren't assassinated by those with absolutely no morals. And I thought that was the worst thing I'd see here. But then I saw the guards here. And you, by the way. Allowing these damn worms to rampage through the city, likely killing just as many or more of your own people, and you did nothing to stop it. I could somewhat understand it if you let the earthen contenders die because we aren't your people, but all the Chari citizens here too? What kind of callous insanity has infected you all? As he spoke, he could see the woman becoming more and more furious as she clenched her hands and bared her teeth at him, even eliciting a growl deep in her throat. He didn't care, though, because it was cathartic venting his frustrations at the whole situation as the guilt ate away at him inside his mind. And then there was the lack of warning to me about the magma dungeon, as that would have been spectacular to have before I ever visited there. A simple, "You might want to wait on this very specific dungeon for a little bit," would have been more than enough to turn my attention elsewhere. But no. There was not even a hint for me to be cautious in what I did there, and I find it hard to believe that you wouldn't know about how dangerous it was considering your level. Unable to take his accusations any longer, Veronia blew up. "You have no idea what was sacrificed, all for a bunch of arrogant contenders."
"Shut up! Shut up! Shut up!" she screamed, before an impossible barrage of magical spells erupted from her hands toward him. His eyes widened as the area all around him seemed to warp and tear, before being filled with a cold that seeped into his bones like the cold vacuum of space. Been there, done that with my necklace. Mine was colder. 3 magma worm corpses were lifted from where they were lying with some sort of telekinetic power, before being flung straight at him, only for them to bounce off harmlessly when they impacted his major repulsion field. Enormous bolts of lightning sprang from the vice leader's fingertips as she attempted to shock and burn him to death, but they were also ineffective as they were absorbed by his major absorption field. Dense air shaped like curved blades was aimed for his neck, which did absolutely nothing to him. Gravity seemed to increase in the vicinity as he felt a subtle pressure upon him, and the stone corpse of the worm he was sitting on cracked under his butt, as if he suddenly weighed 5 tons. He had to shift a bit to be more comfortable, but it was more of an inconvenience than anything. And finally, a throbbing orb of pure darkness, like a void, drifted toward him lazily, sucking in random dirt and stone dust that disappeared into its depths before starting to attract larger and larger stones around the area. Is that some sort of black hole type attack? I have to admit that's pretty cool. Still, he did nothing but watch it approach, and by the time it arrived near him, it was sucking up stone fragments as large as he was. He felt a little bit of pull on the hairs all over his skin as it neared, but it wasn't forceful or painful. Instead, it felt like a gentle breeze blowing over his body in the same direction. When the void orb eventually touched the edge of his field, it popped like a soap bubble, disappearing as if it had never even existed. And all through her magical tantrum, he simply sat, largely unmoving, as he watched her exhaust herself. Panting and slightly bent over, but now with a fearfully manic look on her face, she spat out, "Impossible! How are you not dead?" He just shrugged, not wanting or caring to explain about his inexhaustible mana pool. As she straightened up from where she was bent over, another growl erupted from her mouth as she raised her hands as if to try again to kill him. But she suddenly froze in place as her face paled more than he'd ever seen on a Chari. The telltale sign of someone reading something that only they could see was in her eyes, as she had a slight, faraway look in them. Before her face transformed to one of terror. "No! I did everything I was Veronia never got a chance to finish what she was about to say, before her head seemed to detonate from the inside, followed by a chain reaction that blew up the rest of her body, flinging flesh and bone at high speed everywhere, with a not insignificant portion of it bouncing off of Théoden's fields. As the last of the woman's body rained down around him, Théoden sat there in shock as he stared at where the level 100 vice leader of the Forged Stone Adventurer Coalition had been just seconds before. His mind short-circuited as he tried to comprehend what had just happened. The death of the powerful Chari somehow affecting him more than all the others. He sat there staring vacantly at the blood-stained and gore-filled space in front of him for at least 15 minutes before his brain started working again. His capacity for horror-filled images of death and the guilt associated with it had hit its limit, so his mind fell back on what he did best, analyzing the situation from an objective position. Applying his high mentality, he quickly broke down all the data he'd observed without coloring it with his opinions or emotions, so that he could attempt to understand the reason why everything had happened the way it had. First, there was the anchor dungeon below Forgestone, a very difficult area for just about anyone other than Théoden because of his invulnerability to attacks. He pictured a normal party of contenders fighting their way through the magma-filled caves and the boss at the end, and he had a difficult time imagining how any of them would be able to complete the entire dungeon without being at least at the upper edge of the recommended level of 50. Granted, he hadn't personally seen the abilities and spells of many contenders working together in a party, especially at higher levels with evolved classes. But he thought the Colossus alone would be extremely difficult to defeat without great teamwork and specialized equipment to combat the heat. It could be done, of course, but it wouldn't be easy, which meant that it was designed to be completed by a high-level party of contenders, which also likely meant that the average level of other contenders was fairly similar. He'd already considered this before when he was panicking after the worms arrived. But thinking logically about the entire scenario, he could somewhat see the idea behind the attack. It wasn't supposed to be a punishment. It was supposed to be a reward. The notifications just before the attack said as much, as it congratulated the region for being the first to activate one of the anchoring dungeons, and it even gave every contender in the region an achievement that increased their pick rewards for a limited time. He could only assume that in previous developmental worlds with other races across the galaxy, universe, dimension,
Regardless, other races may have slowed down their development after racing toward the top of the rankings, secure in the belief that they would be the winners when all this stuff was done. Or, alternatively, if a region was lagging far behind with no hope of catching the top contenders from other regions, something like this could spur them on to reach new heights and shoot to the top of the rankings, which would snowball as the others felt the need to catch up, thereby initiating their own next stage of development. He didn't have to like it for it to make sense, because it was what it was. When he looked at why no one told him about this anchoring dungeon, he could only assume that doing so was as forbidden as mentioning that the assimilation system was not infallible. It would be giving the contenders in their region an unfair advantage over the others, and only by working hard to discover it on their own would they be able to take advantage of the rewards that came with it. Plus, it was probably supposed to happen naturally, as the contenders got stronger on their own, and focusing on activating an anchoring dungeon could skew their entire development. Of course, that all got screwed up when Thaden walked into the picture. Pushing aside the guilt was easy enough at this point, because he was still analyzing what had happened with the magma worm attack. He'd already considered that it was supposed to be somewhat of an impromptu training exercise that would bring all the contenders together to fight as a larger entity with the raid parties. But what he didn't figure on was the fact that if they didn't learn how to fight with other contenders, something that would definitely be important once they fought the adversary after leaving Tarth, then they would fail to save themselves or the citizens of Forgestone. What was a surefire way to force them to do something like that? Let them fly without a safety net, of course. Which explained why none of the city guards or individuals like the vice leader came to help. Based on what Veronia said before she exploded about doing what she was supposed to do, Thaden assumed that they knew the attack was going to happen and were instructed, likely by the assimilation system, to not interfere. "This is your development world, contender," she'd said. But he hadn't understood what she meant at the time. Now he thought he did, and it horrified him. She had to stand by and watch as her people were slaughtered along with the contenders who either chose to stay and fight the magma worms or were too slow to escape. And she couldn't lift a finger to help. I could only assume that she or anyone with the ability to actually help, such as the city guards, would have been punished for interfering. It was the contenders' chance to learn how to work together and overcome the threat to the city. It was our developmental opportunity. And if they had stepped in to help, it would have lessened the impact of the opportunity. It was total BS, at least from his perspective, considering that they had to know that the contenders had no chance of winning at this point in time. But it was probably a hard rule that they couldn't bend even a little, depending on the circumstances. It also made Veronia's manic attack on him after his ignorant accusations seemed to make light of the sacrifices she must have endured by watching her city and people crumble around her, feel almost justified. And the guilt immediately tried to come back as he realized that he had essentially killed her too. Why? Because in addition to having rules in place designed to ensure that any developmental opportunities weren't interfered with, he could only assume that they were forbidden from deliberately killing or trying to kill contenders. He also figured there were exceptions, such as contenders blatantly violating the rules repeatedly, such as attacking other contenders over level 21 while in a town or city after being warned not to. But Thaden hadn't technically violated any rules, unless free speech was banned, which he didn't think was the case. Therefore, when she intentionally attempted to kill him, even wondering aloud why he wasn't dead, that was apparently enough for the deadly consequences to kick in. Groaning at the presumed discovery of all these revelations regarding this world and the roles of the people within it, he held his head in his hands as he went a step further.
If Tarth was a developmental world, and everything was a developmental opportunity to teach contenders what they would need to fight the adversary, then the PvP aspect of everything after level 21 made a sick sort of sense. Oh yeah, the assimilation system knows what it's doing, all right. It's twistedly insane, but I can only assume that it works in the long run. He originally thought that allowing the contenders to kill each other after level 21 would only result in selfish murderers and psychopaths getting ahead of the competition by taking out the rest. And he was somewhat correct. At first, this is exactly what would happen, as probably thousands of contenders would be killed in the initial bloodbath of slaughter as contenders emerged into the low 20s in level. But it would quickly taper off as grudges and people looking to take down easy rivals took place. After that, though, he could see the deaths tapering off as everyone got it out of their system, other than with those aforementioned murderers and psychopaths. But what did any civilized people do when such an unstable person or people started killing others? They either created some sort of system of laws and the police force to stop it, or they took matters into their own hands to solve the problem. The latter solution would likely be the case. What could a psychotic murderer do when he or she was hunted down by a large mob of contenders, and then couldn't kill any of the hunters because they were a single level lower than them? The problem would eventually correct itself, or at worst, only a few bad apples would get through. Everyone else, however, would learn, just like every society on Earth had, that working together was preferable to annihilating the competition, and that their time would be much better spent developing themselves by killing monsters than it would be by killing a rival. Besides, if someone spent most of their time killing other people just to get to the top by having the highest level, how do you think those they essentially walked all over would react to seeing them on top? It would just make them the next target. The whole system of killing would end up costing the lives of tens of thousands of contenders during their time on Tarth. But was that worth the end result? He could only assume that allowing unstable psychopaths through to fight the adversary had commonly happened in the past, and that hadn't turned out well. Thaden could only hope that the assimilation system considered killing thousands of contenders during their developmental phase preferable to letting loose insane killers on the wider universe when they had the power to cause devastating harm. It was midday before he finally stopped thinking about everything, as his thoughts kept circling around and around in his head to the point where he just wanted it all to end. Eventually, he put it all aside and shut down his analysis of everything because it was entirely too depressing. To distract himself, he closed his eyes for a few seconds before opening them again to check his notifications. Needless to say, what he saw in them was more than enough of a distraction to last a lifetime. Chapter 20. Congratulations for initiating Developmental Stage 2 in Region Number 1. Achievement received. What's next? Contender World First Achievement. 200% additional accumulated pick from all sources for 30 days. Warning: your contract bondholder has died. If they are not resurrected within... Note: your contract bond with Megan has been dissolved upon their death without possibility of resurrection. Since this was outside of the parameters of the bond, no penalty will be assessed. Alert: contender defenses are suboptimal and may require additional reinforcements to complete special quest in Forge Stone, increasing quest rewards to compensate for increased danger level. Alert: special quest is in danger of failing. 50% of assigned Adventurer Coalition members have perished or have fled the city of Forgestone. Alert: special quest is in danger of failing. 90% of assigned Adventurer Coalition members have perished or have fled the city of Forgestone. Alert: special quest is in danger of failing. 99% of assigned Adventurer Coalition members have perished or have fled the city of Forgestone. Alert:
Assigned Adventurer Coalition members for Special Quest now number less than a full raid party. Quest rewards have been increased as an incentive to complete the quest before it is too late for Forge Stone. Alert! Assigned Adventurer Coalition members for Special Quest now consist of a single active individual. Quest difficulty and rewards have been increased as an incentive to complete the quest before it is too late for Forge Stone. Current quest details. Rank requirement, any quest. Time limit, immediately. Quest difficulty, high, maximal, updated. Minimum recommended level, 80, updated. Minimum recommended party size, any. Quest description. Magma worms are ascending to the upper world from the depths below Forge Stone, and it is up to every single adventurer nearby to defend the city, or it may fall to their wrath. Band together with your fellow adventurers in large raid parties of up to 400 individuals to fell these dangerous invaders. Updated. Completion requirements. Eliminate all 30 magma worms as they emerge from below. Quest rewards. 1,000 gold, 100,000 pick, 500. Rank progress up to gold, +5 to all stats, and 2 additional spell/ability selections. Updated. Quest failure penalties. Destruction of the city of Forgestone. Current available nearby Adventurer Coalition members. Assigned 1/1. You have died. Death Ward activated, restoring 50% health. You have slain a magma worm, medial, level 55. You have received 165 pick. Pick reward altered based on one party member's level disparity and achievements. You have received 1,980 pick. You have slain a magma worm, medial, level 55. You have received 165 pick. Pick reward altered based on one party member's level disparity and achievements. You have received 1,980 pick. Support spellcasting competency has increased to level 702. Support spellcasting competency has increased to level 709. Defensive spellcasting competency has increased to level 743. Defensive spellcasting competency has increased to level 761. Natural regeneration competency has increased to level 34. Natural regeneration competency has increased to level 38. Congratulations for dying while solo and bringing yourself back to life. Achievement received, I'll be back. Bonus reward, 150 pick, plus 300 from achievements. Contender World First achievement. 10% decrease in all resurrection cooldowns. You have completed the full requirements for your assigned special quest. You have received 1,000 gold, 100,000 pick, plus 200,000 from achievements. 500 rank progress up to gold, plus 5 to all stats, and 2 additional spell/ability selections upon your next selection chance. Congratulations for completing your 3rd special quest with the Adventurer Coalition. Achievement received, Special Agent 2. Bonus reward, 1,500 pick, plus 3,000 from achievements. Contender World First achievement, 27 rank progress. Congratulations for solo completing your 3rd special quest with the Adventurer Coalition. Achievement received, Special Killer 3. Bonus reward, 270 rank progress. Contender World First achievement. While undertaking any Adventurer Coalition quest solo, you receive plus 30 to physicality, celerity, and mentality. Congratulations for solo completing a special quest with the Adventurer Coalition at 9 or more levels under the minimum recommended level. Achievement received, Special Assassin 2. Bonus reward, 333 rank progress. Contender World First achievement. 2 additional spell/ability selections, Free stat point, 10. Congratulations for solo completing a special quest with the Adventurer Coalition at 27 or more levels under the minimum recommended level. Achievement received, Special Assassin 3. Bonus reward, free stat point, 15. Contender World First Achievement. Your legendary prowess while solo is unmatched, but success as a contender is dependent upon your ability to lead others against the adversary. As a result, everyone within your party is bolstered by tales of your greatest successes, granting them a temporary increase in their physicality, celerity, and mentality stats, as well as their perceived level based on your brand new emboldened leadership competency. Note: perceived level is only relevant for dungeon access and slain monster rewards, and does not grant any additional stats or spells. Veronia, Forgestone Adventurer Coalition Vice Leader slain. Level 100. You have received 0 pick. You do not receive any pick from the deaths of local residents of Tarth. Defensive spellcasting competency has increased to level 762. Defensive spellcasting competency has increased to level 763. The deluge of information that his message window full of notifications provided was a bit overwhelming, especially when he looked at all of the new achievements that he'd had no intention of striving for. His mind boggled at the world-first achievement that everyone in the region received, what's next, and its effect of essentially tripling the amount of pick that they would receive, for the next 30 days at least. Even more, the bonus pick affected all sources, not just what was received from killing monsters, so rewards from achievements and quests qualified for the extra pick too. That was huge, and it might end up being the only thing that allowed the rest of the contenders in the region to keep up with the rising levels of the monsters in all the dungeons. The notification that said that he had actually died was a bit worrisome, but at least his death ward had brought him back with 50% health. He didn't think he would receive an actual achievement for that, though, but he supposed it wasn't common to be able to bring yourself back to life when you were solo. The normal pick reward he received from that wasn't all that great, even with the bonus from the What's Next achievement, but the Contender World First bonus was something else entirely. A 10% reduction in resurrection cooldown? That would certainly make a difference, because even the reduction of a minute could mean the difference between someone being resurrected and someone dying because he ran out of time. Speaking of resurrection, he couldn't help but notice that his contract bond had dissolved without his awareness that it was gone, as Megan had died and been rendered unresurrectable almost instantly. He had seen how quickly any of the contenders scooped up into the mouth of the worms had been torn apart and their bodies essentially burned into nothing by the magma that composed their saliva. It was obvious now that if there was nothing for him to target for a resurrection, then he couldn't bring them back. In addition, as much as Camille had been a pain in the butt for the blackmail she was holding over him, he hadn't wanted her to die. If he could have brought her back, he liked to think that he would have done it, even if it caused him problems down the road. That wasn't a conundrum that he had to contemplate, though, because there was absolutely nothing left of her body for him to resurrect, just as there was very little in the way of corpses in the city for him to offer to bring back to life. While he had been moving over the rubble, as well as being flung around by the worms in the deadly game of keep-away, he hadn't seen more than blood and other evidence that someone had died, but no bodies at all. It was entirely possible that there were some underneath the buildings, buried deep within the destruction, but he had no idea where they were, had no way to get to them, and it had already been too long for his spell to actually work on them. Looking over the updated quest, he saw that it had increased its minimum recommended level all the way to 80 when it had just been him left in the city. Could a single level 80 contender really kill all 30 of the magma worms? Obviously, Thaden had done it, but he was a highly abnormal case. The question was how powerful a level 80 contender was in comparison to the monsters.
Being 25 levels higher than them and seeing what a level 100 coalition vice leader could accomplish, he thought it could certainly be possible for someone like that to handle a bunch of weaker monsters by themselves. Not a support class, of course, unless they received some sort of offensive spell in the future, but likely any of the others wouldn't have any trouble. Regardless, the increase in the quest's difficulty also resulted in a massive boost to the rewards, which granted him 1,000 gold, which appeared in front of him in a sack which he stashed away automatically into his inventory, a whopping 300,000 pick thanks to his new achievement, 500 rank progress up to gold rank, plus 5 to all his stats, and 2 spell selections whenever he got the chance to choose some more. Along with his other achievements, he ended up netting another 25 free stat points, 630 rank progress that wasn't limited to a specific rank such as gold, and 2 additional spell selections. A good haul. But that wasn't all. From his new Special Killer 3 World First achievement, he also received a bonus trait that would boost his physicality, celerity, and mentality when he was undertaking any Adventurer Coalition quest while solo. It wasn't entirely clear exactly what that meant, because he checked his stats and didn't see the bonuses even though he still had the quest for the Forest's Wrath dungeon. He could only assume he had to actively participating in trying to complete it for these bonuses to kick in. But there was a lot of gray area there that he'd have to experiment with to see when it stopped and started. In addition to that was a brand new competency, Emboldened Leadership. From the description in the World First Achievement Reward, it would apparently boost the stats of his party members, while also raising their perceived level? Again, it wasn't as clear of an explanation as he would have liked, but he supposed that if he ever joined a party, it could be useful. Toward the end of the list was a notification regarding the vice leader's death, which made him more than a bit sad to see. He hadn't intended for her to die, but that apparently didn't matter to the assimilation system, though he was glad that he didn't receive any pick from her death. As it was, he already felt sick to his stomach just thinking about what he said to her, followed by her explosive exit from the world. After he had read through all his notifications one by one, another one appeared on his message window, as if waiting for him to finish. Attention! Despite calamitous casualties and the near destruction of the city, the magma worm threat in Forgestone has been eliminated. But this was just the first of the dangers that threaten the region, as the other anchoring dungeons are beginning to stir. The only way to prevent even further loss of life is to meet the dangers head-on, by exploring and completing both of the remaining anchoring dungeons on minimal difficulty and eliminating any threats that present themselves. Special quests incoming to all contenders belonging to the Adventurer Coalition located in Region Number 1. Quest type: Special. Rank requirement: any quest. Time limit: 162 days. Quest difficulty: mid-maximal. Minimum recommended level: 70. Minimum recommended party size: 5. Quest description: discover, explore, and complete the minimal difficulty of the Dodademic Anchoring Dungeon before time runs out. Once this is done, a secondary special quest will be issued to deal with any threats that emerge upon completion of this quest. Completion requirements: complete the minimal difficulty of the Dodademic Dungeon quest. Rewards: 200 gold, 75,000 pick, 180 rank progress up to diamond. Quest failure penalties: imminent release of a threat near Dodademic, resulting in mass casualties and the uncontrolled destruction of nearby area. Available: Region Number 1 Adventurer Coalition members. Assigned: 927,215. Over: 927,215. Quest type: Special. Rank requirement: any quest.
Time limit, 333 days. Quest difficulty, high maximal. Minimum recommended level, 100. Minimum recommended party size, 5. Quest description. Discover, explore, and complete the minimal difficulty of the Dotademic Dungeon before time runs out. Once this is done, a secondary special quest will be issued to deal with any threats that emerge upon completion of this quest. Completion requirements. Complete the minimal difficulty of the Millie Anchoring Dungeon quest. Rewards: 500 gold, 100,000 pick, 270. Rank progress up to Platinum quest. Failure penalties. Imminent release of a threat near Millie, resulting in mass casualties and the uncontrolled destruction of nearby area. Available region number 1. Adventurer Coalition members. Assigned 927,215. Over 927,215. Seriously? Well, at least I know what my next goal is going to be. I may have unintentionally started this whole thing, but I'm not going to wait around and let someone else clean up my mess. I need to see if I can complete these quests before anyone else gets hurt because of what I did. Now the only problem was figuring out exactly where to go.
Chapter 21.
Bending over and putting his hands on his knees, Kyler finally stopped running after hours on the road. As he attempted to catch his breath, his heaving lungs filling his ears with their labored inhalation and exhalation, he shifted himself slightly so that he was looking behind him. Nothing. Thank goodness. The archer trainee couldn't help but feel a wave of relief pass through him as the panic he'd felt since running for his life from Fortstone started to fade. He pulled up the quest again to see if anyone was still alive fighting those magma worms, which he doubted, but it turned out he was wrong when he received even more messages saying that it was completed, and that it was all part of a chain of quests that went all the way up to level 100. Being only level 18, there was no way he'd have a chance to even attempt a quest like that, even if the rewards were amazing. Though the pick multiplier he received from his newest achievement, What's Next, would certainly go a long way toward that goal. He just didn't understand how all this happened in the first place. Feeling his breathing come back under control, he looked up toward where he was going, seeing the town of North Bend in the distance. I ran all the way here already? His panicked flight had brought him much further than he had thought it had. Then again, he didn't have a party to have to slow down for. At least, not anymore. As he began walking toward the same familiar town through which he had come into the world of Tarth nearby, Kyler couldn't help but reflect on what had happened, even if he didn't want to remember the horror of it all. It all began when he was running through the beginning rooms of the Goblin Mine dungeon with his 3 other party members, as they were never able to find a support class to join them, when they passed through a room's exit to find themselves outside the mine's entrance. And they weren't the only ones. Apparently, the dungeon had essentially kicked everyone inside of it out, with the few people who attempted to re-enter rebuffed at the entrance. It was only about 20 seconds after the hundreds of contenders that had been delving through the dungeon were kicked out, mingling around in anger at their run cut short, that the announcement overwhelmed them all. It was only seconds after they finished reading over it that a level 55 magma worm burst through the floor beneath the large group of confused and now frightened contenders, swallowing a dozen of them in an instant. It rose up into the air and collapsed on even more, before moving faster than just about anyone in the entrance cavern to munch on dozens of the scattering parties as they attempted to run for the exit. A slight bout of guilt rose up at the memory, because Kyler ran as fast as he could, leaving his party behind him by about a dozen feet, which was just enough space that he was spared when a second worm appeared out of the wall, engulfing his party in a second in its teeth and magma-filled maw. He was only consoled by knowing that he couldn't have done anything to prevent it, and that he would have died with them if he had stayed nearby. But it still bothered him.
It also helped that he didn't particularly like any of them all that much. The three of them were what he called bros, and had a very limited viewpoint of the world, namely women, booze, and sports. The latter wasn't as prevalent, but they seemed to crave competition and constantly challenged other parties in ridiculous contests to see who could finish a dungeon faster, or kill a specific monster using only their fists or a staff. It was sometimes funny, but their personalities were more annoying than anything. Still, they weren't necessarily bad people, and he was beginning to warm up to them a bit. Once he got past their deliberate rudeness, they were all right.
Whatever friendship might have grown from all that wasn't going to happen now, though. As much as he didn't necessarily care for them at that point, he hadn't wanted to see them die either. After they were swallowed and likely melted from the magma that seems to encompass the entire worm's mouth and throat, Kyler ran out of the dungeon offshoot tunnel leading to the main thoroughfare. He nearly died at that point when he almost ran into yet another magma worm that was apparently trying to eat more people but couldn't, and they were fleeing toward the goblin mine dungeon. His warning words caught in his throat as he was knocked to the ground, but not hurt by the worm's lunge, and it was at that point that he noticed a sparkle in the air. He had no idea what it was, but he put things together quickly enough to realize that it was the only thing that prevented him from being hurt. Scrambling to his feet, Kyler managed to avoid the screaming contenders as they ran every which way, before flat-out sprinting toward the exit. He arrived just as another worm did, and he watched as it fell upon two other parties that were understandably shocked by its appearance, and he mentally cheered them on as half of them managed to move out of the way to avoid being swallowed up. He didn't stop, of course, because panic had taken hold to the point where all he could do was run, but he at least noticed some things as he passed by other contenders arriving on the scene. He saw at least 60 of them join together to try and take down one of the worms, but after seemingly doing very little damage to it within the first few seconds, they scattered after their front line was scooped up and crunched by the monster's long, sharp teeth. He didn't stay longer to see what happened to them after that, but he couldn't imagine that it was anything good. A 40-level difference, even with much greater numbers, wasn't something that was easy to overcome. He also saw many of the local Chari fleeing along with him, their things packed and ready to go in record time. In fact, they were just organized enough that he was almost confident that this was something that they had been planning to do for years, though those closest to the emerging worms weren't nearly as lucky, as they were flattened in their homes and places of work when the high-level monsters started tearing the city apart. This much he saw from the few times he glanced back behind him to make sure he wasn't being chased down. But he was sure there was much more that he didn't see. There was a traffic jam at the gate as both Chari and contenders shoved and pushed their way outside of the walls, but the city guards helped to regulate the flow of people within seconds and got everyone moving fairly quickly. The moment he saw the guards, he was immediately angry, as he saw that they were doing nothing to stop the worms from rampaging all over the city, killing its citizens. But then he remembered what he learned in his training. The locals, even the guards, were unable to help against monster attacks. They were there to keep order and enforce the rules, but the monsters of the world were the responsibility of the contenders. From what he understood from training, there was some sort of reward for the locals like the Chari preparing the world for the arrival of those from Earth, though he wasn't exactly sure what it was. There was a trade-off for them being here, though, and that was that they had their own rules and restrictions when it came to dealing with monsters and contenders, and what was happening was evidently one of them. Once he was free of the forged stone walls, he didn't look back until he stopped just a few moments ago. Along the way, he glimpsed hundreds or even thousands of other people, both Chari and contenders like himself, getting as far from the city as possible. But that was all he paid attention to. Now that he had a chance to think about it, He thought that the majority of the city's citizens had likely escaped before they could be killed, and unless they were stupid and stayed to fight those things, he would guess that 80% to 90% of the contenders that were still in the city and not near the dungeons had survived. The number of survivors from near the dungeons, like himself, was most definitely a lot less. Walking into town, he discovered that he wasn't the first to arrive from Fordstone, as there were at least a dozen contenders gathered around the entrance.
What news? Do you know if Marcus made it out? What about Kelly? I lost her in the confusion of our escape. Saw Ahmed get swallowed up instantly. He didn't even have a chance to scream. Kyler just shook his head at the few questions that were directed his way, as he didn't have anything to add. He hadn't stuck around to watch the results of the attack, and he didn't know many other people other than his own party, which he knew for a fact were all dead, as they had left his party almost instantly upon being eaten. Training told him that when something like that happened, there was no possibility of a resurrection, so he could only assume their bodies were destroyed so badly that there was nothing left for the spell to work from. With no comfort to give them, he passed the questioning group and headed toward the Adventurer Coalition building, his steps walking the familiar path that he'd trekked dozens of times after he arrived on Tarth. He'd spent weeks there before moving on to Fordstone with his party, as it had a wider selection of dungeons available and better access to just about everything. Still, it was with a bit of sad nostalgia that he arrived at the entrance to the Adventurer Coalition branch.
Walking inside, he saw that he wasn't the only one there, though based on their lower levels and slightly familiar faces, he was fairly confident that they were simply those who hadn't moved on from the town quite yet. All of them, however, were talking about the recent developments, namely the pick boosting achievement, the notifications about the second phase of development starting earlier than it was supposed to, and the 2 quests they had been automatically assigned. There was also speculation as to who could have been the one to complete the previous quests with the magma worms, because the messages indicated that there was only one person left. Such speculation didn't last long, however, as everyone knew who it had to be. Number 325-99999-E. While the rankings hadn't been updated since a week after arrival, everyone was aware of the strange named contender, who seemed more like a glitch or some sort of AI than a real person. The fact that they came from their region brought even more attention to this individual, but no one seemed to know where they were. He doubted they were still in the town of Ashcleft, which was somewhere to the south, but he should have guessed that they would have gone to the closest city. It could only be this particular contender that would be able to take down 30 magma worms by themselves, because the official ranking came out a couple of weeks ago. Who knew what level they had managed to achieve by this point that would allow them to do something like that? "Hey, Varney, have any more rooms available?" Ignoring the rest of the people in the lobby, Kyler had walked over to the Coalition receptionist at the counter. "Kyler, are you all right?" He shook his head, his throat a bit tight when he answered. "No, but I will be." "Is it just you?" the Chari asked, but then winced when he realized what the answer might be. "Yeah, just me." He didn't feel like explaining what happened to his party, and he was glad that Varney didn't ask anything after that. "Well, we have your old room, if that works for you," the receptionist asked. "We haven't gotten too many visitors lately that have stayed for more than a night, so we've got plenty of vacancies." "Sure, that'll work. I'm not sure how long I'll be staying, but this should cover me for a little bit," Kyler said, materializing 2 silver coins from his inventory and placing them on the counter. The process of storing and taking out items from his inventory space used to fascinate him to no end, but at the moment he did it automatically, without really paying attention to what he was doing. The stress and horror of the night and early morning were catching up to him, and even though it wasn't even noon, he could barely hold his eyes open. "That'll do just fine," Varney said, handing over the same key he had turned in when he left town nearly a week before. Let me know if there's anything else I can do to help." Kyler nearly said no, but he stopped himself. "Yeah, could you put a notice up on the board for a level 18 archer trainee that's looking for a new party?" Just saying that brought back the memory of what happened to his old party members. But he knew that he better be proactive if he was going to find another group of people to join up with. If he guessed correctly, then there were going to be quite a few parties in the near future that were going to need to replace more than a few members. As morbid as it was, he could only hope that some of those openings came from other scout classes that had died in Forgestone. However, there was a fairly good chance that many of those who survived the magma worm attack initially had been fast enough to escape, which likely put them in his own class. If that was the case, then it was better to put his name out there quickly before any potential spots were filled. "I can do that," Varney said. Kyler was halfway expecting the Shari to offer some sort of empathetic condolences, but he didn't, for which the contender was thankful. That was the last thing he wanted right now. With a nod at the receptionist, Kyler took off toward the back stairs, his feet taking him up the familiar path toward his room. Walking inside after unlocking it, the room appeared just the same as it had when he left, other than the bed had been made up with clean sheets, and the few pieces of trash he'd left behind had been swept up. Taking off his boots, he climbed on top of the bed without undressing any further, laying himself across the blanket on top instead of dirtying the sheets, because he was too tired to do more than that. He was out within seconds. Somehow, even though he was expecting to have nightmares all day long while he slept, he woke up feeling refreshed and extremely hungry. With his stomach rumbling the whole while, he quickly fixed himself up and got ready to leave, on the hunt to grab some grub before he did anything else. When he arrived downstairs, he walked into the nightmare that he had thankfully avoided in his sleep. At least 1,000 or more contenders were inside the lobby and little cafe inside the building, all trying to talk over each other, to the point where it simply sounded like a loud nightclub, without all the dim lighting and thumping music. Based on what he could see out the windows, it was early evening. He couldn't imagine how busy it was during the day. Snippets of conversations passed through his ears as he made his way through the packed crowd toward the doors, knowing that he wouldn't be getting a meal of any kind in the Coalition building. "No, the Coalition branch I usually frequented was entirely destroyed. I checked and all the item listings on the market are still up. It's only the services based out of Forgestone that were delisted." We shouldn't have told him to run, but did he listen? No, of course not. Stupid idiot, always thinking with his muscles instead of his brain. "You saw her? I was sure she would make it, but I'm glad to hear confirmation. Don't know who it was, but I can't say that I'm not happy about this pick buff. Fortunately, none of my party died, so we'll be able to. We supposed to do now? The dungeons in Forgestone are closed until they can start rebuilding the city, but who knows how long that's going to take. I suppose we can head toward. Must be that number dude who did all this. Sure, it could be a chick, but I doubt it. Find more people for our party? But everything is in such chaos that I don't know where." The latter conversation caught his attention, but Kyler had no desire to stick around that place with how crowded it was at the moment. He was too hungry to try to negotiate his way into an existing party, but he knew he'd have to at some point. Maybe after I eat. With relief, he managed to escape without being pulled into a conversation or being trapped inside the building for any other reason, and he quickly made his way to the tavern down the street. He'd always thought that the Pickled Wagon was a strange name for a tavern, but right now it looked and smelled heavenly as he pushed his way through the double doors. As he halfway expected, it was packed. Not as bad as the Coalition building, but it was fuller than he'd ever seen before, and he struggled to find some place to sit. He finally spotted a place at the bar near the end where someone was just getting up to leave, and he swiftly took the spot before it disappeared. Sitting down, he caught the bartender's eye and had to shout simply, "Food!" at him to relay his order. Normally, that might seem rude, But with how busy it was, he could tell that the bartender appreciated the swiftness of the order, and the fact that Kyler didn't care what he ate as long as it was filling. While he waited for whatever food was coming to finally arrive, he breathed a long sigh of relief as he looked around. To his left was a big mountain of a man turned sideways so that his back was to Kyler, essentially creating a wall that shut him off from any conversation. To his right, and near the wall, was the last seat at the bar, and it was filled with someone consumed with eating their own meal, which had his mouth watering as he saw the baked chicken and fresh bread. "Here, it looks like you need it," the individual eating said abruptly, ripping off a piece of his bread and handing it to Kyler. For the first time, the Archer trainee looked at the man, seeing that he was wearing a dirty, blood-stained white robe and ridiculous-looking hat on his head. "Thank you, I'm starving," Kyler said, shoving the bread in his mouth with absolutely no manners whatsoever. "You can have some of mine once it arrives." "No worries, I'm nearly finished anyway. I find that I don't have much of an appetite after, well, you know." The Archer trainee nodded. "I don't blame you. I felt that way when I first arrived back in town. But now I'm practically wasting away from hunger." "Then I think you need this more than I," the man said, pushing over his half-eaten meal. "The name's, Angelo." Kyler heard him mutter something like, "At least I think it still is." But it was loud enough in the tavern that he could have been mistaken. "It's nice to meet you." "Nice to meet you too," he said in between bites. "I just wish it were under different circumstances." "Believe me, Kyler, I wish things had turned out differently too." Chapter 22. Leaving Forgestone earlier, the guard said absolutely nothing to Théoden as he walked out of the gates after an hour of painstakingly climbing over the scattered rubble that used to comprise the buildings in the Grand City. Instead, they'd simply stared at him from atop the walls as he passed through the gate below, their silent judgment almost too much for him to bear. The guilt that he'd been feeling since he survived being eaten by the magma worm reared its ugly head, making his steps falter a few times. But he spammed his major cure mental affliction spell a few dozen times in a row, feeling marginally better in the process. The guilt didn't go away, of course, but it was manageable with the additional magical help. The Life Warden thought that it might not ever go away, as the heaviness of it settled into his soul. He could only hope that it faded enough over time that it didn't debilitate him with a simple thought in that direction. As much as he would have done things differently had he known what would happen, it was done, and there wasn't any way to turn back time and fix his mistake. Or is there? I don't suppose magical theory is advanced enough to initiate time travel, is it? He highly doubted it. It could do miraculous things, like resurrect a dead person, but turning back time was probably out of the realm of possibility. Otherwise, it probably would have been used to find a way to get rid of the adversary. Unless he discovered otherwise, Théoden had to treat the whole situation as one which he had no way of reversing, and had to learn to live with what he'd done. Because he was likely the only one who could stop things from getting worse. Emerging through the stone gateway, Théoden looked around to see discarded items scattered all around from people who had fled the city, but not a single person. He'd already made plans for when he got out of Forgestone, as climbing over all the rubble gave him some time alone to think. In essence, there were two things he needed to know and two things he needed to do. The first thing that he needed to know, because the thought of it wouldn't leave him alone until he knew, was exactly how bad the loss of life from both the local Chari and the contenders had been in the city. Yes, it likely wasn't good for his peace of mind to know exactly how many died because of his mistake, but not knowing was like an itch that he couldn't scratch that would only get worse as time went on. If he didn't discover at least an estimated number of the dead, then he would go on thinking the worst. For instance, he'd rather learn that 5,000 contenders died rather than thinking that all 43,000 plus listed on the quest had.
while he wasn't sure he would ever find out how many locals died. He knew it would go a long way to heal his psyche if he saw for himself how many had actually made it out of the city before it was too late. Secondly, he needed to know where to go for his next target. Based on the recommended level of 70 for the first of the new quests he'd been assigned, it certainly wasn't the Forest's Wrath dungeon that he had been planning on going to next. That one had a level range of 45 to 55 for the medial difficulty, according to the information he had been given by Veronia at the Fortstone Adventurer Coalition. He didn't even bother thinking about the second dungeon related to these quests yet, which had a minimum recommended level of 100, as he was thoroughly unprepared to tackle that one yet. Even if he discovered which two dungeons these quests were referencing, he needed to advance his own level to the point where he might be able to handle them, which brought him to the first of the things he needed to do.
Should I level up now or wait? This was the decision he had to make, and it was harder than he expected it would be. There were arguments either way, but in the end, what it came down to was time. There were still over 160 days to complete the first of the quests, and in that time he could visit a number of strong dungeons with higher-level monsters and try to complete them. If he managed to finish them, he would end up gaining a lot of extra pick because all the monsters would be stronger than him. He was more than aware that the bonus for killing higher-level monsters was significant, and with the recent tripling of his pick accumulated by all sources, it could be astronomical. But if he did level up now, he would gain additional stat points and new spells, which might make a difference in how he approached the dungeons in the quests, as well as whatever catastrophic event would come afterwards. The drawback for doing this would obviously be less pick from monsters he killed that were closer to his level, and he would be forced to tackle extremely strong dungeons when he wasn't even sure he could beat them at this point. The Magma Colossus was a bit of a wake-up call, given how he wasn't able to kill it using his normal methods. He couldn't rely on luck to provide him with the perfect item to use every time he happened to enter a new dungeon, such as that failed necklace that allowed him to freeze the boss in the Magma dungeon. While he had managed to win, if he hadn't managed to find that necklace, it would have been Dungeons 1, Thaden 0, if he was considering everything after the mausoleum, of course. That was a special case, and while he was contemplating visiting another dungeon that had undead types of monsters in it, he again knew from the information he had about the dungeons in the region that it wasn't one of the anchoring dungeons.
With that decision looming on the horizon, there was something else he needed to do, which was visit the nearest coalition branch that could upgrade his badge rank to gold. If he was going to be heading to harder dungeons, then he would need a harder set of quests to go with them. He could always delve through them without a quest, of course, but he wasn't prepared to give up the rewards that came with completing them, especially the pick rewards. Unfortunately, the one place he knew of that could upgrade them past bronze was now lying in ruins, as he was told that none of the town branches had that capability. In other words, he would have to visit one of the other two cities in the region in order to do that, and they were weeks of travel away. That fact was weighing heavily in favor of his decision on whether to wait to level up. If he did it too early, he might end up missing out on great rewards because he couldn't access them without the proper rank. And as much as he didn't care about the gold and even rank progress he might miss out on, the same couldn't be said for pick. Because pick was the only thing that was going to allow him to be able to take down those two dungeons and the subsequent aftermath. At least, that's what he felt was the correct solution. He had no other methods he could think of at this point that could work, or none that might work in the time limit he had. There was always the possibility that he could find a party of low-level contenders that would be willing to work with him, and by power leveling them as best he could, raise them up to the point where they might help defeat the extremely powerful monsters the dungeons were likely to have in a display of amazing teamwork and magical prowess. Yeah, like that would work. He didn't have the time to do all of that, and trying to keep other contenders alive in a situation like he'd experienced in the magma dungeon would be near impossible.
It hadn't been very difficult in the mausoleum with Sarah and her party, but that was also because he had the advantage that his healing spells damaged the undead and subsequently took them down relatively quickly. That being said, they almost did die in the final boss room, and it was only through luck that he had been able to defeat Nehetmo. Besides, sharing pick and loot with other people didn't exactly sit right with him at this moment in time, as he was fairly confident that he could solo whatever he came across. Unless there was another incident with a boss that healed itself, of course. That was the only reason he thought it might be beneficial to have another person in his party that could do damage, or else discover a way to do that on his own, like the failed necklace had done for him. Théoden walked for hours, his mind still edging toward one decision or the other regarding his accumulated pick. But before long he began to pass people on the road. There were a few parties of contenders, all of whom looked weary and shell-shocked, but the majority of them were large groups of low-level Chari, with small wagons or carts that they were using to carry their belongings, pulled by themselves or occasionally a beast of burden. It wasn't until a bit later that he saw single or small groups of Chari walking along with just a backpack, or nothing at all, as they spread out toward the south, southeast, and southwest, though the majority of them went directly south. Which was what decided his own direction. If he wanted a fairly good approximation of how many people made it out of the city, he had to go to where most of them seemed to be heading. By the time he arrived at a town, North Bend, if his memory of the local maps served him well, he'd passed thousands of Chari refugees and hundreds of contenders, with none of them sparing him more than a glance that was quickly sent somewhere else. At first he thought that this was a bad sign, as if they had somehow recognized him. But it only took a few minutes of watching everyone to see that this wasn't the case. The Chari didn't look at any of the contenders for more than a second or two, and it didn't take a genius to realize it was because they likely blamed the contenders, and not just Théoden, for their current plight. Even given that they had been displaced from their homes, very few of them appeared genuinely upset or heartbroken, as if they had expected this to happen at some point, and it had simply been earlier than they thought it would be. It was strange, but then again, everything he'd experienced thus far in Tarth had been at least a little bit strange. As for the contenders, they didn't look at other contender parties or solo individuals, because it was clear that some had lost members in the attack. Staring at or even talking to someone on the road was a bit much for what was likely to be a raw wound, and most of them avoided doing so like plague. The town of North Bend was as opposite of the nearly silent trek across the land as could be. He heard the town before he saw it, which he thought was strange because there was usually a sound-dampening bubble or something around every other town he'd seen that didn't allow noise to escape. But the reason for that became obvious as soon as he was able to set his sights on North Bend. The walled town had overflowed with people, both Chari and earthen contenders, and he thought that there were at least 10,000 locals camped outside the walls. More were arriving every minute, but in the distance he could see an almost equal number leaving, likely filtering out to other towns so as not to overwhelm North Bend too much. It was a prime example of a refugee camp if he ever did see one. Directly outside the gates, and therefore exempt from the noise-dampening effect of the town, were hundreds of contenders commingling with each other, shouting to be heard over their neighbors as they practically accosted anyone trying to enter the town. "You seen Geraldo? He should have been here by now. And I'm telling you, I saw Flora eaten by one of those damn worms right before my very eyes. Can't afford to stay here, so if you'd be kind enough to buy some of my... Left it in my room back in Forgestone, and now it's lost. Can't go back, so what do they expect us to do?" He heard all of this and more as he got closer, coming from panicked and confused contenders who were looking for lost party members, questioning what they should be doing,
or lamenting the loss of something tangible back in Forgestone. He stopped at the edge of the crowd to listen in, gaining a little information about what had happened in the city after the attack started, but most of what he learned wasn't necessarily useful for what he needed to know. He slowly pushed through the crowd, only to be stopped multiple times by a hand on the sleeve of his dirty, blood-stained, and slightly scorched robe. "Have you seen a short guy with a goatee named Hector? Did you pass anyone named Mariposa along the road? Garrett was wearing a light red robe. Did you happen to see him?" He felt horrible for what they were going through, looking for their party members, similar to loved ones searching for family members after a natural disaster. But he could only shake his head and say no. He supposed he should have been paying more attention to those he passed by on the road to North Bend, but he had been wrapped up in his head for most of the trip, which went by easily with his new traveler's boots. He had already decided to maintain his current name of Angelo and his apparent level of 20 instead of switching back to Christopher again, just in case anyone else had been following him like Camille had. Angelo was fairly clean, he supposed, though he would likely change back to Christopher in the future once he distanced himself a bit from the local contender population. He had also declined to change out of his attire because he thought it gave him a bit of authenticity. He hoped it looked like he had barely escaped the city with his life. It was technically true, he supposed, but not exactly in the way he wished it to appear. Inside the town of North Bend was just as stuffed to the walls as the refugee camp outside indicated, and there were a lot more contenders than he expected there to be, which was a very good sign. He walked around for a while, attempting to listen in on any conversations to gain more information, but most of those outside were simply trying to purchase or sell items, or looking for a place to stay, which seemed to be at a premium with so many people inside the town. It was already edging toward evening by this point, the day having flown by, and it was something that concerned Thaden as well, but he was more than capable of sleeping outside if it came down to it. He visited the Adventurer Coalition, which was easy enough to find despite never visiting this town before, as it was the largest building inside the walls. But he almost immediately turned around and left as soon as he walked in. He wasn't sure how they managed to stuff so many people inside, but he could barely move or hear himself think with so many people talking or demanding things all at once. The only thing he got from the crowd inside was that while there were more people speaking about missing party members, more of them were focused on what came next. They were already moving past the disaster that occurred in Forgestone and planning out their next steps. He also heard his name bandied about a few times, or at least his number 3259999-E name. After hearing him being blamed for everything approximately a half-dozen times in the few seconds he was inside the building, he decided to leave rather than hear any more from them. But with so many contenders inside the coalition building, running around town or congregating outside the gates, he was encouraged. Many more Earthen representatives had survived the attack than he had originally surmised, at least from what he could tell. He didn't have any hard numbers, of course, but judging by what he saw here and estimating who might have traveled to other nearby towns, he guessed that perhaps 3/4 or more of the contenders that had been inside Forgestone at the start of the attack had managed to escape. It lightened the load just a little bit more on his mind. He spent another hour or so wandering around town before the sun went down, and he eventually decided to try one more place to get the information he needed. The Pickled Wagon was a tavern with no inn attached to it, but it turned out to be exactly what he needed. He had to wait a little bit to get a seat at the end of the bar, where he ordered some food and had to wait nearly an hour for it to come out. While he was waiting, he listened to the conversations around him with much more success than any of his previous attempts around the town. Thaden learned that an estimated 2,000 or so contenders had died in the city before they could escape, with most of them being inside the dungeon tunnel.
He also discovered that anyone that had been in the lower-level dungeons in Forgestone had essentially been kicked out prior to the attack, which was why at least half of the casualties had been where the magma worms had originally emerged from below. It was something that he had to keep in mind for when he completed the next anchor dungeon, as he would have to somehow get the word out for everyone nearby to put off going into any dungeons before an imminent attack. For the Chari, the general consensus was that less than 1% of the population had died in the attack. As he had suspected from his travel to North Bend, the locals had apparently been ready for such an occurrence and were quick to respond, escaping with as many of their belongings as they could before they could fall victim to the worms. That fact eased his heart somewhat, even if 1% of the city's population was still likely over 1,000 people. He also discovered that any of the service posts on the contender market based in Forgestone were taken down automatically upon the city's destruction, meaning that he didn't have to worry about anyone looking to hire him anytime soon. He hadn't even known that this was a thing, as he thought that the posting was a one-time deal, but apparently it stayed up until he removed it. Lastly, there was speculation as to what the next anchoring dungeon could be, even if none of the contenders talking thought that they would ever be a high enough level to even attempt it. The rewards were enough of a draw to call attention to it, however, so there was at least some conversation around it, which was exactly what he needed to hear. According to what he remembered of the information regarding dungeons in Region 1, there were a total of 21 dungeons that fell in the range between level 60 and level 80. No one, not even Thaden, who had completed the first anchoring dungeon, knew exactly what the quest meant by the minimum recommended level being 70. Did that mean that the dungeon had a minimum recommended level between levels 70 and 80? Or did it reflect the first chance that a party might be able to actually complete it? If the latter was the case, then would the dungeon have recommended levels between levels 60 and 70, as it was most likely that a party around level 70 could actually kill the boss? Thinking about the magma dungeon, he was fairly confident that a normal party would have had to be at the higher end of the level 40 to 50 minimum recommended level range to actually defeat the magma colossus. But he could be wrong. Unfortunately, the answer to which dungeon could be the anchoring one wasn't easy. He had been hoping that it might be near another of the cities, with the thought that they were all near cities like the magma dungeon had been, but that wasn't the case. Of the options, the closest to a city was a dozen miles away, which wasn't exactly a good sign that it was the one that he'd have to seek out. Soon after his food came, he picked at it as his mind was consumed by thoughts of where he needed to go next. He debated about going to the Adventurer Coalition and asking if they knew, which he might still do, but he had a feeling that if they had kept the first anchoring dungeon a secret, they were likely to do the same for the subsequent ones. It was the contenders' job to figure it out after all, so they likely couldn't interfere. Perhaps I can figure it out by observing some of the towns I travel through, and see which ones are prepared to flee at the first sign of an incoming disaster. But how would I even know? What if every town has an escape plan just in case something goes wrong? He wasn't sure of the answer to that, but it was still an avenue to explore. The only other option he could think of was to visit every dungeon on the list and see if he could figure it out that way. But they were so scattered around that he might not be able to visit them all in time. Narrowing it down would be better, of course, but he wasn't sure how to do that quite yet. Perhaps when he figured out if he was going to spend all his pick soon or not, the answer might come to him. Someone sat down next to him after his previous neighbor had gotten up without a word to Thaden the entire time he was there, and the life warden could practically feel the sheer hunger pouring off the young man as he eyed his meal. This might be an opportunity to gain some additional information. "Here, it looks like you need it," he said abruptly, ripping off some of his bread and handing it to the tall, blonde-haired man wearing the muted colors and tighter clothes he associated with the scout class. The arm brace thingy along his left arm told him that Kyler was likely an archer of some kind, though he didn't see any indication of a bow or quiver, because they were likely in the man's inventory. As he started a conversation with Kyler, the other man seemed to loosen up a bit after he got some food in him, revealing that he had lost his entire party in Forgestone, but he didn't seem too cut up about it. Exchanging stories of their escape, with Thaden having to make something up on the spot that sounded both heroic and ridiculous at the same time, he began questioning the man about what he was going to do next. "Find a party, I suppose," he said dejectedly. The life warden could tell that he wasn't dejected because his party had died, but because he thought it was going to be a pain finding another one as a scout class, after explaining that more scouts escaped from Forgestone from fractured parties than anyone else. And then take advantage of this extra pick accumulation from that achievement.
At least there's one good thing that came out of all this. But is it, suitable compensation for what you've gone through? Thaden asked, genuinely curious at the way Kyler, and from what he'd overheard other contenders, seemed to be excited over the achievement. The archer shook his head. Not quite, but it's probably going to do more in the long run than anything else I can imagine. Do you know how fast we're going to level now? It wouldn't surprise me if there are some of us pushing level 45 by the time the bonus pick wears off. Wow. It really does take a lot longer to level than I thought. I suppose you have a point. Still, though, what would you do if you ever saw the one responsible for all this? Thaden asked, waving around the full tavern to emphasize his question. As he finished up the last of his meal that finally arrived after about a half hour, the man hesitated before responding. Probably shake their hand, he said with a shrug. Don't get me wrong. At first I was pissed off that someone had done all this, but it's also a chance for us to get ahead faster than any other region, which, as you can imagine, will lead to higher rankings for all of us here. Even with the greater danger? Yes, even with the greater danger. A bonus to pick accumulation is a boon that you can't pay for, and it was never mentioned in training, so it has to be pretty rare. Sure, it sucks right now, and will probably suck for the next week as everyone recovers from the change, but I think we'll also see the contenders of this region grabbing the bull by the horns and advancing much faster than ever before. I was already seeing some parties slacking off in their development as they chose to only delve through the easier, safer difficulties once they reached a certain level. Now, though, they'll have to push themselves in order not to be left behind, because soon enough, all of the dungeons will require them to be a much higher level just so that they don't die. All of the complaining and griping you're hearing right now is going to go away once everyone figures this out. Thaden hadn't really thought of that. He was considering the consequences of his action as only a punishment, not a boon. Well, the deaths and relocation of the local population were certainly punishments. But for the survivors? Yes, it could certainly be considered a benefit if they took advantage of it. He didn't believe that anyone would be coming out and publicly thanking him and throwing celebrations in his honor, but perhaps it wasn't all as bad as he thought it was. And with that one conversation, the guilt that had been stabbing into his mind since the attack occurred loosened its grip on his mental state almost entirely. It wasn't gone, but he didn't feel the need to spam his major cure mental affliction over and over to function properly anymore. It also cleared up his thoughts enough to finally make a decision about his pick, and he smiled to himself as he wished the young Kyler a good night once their conversation wound down. Chapter 23. Securing himself in the crook of the tree he managed to lift himself into, despite the enveloping darkness of the nighttime forest, Thaden sat back and sighed deeply. Getting out of North Bend at night was somehow harder than getting in during the daytime, as more and more people, both contenders and Chari,
arrived and clogged the streets of the town regardless of the late hour. It took him twice as long to flow against the current of the crowd to leave than it did when he arrived earlier, and it was probably a little after midnight by the time he made it to the nearby forest and climbed up a tree to find a secure place to sleep for the night. Because there was no way he was going to find somewhere to sleep in North Bend. It was possible that he might be able to secure a special room in the coalition by flashing his badge, but that brought with it problems with being even semi-recognized by other contenders, or being accidentally called out by careless coalition employees. No, a tree was much safer at the moment. When he was further away from the vicinity of Forgestone, he might chance it, along with questions about the next anchoring dungeon. For the moment, though, he was unprepared for the fallout that might occur if there was even the slightest suspicion about his true identity amongst the nearby contenders. If some of them wanted to kill him before all this happened, he couldn't imagine how they would react to knowing the one that caused the deaths of thousands of them recently was nearby, especially as most of them were probably still simply angry with him. Exhausted from the previous day and a half, it didn't take long for him to get to sleep, even as he spotted some carnivorous deer roaming through the forest below his perch. Given that they were only level 8, he didn't really have much to fear from them, though they weren't as much of a deterrent to other contenders as they would have been weeks ago. He slept late the next morning, the foliage above blocking out most of the morning light as the day awakened around him, and he stretched and yawned for a good 5 minutes before he scarfed down another meat pie from his inventory. He was beginning to dislike them since he'd eaten so many of them lately, but he only had a few of them left before he wanted to dig into all of his other stored food. It was a good energy boost for the morning, at least. Instead of untying himself and getting on the road with the intention to get as far away from the Forgestone area as possible, Thaden opened up his character report and looked at his pick total. He'd made the decision last night after talking to Kyler and listening to all the conversations around him in the tavern, and it was time to implement it. He was going to use his pick now to level up. It would mean losing out on potential pick from some of the dungeons he would delve in the future, but he felt like he needed to be as prepared as possible for the stronger monsters he would end up facing. His inability to finish off the Magma Colossus without what was essentially a gimmick item